Chapter 209. Sixth segment. Night resting in the treetops. Swish, swish, swish. The river tides came and went. The sky was dark. Under the dusk, the beach was dyed red by crocodile blood, and hundreds of six-legged crocodile corpses surrounded the two youngsters. Beside a huge crocodile corpse, Fang Yuan slowly stood up. When the six-legged crocodile group attacked, Fang Yuan did not even think of escaping. Although he only had rank 1 initial stage cultivation, Bai Ningbing was rank 3 peak stage. Using her cultivation and his rank 3 goo worm, it was possible to eliminate 100 beast group. On one hand, he needed to use the six-legged crocodile group as an external force to suppress Bai Ningbing and train her. On the other hand, he needed a suitable goo worm for himself. Although I am rank 1 initial stage, I have a great aptitude, and with the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, my primeval essence recovery is extremely fast, thus I can use rank 2 goo worms. But be it the crocodile strength goo or the carapace goo, they are not ideal. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The sky canopy goo was rank 3, and was lent to Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan indeed needed a suitable defensive goo for himself. But the carapace goo could only defend the back. It was too small. The crocodile strength goo was precious, but currently Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars and was strong enough. If he increased his strength, it would harm his body. Below rank 6, a goo master's body was a mortal body. It had a limit and could not keep increasing his strength. Fang Yuan had already used the black and white boar goo to modify his body, raising his strength from the roots. If he used the crocodile strength goo now, it would exceed his body's endurance and would harm himself. That is to say, unless he found other supplementary goo worms and used it with the crocodile strength goo. Before that, using the crocodile strength goo would be suicidal. In Bai Goo Mountain's inheritance, there is a jade bone goo that can increase the strength of a goo master's bones. If I use this goo and use the crocodile strength goo, there will be no problem. But right now, there is still a distance to Bai Goo Mountain. It will take at least 10 days to half a month. Fang Yuan looked towards the southeast direction, and with a thought, he summoned the crocodile strength goo. He gave the crocodile strength goo to Bai Ningbing and recalled his Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Using this crocodile strength goo can increase your strength by 1 crocodile strength. The process is a little tiring, but it should be done after a month of continuous urging, Fang Yuan warned. Bai Ningbing nodded, feeling happy in her heart. With crocodile strength goo, she could make up for her weakness in strength. Previously in Bai Clan Village, she had also searched for it, but her luck was not good, and she did not find such a goo. To think that he would actually obtain the goo worm that he had yearned for day and night in the wilderness. When a goo master roams in the wilderness, danger lurks everywhere, but at the same time, it is filled with opportunities. Let's go. The smell of blood is too strong here, and the cliffs on 3 sides have almost collapsed. It will definitely attract some ferocious beasts. It's definitely not safe to camp here. Fang Yuan's suggestion received Bai Ningbing's approval. However, before leaving, Fang Yuan gathered as much crocodile blood and crocodile meat as he could and stored them in the tusita flower. Crocodile strength goo feeds on crocodile meat. Fresh crocodile blood could be used to feed blood skull goo and blood moon goo. The sun had already set and night had begun to fall. In the distant sky, stars could be vaguely seen. The cliffs had collapsed from the impact of the male crocodile king, making it easy to climb. After Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing climbed up the cliffs, a lush and dense forest appeared in front of them. The dense forest stretched out, the distant mountains were indistinct, and the depths of the forest were shrouded in darkness. No one knew what dangers or ferocious beasts were living here. Chirp, 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 a strange cry, unknown whether it was the cry of a bird or an ape, entered the two's ears. The two looked at each other, knowing that the dense forest in the wilderness was filled with danger. Especially at night, there was not enough light. Entering the forest at this time was even more dangerous than during the day. But they had no other choice. "Let's go," Fang Yuan signaled Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and could only drag her extremely tired body and walk in front, opening the path for Fang Yuan. These trees were at least 4 meters tall. Near the river, it was filled with moisture, and the ground was softer than the mountain soil. The warm and humid weather caused the moss to flourish, covering the ground, rocks, and attached to the tree trunks. The deeper they went, the darker the light became, and the colder it became. Fang Yuan was still fine, but Bai Ningbing could not help but shiver. She had just fought an intense battle, and her entire body was drenched in sweat. Now that the coldness invaded her body, she naturally felt even colder. "I say, set up the stove later. Let's warm ourselves up," Bai Ningbing said as she explored the path in front. Her voice floated in the dense forest, making the dense forest even more quiet. "Warm ourselves up. Hee hee." Fang Yuan laughed. "Don't you think this dense forest is too quiet? Let's stop and take a good look at the trees in front." Bai Ningbing's footsteps slowed down, and she looked ahead. The trees in front were short and strong. Their roots were coiled like snakes, extending into a stretch. At the end of every branch, there were vines like green pythons, either coiling around each other or hanging on the ground. The ends of the vines were like Venus flytraps, or like 2 open shells of clams, waiting for the arrival of their prey. Beast trap tree. Bai Ningbing thought of what the academy taught and recognized this tree. This tree ate meat as food, and every branch softened into a vine with only 2 leaves. The leaves were wide and large, and when they opened, they looked like a giant mouth. Once a prey approached, the vines would pounce like a snake, and the leaves would snap shut, swallowing the prey in one mouthful. Then it would secrete acid and spend tens of days or even months slowly absorbing the prey. Bai Ningbing counted. There were at least 30 to 40 beast trap trees in front of her. The distance between each tree was long, and between them were ordinary trees. This is a beast trap forest. No wonder it is so quiet and lacking in life. But it doesn't matter. I can use the strength of a rank 3 gu to forcefully open a path. Bai Ningbing said. Fang Yuan shook his head. What we want now is a safe campsite. I think this beast trap forest is very good. After we pass through this forest, we might not be able to find a safer place to spend the night in the dense forest. Bai Ningbing heard this, and her eyes widened. Here, beast trap forest, it's still safe? Fang Yuan glanced at her, but did not explain. Instead, he turned around and went back the way they came. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. The Yanggu was with Fang Yuan, so she could only follow Fang Yuan back to that shallow beach. Fang Yuan chose 2 healthy crocodile corpses and cut open their stomachs, removing their internal organs. After washing them, he dragged them into the forest. You are actually thinking of this. Bai Ningbing was also a smart person, and following them all the way here, she had already vaguely guessed Fang Yuan's goal. She could not help but feel amazed at Fang Yuan's ingenious thinking. Man is the spirit of all living beings, and their intelligence is limitless. To survive, it is normal to think of some strange methods. Let's sleep here tonight, Fang Yuan said, and after explaining a few tricks, he went into the crocodile's stomach alone. Then he rolled inside, and the 6-legged crocodile's body smoothly approached a beast trap tree. Whoosh! The nearest vine immediately sprang out, as fast as a shadow. 2 leaves opened wide, and after swallowing the crocodile's body, they firmly merged together. Then the vine twisted and slowly lifted the heavy leaves to the top of the tree. Go to sleep, We still have to hurry tomorrow." The leaves on the top of the tree rustled, and Fang Yuan's voice came out. Bai Ningbing was stunned on the spot, looking at this scene, dumbfounded. After a while, she came to her senses. The sun had completely set, and darkness enveloped the area. The night wind blew gently, passing through the forest, making a whimpering sound. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and followed Fang Yuan's example, entering the crocodile's stomach and rolling to the beast trap tree. Almost at the next moment, she felt an external force attacking her, causing the crocodile's body to shake violently. After another wave of shaking, she felt herself rising slowly. Finally, the rising force stopped. Bai Ningbing was lying in the crocodile's stomach, and the crocodile was lying flat on the leaves. She looked outside, and through the gaps between the leaves, she could see the stars in the sky. The surroundings were quiet, and the stars were bright, as if mischievous children were winking at her. "The sky is full of stars. Our luck is not bad. Tomorrow will be a good day." Fang Yuan's voice came from outside. Bai Ningbing didn't reply. She shifted her body to make herself more comfortable, but the ice-cold crocodile's body still gave her a chill. At the same time, a sweet smell entered her nose. Bai Ningbing was not surprised. According to Fang Yuan's instructions, this was the beast trap tree starting to secrete acid. But this acid needed at least 3 months to corrode the crocodile's body. Bai Ningbing hid in the crocodile's body and was temporarily safe. "Right, I should use the crocodile's strength, goo first, then rest." Bai Ningbing thought in her heart, but her eyelids were as heavy as a mountain and gradually closed. Almost instantly, she fell into a deep sleep. She was too tired, first drifting for 5 days and 5 nights, and then fighting with the crocodile group. In the battle, she surpassed the limits of her physical strength and dug out a portion of her potential. Maybe it was also because she had transformed into a female body, but Fang Yuan's intentional or unintentional pressure made her physically and mentally exhausted. Fang Yuan, however, did not sleep. He lay in the crocodile's body and called out Tusita flower, taking out some cotton clothes and cloak. He divided them into 2 parts, placing one under his body and the other on his body. Even though it was torturous, after this arrangement, there was a sense of warmth. The crocodile's body seemed to have turned into a comfortable bed of leaves. Fang Yuan still had some energy left, so he closed his eyes and sank into his mind, activating his primeval essence to nourish his aperture. Although he did not have the liquor worm, which increased his primeval essence, but Fang Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and with the help of his great aptitude, his nourishing time was greatly increased. His primeval sea surged, rising and falling like tides, and waves washed against the aperture's 4 walls. Every time he consumed a bit, it would be replenished immediately. Even if he nourished his aperture for an entire night, it would not be a problem to consume his primeval essence. But Fang Yuan did not do so. Nourishing his aperture could not replace sleep. After midnight, he stopped cultivating and closed his eyes to sleep. Chapter 210. The sun was high in the sky, and the clouds were white. The sun shone on the earth, and the yellow dragon river flowed. The dense forest beside the river formed a sea of green. On the treetops of the beast-trapping trees, vines climbed, and 8 or 9 leaf cages stood tall like clams. Suddenly, one of the cages shook violently. Poof! A bright red crescent blade shot out from inside, piercing through the leaves. A young girl, wearing a light-colored robe and covered in a layer of white armor, came out of the leaf cage. She was agile, and the tips of her feet tapped on the branches a few times. She leaped continuously and finally landed safely on the ground. It was Bai Ningbing. During the entire process, the beast-trapping tree did not move at all, and was deathly still. Bai Ningbing looked at the beast-trapping tree, and couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan's words yesterday. For any prey that escapes, the beast-trapping tree will not attack again. This is because any beast that escapes is not something that the beast-trapping tree can deal with. Although the beast-trapping tree has no intelligence, this evolved instinct makes it more adaptable to survival. Achoo! Bai Ningbing couldn't help but sneeze. She rubbed her nose and looked around, sizing up the surroundings. In this beast-trapping tree forest, most of the tree crowns had leaf cages raised high, like green shells. It seems that the smell of blood on the shore attracted many wild beasts. The beast-trapping tree had a good harvest last night. Bai Ningbing thought to herself as she moved her limbs and shook her head. She slept very uncomfortably last night. The crocodile's corpse was hard, and the night was cold. Although she was extremely tired, she woke up a few times from the cold. As a result, she had dark circles under her eyes, and her spirit was not good. But after a night of cultivation, her strength had recovered by more than half. At this moment, she purposely stood in a sunny place and used the sunlight to dispel the cold in her body. "Bai Ningbing, let me out." A voice came. It was Fang Yuan. He didn't need the earth communication ear grass to hear the commotion. Bai Ningbing looked at another beast-trapping tree. On the crown of this tree, the leaf cage that swallowed Fang Yuan was still in the same place. She smiled to herself, but didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested, bathing in the sunlight and delaying on purpose. After more than a quarter of an hour, she shot out a blood-red crescent blade and cut the vines. The shell-like leaves bumped against the tree trunk and finally fell to the ground. Bai Ningbing slowly walked closer, activating a blood moon goo and cutting the leaves. Only then did Fang Yuan come out. "Why are you so late?" "I woke up a long time ago and even cultivated for a while." Fang Yuan's face was ruddy, and he was in high spirits. The clothes and cloak he had taken out last night had already been put away. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted. Fang Yuan's current state was out of her expectations. She had thought that Fang Yuan was like her, that he didn't sleep well, that he was cold and hungry. Thus, he deliberately delayed and tortured him a little more. He didn't expect Fang Yuan to be in such a good state. "It's getting late. We still have to travel today. Let's eat first." Fang Yuan spat out the tusita flour and took out the coal, the iron frame, the iron pot, the water bottle, the dry biscuit, and the rest. He moved quickly and quickly cooked a pot of meat soup. Then he searched the area and picked a large bunch of tree mushrooms from the moss on the beast-trap tree's trunk. These tree mushrooms were thin and shriveled, with a dark purple or black color. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan placing the tree mushrooms into the pot and questioned, "Wild plants can't be eaten carelessly. They might contain poison." "Yes, you're right." Fang Yuan nodded. "You can choose not to eat them." Bai Ningbing coldly laughed. "You're poisoned. I don't have any healing goo worms." Fang Yuan's face was indifferent as he took out a spoon and drank a big mouthful of the meat soup under Bai Ningbing's gaze. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted. Only when Fang Yuan drank 5 to 6 mouthfuls of the meat soup did she confirm that there was no danger in the soup. Taking the spoon and drinking, her eyes shone. This meat soup was much better than yesterday. It had a fresh taste. Her gaze moved to the tree mushrooms floating on the surface of the meat soup. Obviously, the difference was because of this tree mushroom. She could not help but size up Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sitting on a rock, drinking soup and eating biscuits with his head lowered, looking spirited. Even though they slept in the same environment, when Bai Ningbing compared herself to this dispirited state, she could not help but feel a trace of admiration that even she did not want to admit. Of course, if she knew that Fang Yuan secretly took out his cloak and clothes to keep himself warm, she would definitely have a different feeling. Fang Yuan felt Bai Ningbing's gaze on him, but he did not raise his head, only smiling faintly, pretending not to notice, and continuing to eat and drink. Ever since the battle on Qingmao Mountain, when Bai Ningbing took the initiative to save him, Fang Yuan could feel the pure demonic nature in her body. Demons are crazy, unreasonable, and stubborn on their own path. Bai Ningbing's demonic nature made Fang Yuan see the value in her. But Bai Ningbing was also a complicated person. On one hand, she was pure and immature. With a new life, the problem of the northern dark ice soul physique was temporarily solved. So she did not want to give up, loved life, and was not willing to die. But on the other hand, her demonic nature was awe-inspiring, and she pursued excitement, so she had an unparalleled free and easy personality. She was not afraid of death, and if death was exciting enough, she would definitely die calmly. Such a person was like a young dragon, full of curiosity towards the world, untamed and wild. She had her own path, her own ambition and aspiration. Bai Ningbing had not grown into a demon and could only be considered a demon child. But she was a true demon, and her path could not be changed, and her direction could not be changed, and it was even more impossible to make her submit. True demons were only loyal to themselves and worshipped in the darkness alone, walking their own path. True demons could respect others, but they could never submit to others. True demons were their own kings, supreme and unsurpassed. Fang Yuan understood Bai Ningbing because Fang Yuan understood himself. He knew that Bai Ningbing would never submit to him, but not submitting did not mean that he could not subdue her. Not being able to change her path did not mean that he could not make use of her. If Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation, he naturally would not need Bai Ningbing. But now, he was only rank 1 initial stage, and Bai Ningbing's value was very high. But to subdue her and make use of her, he needed to spend some effort. Bai Ningbing was intelligent and proud, and could not be forced. He could only use some small matters or external forces to slowly grind away at her character. Secretly taking out some clothes to keep warm was not because Fang Yuan was petty. Earlier, when Bai Ningbing purposely delayed, Fang Yuan did not pursue the matter, but it was not because he was magnanimous. To subdue Bai Ningbing, it will take a long time. But there is no need to be anxious. Let's take it slow. I also need time to recover my cultivation. After the two had their fill, it was already noon. The ground was filled with the footprints of wild beasts. They continued their journey. With Bai Ningbing leading the way, they walked towards the southeast direction of the forest. The deeper they went, the taller the trees in the forest. Earlier, the beast trap trees were only 3 to 4 meters tall, but gradually, trees that were 5 to 6 meters tall appeared. Occasionally, a 7 to 8 meter tall tree king would appear, like a crane among a flock of chickens. Of course, there were also withered tree trunks that fell to the ground, covered with thick moss. Or, at certain joints, there were small green sprouts. Or there were broken trees that were split into 2 by lightning, displaying the might of heaven and earth. These huge creatures grew densely here, covering the sky and covering the sun. The deeper they went, the colder they felt. The strong sunlight was blocked by the lush leaves that formed the walls and could only pass through a small gap, allowing some mottled light and shadows to enter. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled, the light and shadows swayed, like shattered gold. The forest was not peaceful. Occasionally, they would see deer, foxes, rabbits, and other animals scurrying about. Most of them were birds, all kinds of birds, some in groups of 3 to 5, some in groups either flying in the sky or standing on the branches and leaves, competing with each other's voices. Occasionally, the roar of a tiger could be heard from afar. The two of them walked and stopped at times. Relying on the earth communication ear grass, Fang Yuan avoided many dangers. But some places could not be avoided, and they had to rely on Bai Ningbing's battle strength to force their way through. Rank 3 cultivation was enough to deal with the normal problems in the wild. Night fell again, and Fang Yuan found a safe campsite. This was a rocky hill. Bai Ningbing was extremely tired. Even if it was a hard rock, she would fall asleep the moment she laid down. When she woke up the next day, her whole body felt uncomfortable, and her head could not move properly, evidently suffering from a stiff neck. Moreover, her sneezing became more frequent. Evidently the cold had entered her body. Fang Yuan saw this, but continued on his way. The two of them walked very slowly because they lacked a movement gu. Previously, Fang Yuan had the 1,000-li earthwolf spider, while Bai Ningbing had the white form immortal snake gu. They were both gu used for transportation, and both were rank 5. Unfortunately, one died and the other escaped. But Fang Yuan was not impatient, his cultivation was weak, and he needed time to cultivate. Every day, he would travel in the day, and even if it was time to rest, he would make use of every minute and second, cultivating nonstop. At night, he would usually cultivate deep into the night. A few days later, Bai Ningbing fell sick, catching a cold. Her head was dizzy, her battle strength fell sharply, and her whole body heated up. Fang Yuan could only stop and take out the Tusita flower's medicinal herbs, giving them to her. He also applied some ointment on her body. It was burning hot and could remove the moisture in her body. After resting for 6 days, Bai Ningbing finally recovered. This illness was a huge blow to her head. During this period, there were a few times when she was dizzy, her limbs weak, and she could not even apply the ointment. In the end, it was Fang Yuan who helped her. If not for Fang Yuan, I might not have survived. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart after recovering. Even if she was extremely unwilling to admit it, it was the truth. In the past, her tone was firm and her mouth was fierce. But after this incident, her words became less, and she was often silent. Sometimes they would travel for half a day without speaking a word. Her words became less, and naturally, Fang Yuan's authority increased. In this way, he slowly became the leader of the two. Chapter 211. 8th segment. Xian Yuan Divine Chicken Time passed. Half a month later, Bai Ningbing had lost a lot of weight, but her whole body exuded a vigorous aura. She was even more spirited, her blue eyes looking around, and from time to time a bright light flashed. No doubt, she had adapted to this wandering life and learned many things from it. Fang Yuan was clear. Although Bai Ningbing was quiet, it did not mean she admitted defeat. She had a strong will in her heart, learning seriously and trying hard to adapt. Occasionally, she would give some rebuttals, although shallow, they were no longer immature. Fang Yuan could feel that Bai Ningbing was improving every day, but this situation was not out of his expectations. It was not easy to subdue Bai Ningbing. Any true demon had a strong will to resist. Under the hot sun, the two hid in the bushes, carefully observing this valley. In the valley, there was a huge crocodile sleeping soundly. This was a lava crocodile. It was the size of 3 elephants stacked on top of each other. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick legs supported its majestic body. Its crocodile tail gave off a metallic luster and was 10 meters long. What was especially eye-catching were the 2 protrusions on its back, as if they were 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 plumes of black smoke came out of the volcanoes, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. This lava crocodile is a 1,000-beast king. The risk of killing it is too high. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. On the 1,000-beast king's body, there was a wild rank 3 gu worm. Together with the beast king's strong physique, even a rank 3 peak stage gu master would have a hard time winning one-on-one. Riches come from danger. It is not easy to find a crocodile in the forest. The crocodile strength goo needs crocodile meat to feed, but it has already been consumed by more than half. Let's test it out first. Fang Yuan said. The lava crocodile group lived underground, and only the Beast King had the ability to drill out of the ground to breathe in the fresh and moist air and enjoy the scorching sun. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and stood up. Ever since she got the crocodile strength goo, she had been using it. Right now, her strength had increased greatly, but she was still a distance away from the power of a crocodile. The lava crocodile king was in a deep slumber. When Bai Ningbing was 50 steps away from it, it suddenly opened its scarlet gold eyes. Pucci, it slowly propped up its body, turned its head, and breathed out 2 streams of hot air from its nostrils. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. Even after activating the sky canopy goo, she could still feel a scorching aura assaulting her. She didn't take out the chainsaw golden centipede. Instead, she swung her hand and shot out a blood-colored crescent blade. The third advancement, Moon Blade, hit the lava crocodile's back, slicing off a few pieces of its thick armor and successfully enraging the lava crocodile king. It aimed at Bai Ningbing, opened its huge mouth, and spat out a dark red lava fireball. The lava fireball was the size of a millstone. Bai Ningbing did not dare to receive it and dodged it. Boom! The lava fireball drew a trajectory in the air and smashed into the mountain rock. Amidst the sound of the explosion, rocks flew everywhere, and flames flew everywhere. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky and gradually dissipated. At the location of the explosion, there was a huge crater. Dark red lava flowed inside, and outside the crater, gradually cooling down. Rank 3 lava explosion goo. Fang Yuan looked at this scene and immediately understood in his heart. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan threw a rope from the mountain wall and pulled Bai Ningbing up. The lava crocodile king roared a few times, but did not pursue. After Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's figures disappeared, it laid on the ground again, closing its eyes and enjoying the sunlight. This was because Bai Ningbing's attacks were mainly probing. The lava crocodile king did not feel that she was a threat. It only treated her as a wild beast that trespassed its territory and chased her away. This lava crocodile king has a total of 3 goo worms living in it. One is the lava explosion goo, one is the flame stomach goo, and the last is the accumulating ash goo. All 3 are rank 3 goo worms. Attack, defense, healing, the 3 most basic aspects are covered. After leaving the valley, Fang Yuan summarized on the way. Bai Ningbing frowned. She had personally probed earlier and knew that killing this crocodile king was extremely difficult, almost impossible. Forget about that lava explosion goo. The blood moon goo cannot break through the flame stomach goo's defense. We can only use the chainsaw golden centipede to fight in close combat. But if we break through the flame stomach like this, the chainsaw golden centipede will be crippled. These days we have used it to open a path, and its silver edges are already damaged. Even if we break through the flame stomach goo's defense, the lava crocodile king still has the accumulating ash goo to heal itself. Its stamina is definitely more than both of us combined, and we will definitely lose if we fight a long battle. More importantly, it can drill into the ground and return to its nest. We have no ability to stop it from returning. Bai Ningbing said. Fang Yuan nodded. Your analysis is reasonable, but I want to kill it even more. The accumulating ash goo feeds on ashes and is easy to raise. It is a very suitable healing goo worm for us. Humph, goo worms are good, but we need to be alive to enjoy them. You may have the yang goo, but don't think of commanding me to risk my life to fight. Bai Ningbing snorted. We can't fight it with force, but we can outsmart it. If it were other wild beasts, it would be fine. But with this lava crocodile king, We can attract other beast kings and cause them to fight. Then we can reap the benefits. Fang Yuan said. He did not want to give up because of the difficulty. Creating a possibility from the impossible was his favorite thing to do. If it were other fierce beasts on the surface, unless they had just migrated, they would have their own territory. They knew each other's existence, and there would be no hope of them fighting. But the lava crocodile king was different. Normally, it lived underground and would occasionally drill up to the surface to get some fresh air. It was like a fish in the deep sea, jumping out of the sea. Its existence was not known by other beast kings. It could only be considered a stowaway. Other than beast kings like the lightning leakin, most beast kings did not have high intelligence. As long as a beast king was attracted, they would feel a threat to their lives and start fighting. By the time both of them were heavily injured, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would be able to take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan's words made Bai Ningbing's eyes brighten. She nodded. We don't have a movement goo. This method is still risky. But compared to fighting the lava crocodile king, there is a higher chance of success. We can give it a try. Similar to human society, wild beasts also had their own territories. Powerful beast kings often led herds of beasts and occupied areas with abundant natural resources, like humans forming a mountain village and occupying a spirit spring. Between forces, there were bound to be borders. As long as they explored in other directions, they would naturally find something. For the next 5 days, Fang and Bai explored with the lava crocodile king as the center. The northwest direction was where they came from, so there was no need to explore further. Going around the valley, in the southeast direction, they found a white ape beast group. The leader was an old white ape, 1,000 beast king. The white ape's speed was very fast, and on the way, they would be caught and surrounded by the white apes. Thus, they immediately gave up on this plan. In the southwest direction, there was a rotting swamp with an overwhelming stench. This was the world of poisonous beasts. Venomous snakes coiled under the withered tree roots. Fist-sized venomous beasts fluttered around, and a black spider the size of a wash basin sat on a spider web that was as big as a piece of paper. From the center of the swamp, there was a frog's cry that sounded like thunder. Fang Yuan deduced that the master of this swamp was a healing goo, poison-swallowing frog. It was rank 4, small in size, and fed on poison. If a goo master was poisoned, they could use it to swallow the poison, and it would have a healing effect. Its movement speed was not good, but to go deep into the swamp and lure it out was even harder. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not have a healing goo. If they were bitten by the poisonous beasts, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, it was very difficult to find a small poison-swallowing frog in such a huge swamp. The two finally found a beehive the size of a house in the northeast direction. Inside lived a terrifyingly large insect group, frenzy needle bees. This bee group was not to be trifled with. Once a frenzy needle bee becomes a goo, its stinger would have the ability to pierce. That is to say, even if Bai Ningbing used the sky canopy goo's white armor to protect herself, the rank 3 frenzy needle bees would still pierce through. The night wind howled. The wind entered the cave, causing the bonfire in the cave to flicker. This was a small mound, and they found a cave inside. This cave's location was not ideal. Firstly, it was not facing away from the wind, and the wind blew straight into the cave, bringing with it a deep chill at night. Secondly, the roof of the cave was open like a patio, and one could see the stars in the night sky. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were silent, sitting around the bonfire. Fang Yuan was expressionless, while Bai Ningbing sighed in disappointment. We have explored the surroundings these days, and although your idea is good, there is no suitable target. It seems we can only give up on the lava crocodile king. Man proposes, God disposes. We do not have enough strength and can only rely on luck. Forget it. I wanted to raise the crocodile strength goo. But now, it seems that killing the lava crocodile king is not realistic. We will set off tomorrow and continue towards Baigu Mountain. Fang Yuan nodded helplessly. But at this time, suddenly, the lava crocodile king's furious roar could be heard from outside. What's going on? It's that lava crocodile king. The two looked at each other and immediately walked out of the cave, looking into the distance. They saw that in the valley, rainbow lights were shining and flames were rising, emitting an imposing aura. In the dazzling rainbow lights, a golden pheasant the size of a small hill appeared. Its comb was like gold, standing tall. The feathers on its body shone with a myriad of colors, constantly changing and shining. Not good. It's the Xian Yuan divine pheasant, a myriad beast king level bird. The lava crocodile king is in trouble. Fang Yuan immediately said, Xian Yuan divine pheasant. Bai Ningbing was puzzled. This is a solitary myriad beast king, flying in the sky and landing on the ground when hunting. Divine pheasants are rare and are scattered all over the world. All kinds of rainbow goo live on their bodies. Once they fight, the sky will be filled with rainbow lights, and the rainbow will be dazzling. Sigh, there is no hope for the lava crocodile king. Let's quickly retreat. This divine pheasant's vision is extremely sharp, like an eagle's. If it discovers us and attacks us, it will be very bad. Saying so, Fang Yuan retreated into the cave. Chapter 212. About half an hour later, the lava crocodile king let out a final scream and went silent. Then Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing heard the sound of Xian Yuan divine chickens pecking at their food. However, the Xian Yuan divine pheasant had a huge appetite. One lava crocodile king wasn't enough to satisfy its appetite. That night, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not sleep. After the screams of the lava crocodile king, they heard the wails of the white ape, the cries of the poison-swallowing frog, and the buzzing of the swarm of bees. Most importantly, it was the divine Xian Yuan pheasant's resonant cry. At dawn, the Xian Yuan divine rooster flew away. In the sky, it drew out a colorful rainbow of light. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing only dared to walk out of the cave when they saw the tail of the rainbow completely dissipate in the sky. The two of them arrived at the original valley. The valley was already beyond recognition, and more than half of it had collapsed. The lava crocodile king's belly flipped up as it laid on the ground, dead as a doornail. Its belly was pecked open by the Xian Yuan divine rooster, and its flesh and internal organs were all devoured. All that was left was a broken skeleton supporting the dark red crocodile skin. The two searched for a while. Soon, they found pieces of red glass shards. This was the remains of the flame, stomach goo. Evidently, the lava crocodile king activated the flame stomach goo's defense, but it was forcefully destroyed by the Xian Yuan divine pheasant, causing the flame stomach goo to be destroyed. As for the other lava explosion goo and accumulating ash goo, they were nowhere to be seen. That was not surprising. Once the host died, the goo worms living on the wild beasts would leave on their own as if they had lost their home, roaming around again. The accumulating ash goo was an ideal healing goo. It was most suitable for Fang Yuan's current situation. But things don't always go your way. Not getting the accumulating ash goo was within Fang Yuan's expectations. However, it wasn't as if they didn't gain anything. There was still some flesh left in the lava crocodile king's corpse. The Xian Yuan celestial chicken had eaten a big portion, but it still left some leftovers for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing worked hard for the whole morning, cutting up the crocodile meat and storing it in the tusita flour. This crocodile meat is enough to feed the crocodile strength goo for another 3 months. Let's go check out other places. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing arrived at the territory of the white apes. Groups of white apes frolicked and played in the originally dense and flourishing forest. Broken trees were everywhere, and the white apes' severed limbs were mixed among them. Some old, weak, and young white apes were guarding the corpses of their relatives. They were wailing, and the whole forest was filled with a sad and miserable atmosphere. Last night, the Xianyuan divine rooster had brought disaster to this group of thousands of white apes. Now, there were only 200 or 300 of them left, and a few hundred beast king, level white apes were injured. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. This is the moment when the white apes are at their weakest. Should we make a move? Fang Yuan stopped her. It wasn't that he pitied these white apes, but he knew that, in a way, the white apes were even more dangerous now. Soldiers who mourn are bound to win. Don't provoke these white apes. If you provoke them, they will attack furiously and won't rest until they kill us. Even though those 100 beast kings are injured, they're not something you can handle alone. Bai Ningbing heard this and glanced at Fang Yuan, giving up on the idea of making a move. The two arrived at the rotten swamp in the southwest direction. The swamp had become unrecognizable, turned upside down by the Xianyuan divine rooster. The living environment was greatly damaged, and the swamp's power was reshuffled. Although the divine rooster had flown away, the swamp was not peaceful. All kinds of poisonous creatures were fighting and running around. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood at the edge of the swamp, and in a short while they saw 3 battles from afar. One was a battle between 2 colorful poisonous snakes, and in the end, one swallowed the other. But not long after, a scorpion the size of a crab came and killed the poisonous snake. The second battle was between a poisonous powder moth and a blue toad. The battle suddenly erupted, and the toad swallowed the moth into its stomach. But a moment later, the moth suffocated in the toad's stomach, and the toad was also poisoned to death. The third battle was between a black spider the size of a basin, rolling out of the mud. The surface of its body was covered with ants. After a while, the ants won and devoured the spider. Seeing this chaotic scene, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Finally, they arrived at the nest of the frenzy needle bees. The house-sized nest had already collapsed. The surroundings were quiet. Not a single frenzy needle bee was left. The two walked closer. Soon, a sesame-like fragrance entered Bai Ningbing's nose. She sniffed. What is the smell? It is the smell of a beehive. Frenzy needle bees do not make honey, but their beehive is an excellent goo refinement material. At the same time, it is also a type of food that can be eaten by humans. Fang Yuan said, as he pried open a part of the beehive. Crack! The beehive fragment was dark yellow. Under Bai Ningbing's curious gaze, he placed the beehive into his mouth, crushed it in one bite, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. The taste of the beehive reminded him of the taste of biscuits on Earth, fragrant and crispy. But there was no doubt that this natural food was much better than biscuits. It had a hint of sweetness, but was not greasy at all, instead giving off a refreshing feeling. The taste is good. Bai Ningbing also pried open a piece and ate it, immediately feeling her mouth salivate. The sweet taste made her frown unconsciously relax. We are almost finished with our salted meat and biscuits. Why don't we collect some beehives and put them in your tusita flour? Bai Ningbing suggested. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, his expression somewhat worried. I have the same intention, but we need to move quickly. You are worried that the lava crocodile king and the white ape's corpse will attract other fierce beasts. Don't worry, there is no wind today. It will take some time to attract other wild beasts. This period of time is enough for us to squander. Bai Ningbing smiled. Fang Yuan shook his head, but just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Buzz, 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 The sound of the swarm of bees flying rapidly reached their ears. Bai Ningbing followed the sound and looked at the sky, only to see a dark cloud formed by countless frenzy needle wasps. They were killing the two of them. Although the frenzy needle wasp's nest was pushed down by the Xian Yuan divine pheasant, and the most delicious part of the nest was eaten. But not many of the frenzy needle wasps were killed. The frenzy needle wasps could not cause any harm to the Xian Yuan divine pheasant. After the latter ate and drank to its heart's content, it did not waste any energy to kill these insignificant little things. The frenzy needle wasp's home was destroyed, and their intelligence was low, so they began to chase after the Xian Yuan divine pheasant. But after the Xian Yuan divine pheasant flew into the sky, they could not catch it, so they could only return to their nest and prepare to rebuild their home. Then they saw two youths standing in their home, eating their beehives. Under such circumstances, what was there to hesitate about? Their anger towards the Xian Yuan divine pheasant was completely transferred to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At once, countless frenzy needle wasps flapped their wings, and like millions of raindrops, rapidly descended. Bai Ningbing was stunned, still not running. Fang Yuan turned around and ran, spreading his legs. With this reminder, Bai Ningbing also turned around and chased after Fang Yuan. The frenzy needle wasps chased closely behind them. Fang Yuan ran in front, while Bai Ningbing fell behind. They did not have movement goo worms, and Bai Ningbing was quickly caught by the frenzy needle wasps. Bam, bam, bam. Bai Ningbing activated the sky canopy goo, and the white light armor shook. In an instant, he suffered over 1,000 attacks. The frenzy needle wasp's stinger was like steel and iron, very hard. Together with their high speed, they were no less than a rain of arrows. The huge quantity caused a qualitative change. Bai Ningbing's primeval C continued to fall. The frenzy needle wasp's attacks could not be underestimated. What was more troublesome was that several of the frenzy needle wasps had already become goo. The rank 3 frenzy needle wasps had the ability to penetrate, and even the sky canopy goo could not defend against it. Bai Ningbing's back soon had several bloody holes, causing her to groan in pain. Her running speed was stimulated, and she actually broke through her usual limits. Bai Ningbing had never thought that one day she would be able to run so fast on foot. Mountain rocks and trees seemed to be crashing towards her. She had no choice but to focus all her attention. Once she tripped on something, the frenzy needle wasps would immediately surround her. Under the group attack, she would definitely die. With Bai Ningbing sharing the pressure, Fang Yuan's situation was much better. He activated his primeval essence and poured it into the back armor goo on his back. The skin on his back was uneven and slightly bulged, turning into a thick and hard crocodile skin armor. Ordinary frenzy needle wasps could not hit the crocodile skin armor. As for the Fubi goo, they were all attracted to Bai Ningbing. After running for another 7 minutes, the frenzy needle wasps were still in hot pursuit. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were panting, and their speed started to slow down. "We're saved, there's a lake in front." As the situation became more dangerous, Fang Yuan suddenly shouted. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. The trees gradually became fewer, and a blue and white watery light appeared, mixed in with the green color, increasing in number. The two rushed out of the forest, and a lake appeared in front of them. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, and with a splash, he jumped into the lake. Bai Ningbing followed closely behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The frenzy needle wasps locked onto them, and also shot into the water. The white armor on Bai Ningbing's body shook intensely, and in an instant, she suffered a large number of attacks. She bit her lips in pain, and her hands paddled, trying her best to dive deeper into the water. After a while, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing came ashore from another place. The beehive smell on their bodies had already been washed away. Looking at their original location, there were still large numbers of frenzied needle wasps circling in the air, attacking the water surface from time to time. The frenzied needle wasps were small in size, but they were very agile. Even if they fell into the lake temporarily, as long as they did not go too deep, they could fly back up. Damn it! Bai Ningbing cursed softly. Her heart still had lingering fear. Her expression was very unsightly, be it Xian, Yuan Divine, Pheasant, White Ape Group, or Frenzy Needle Wasps. She could not deal with any of them. If she had been discovered by Xian, Yuan Divine, Pheasant last night, she would have become its food. Rank 3 cultivation in this cruel world of nature was only at the bottom. I've had enough. When can we reach Baigu Mountain? Be quiet. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He half squatted and pointed at the remains of a bonfire on the shore. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned. Undoubtedly, this was left behind by someone else. Chapter 2:13. The lake was calm, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Having just escaped the frenzied needlebee's pursuit, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's mood was heavy. In front of them, there was a trace indicating that someone had started a fire to roast meat at this location. Earth communication, ear grass. Fang Yuan willed, and ginseng roots grew out of his ears. The ginseng roots dropped down and rooted into the ground, causing Fang Yuan's hearing to increase sharply. After listening for a while, his expression relaxed, not discovering anyone hiding in the surroundings. Then, he walked up to the remains of the bonfire and reached out to rub the ashes. He did not let go of any other clues. This bonfire was started half a month ago. The person was alone and should not be nearby. After a while, Fang Yuan reported the results of his investigation. Alone, Clan Gu masters travel in groups of at least 5 people. It seems this person is a demonic Gu master. Bai Ningbing frowned, sighing. If it was a Clan Gu master, they were all righteous, and there was a possibility of interaction. If it was a demonic Gu master, once they met, it would be a battle. Such a scene was not because righteous people are usually kind, while demonic people are evil. But when they are alone, they would show their true nature. In the wilderness, there were no restrictions, so they could act without worries. Righteous Gu masters usually travel in groups. Thus, when dealing with matters, they would consider the opinions of the people around them and act closer to the normal social norms. Demonic Gu masters usually travel alone, with high vigilance and a strong sense of danger. Without anyone to rely on, they would first ensure their own safety. This was not good news for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. If they met a righteous Clan Gu master, they could still avoid fighting. But if they met a demonic Gu master, a battle was unavoidable, unless they showed great strength, causing the demonic Gu master to cower in fear. However, Gu masters who could travel alone in the wilderness were mostly rank 4 and had special methods. How many weaklings could there be? But Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one was a rank 3 rookie, while the other was a rank 1 initial stage. Without sufficient comprehensive Gu worms, walking in the forest could be said to be difficult, with dangers everywhere. If he met a demonic Gu master, he would definitely be in trouble. Fortunately, we discovered the traces of this bonfire in advance. Next, don't rush blindly. Take a rest first. At the very least, treat the injuries on your body, Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing nodded. With his reminder, she felt a dull pain in her back. Fang Yuan summoned the Tusita flower, took out some bandages and herbs, and gave most of them to Bai Ningbing. The carapace Gu's defensive area was small, and its practicality was barely satisfactory. But this time, it was a great help to Fang Yuan. Because Bai Ningbing attracted the majority of the attacks, the wounds on Fang Yuan's body were negligible. Fang Yuan quickly took care of his own matters and rushed over to help Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took off her clothes, revealing finger-sized bloody holes all over her back. It was a ghastly sight. Frenzy Needlebee goo was a rank 3 goo. They were numerous and had the ability to penetrate. It countered the sky canopy goo, but fortunately Bai Ningbing had used the ice mussels goo before. The 2 layers of defense combined to protect her life. Hiss hiss, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, taking in a deep breath from time to time, enduring the pain of treating her injuries. After a while, the injuries were treated. Fang Yuan placed the empty medicine jar and the remaining bandages back into the tusita flower. There isn't much medicine left, and so are the bandages. Even though we have been frugal, we have reused the bandages as much as possible. It seems we need to find a healing goo as soon as possible. Fang Yuan stood up, his expression solemn. Medicine would be used up eventually, and it was difficult to concoct them. So collecting them took time. If there was a healing goo, not only would the effects be much better, it would also consume primeval essence. Primeval essence could be recovered naturally. Comparing the two, it was clear which was better. But an ideal goo worm was hard to find. In fact, in this half a month, they had encountered many opportunities. But it was either they were not strong enough, or the environment did not allow it, and the conditions to capture it were not sufficient. We need to get a healing goo. But before that, I have a problem here. Bai Ningbing suddenly said, "What problem?" Fang Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows. Bai Ningbing was naked from the waist up. She turned around and pointed at her chest. "Here, it's these 2 lumps of rotten meat. They are too much of a hindrance. When I run, they are bouncing. When I fight, they are also a burden. I want to cut them off, but I am worried that the wound is too big, and without a healing goo, it will be even more troublesome." She was a genius of Bai clan, and had always been focused on cultivation, ignorant of other aspects, and did not pay attention to women. Although she had turned into a female body, she had been a male since young. Psychologically, she did not care and did not treat this body as something important. Anyway, she knew that the yang goo in Fang Yuan's hands could help her, and she felt that she would return to a male body sooner or later. Thus, Bai Ningbing had never treated herself as a woman. Fang Yuan expressionlessly glanced at her. "It will be troublesome to cut it off. You can bind your chest." "What is binding my chest?" Bai Ningbing asked. "It is using a bandage to wrap the chest, treating it like a wound, and fixing it in place," Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's expression was vexed and helpless, sighing, "Sigh, I can only do this for now." The sun gradually set in the west, and night fell. Wild beasts continuously came to the lake to drink water, and the 2 did not dare to stay by the lake for long. Not far away, Fang Yuan found a natural cave on the precipitous rock wall. Although the space was small, it was safe enough. After getting rid of the birds, this became their temporary residence. A few days later, Bai Ningbing's injuries gradually recovered. The 2 set off again, heading towards Baigu Mountain. But considering that mysterious demonic goo master along the way, Fang Yuan was extremely careful, constantly stopping and using the earth communication eargrass to scout the surroundings. On the 2nd day of their journey, his cautiousness reaped him some rewards. Under the tree, he found firewood that had been burnt to ashes. Evidently, it was done by that demonic goo master. On the 3rd day, they found traces of an intense battle beside a stream. The corpse of a huge green python lay there. The python meat on its body had been devoured clean by other beasts, leaving only its bones. The ground was filled with its scales, and the stream had changed its course. The surrounding trees were all broken and fallen, Fang Yuan observed carefully, and his tone relaxed. That demonic goo master once fought with the green python here. This is a 100-beast king-level green python, and such an intense battle. it seems that this demonic goo master's cultivation is only rank 3. But even so, Fang Yuan did not want to meet this demonic goo master. He would rather deal with those unintelligent wild beasts or goo worms. An intelligent goo master would make full use of every bit of strength. A rank 3 demonic goo master to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing was much more threatening than frenzy needle bees. But things did not go according to plan, and on that afternoon, the two found traces of the demonic goo master again. This demonic goo master is injured. There are pieces of flesh on the ground. It seems he was poisoned. Fang Yuan said, "On Earth, there were no pythons with poison. But in this world, it was extremely common." Bai Ningbing heard this, and her eyes brightened. No doubt, this was good news. The weaker the demonic goo master, the more advantageous it was for them. In the next few days, the traces left behind by the demonic goo master increased. With his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan deduced that they were getting closer to the injured demonic goo master. Be extra careful. We can deduce that the demonic goo master's injuries are getting worse, and the green python's poison has already corroded her body. But because of this, the demonic goo master's mentality is unstable, and it is easy for them to go to extremes. Fang Yuan reminded Bai Ningbing, if they were to fight, Bai Ningbing would be the leader. Fang Yuan's rank 1 initial stage cultivation was not enough. Their biggest advantage now was that the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. As the two moved forward, they became even more careful. Their speed became slower, and the distance they traveled became shorter and shorter. Finally, one afternoon, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. The ginseng whiskers on his ears shrunk to nothing. I found that demonic goo master. She is in that cave on her last breath. Just now, he heard the faint sound of human breathing in the cave. Take advantage of the enemy's weakness. Bai Ningbing wanted to fight, her eyes showing a fierce light. But she was stopped by Fang Yuan. Don't be impatient. Why do you need to fight? From the looks of it, in a few days, she will die from the poison. I see. Bai Ningbing's killing intent lessened. But at this time, the two of you outside, why are you still hiding? I've found you. A weak voice came from the cave. Hearing this voice, the demonic goo master inside was a woman. Fang Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. Don't you want my Yuan stone and goo worms? The voice came from the cave again. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing retreated even faster. Although the other party was weak, there was a sense of certainty in her tone. She must have made some arrangements in the cave, setting up a trap, and had no fear. Moreover, no one would be stupid enough to fight with a dying person. You want to leave after coming? Humph! How can there be such a good thing? Stay behind. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the cave. It's up to you. Fang Yuan's figure flickered, and he hit himself. Bai Ningbing snorted, activating the sky canopy goo and summoning the chainsaw golden centipede, facing the person. The two fought for 3 rounds, and the demonic female goo master was at a disadvantage. She was a middle-aged woman, not wearing shoes, and had a pair of big bare feet. Thick black hair grew on the soles and back of her feet. Her face and arms were covered in a strange green color. It was caused by the green python's poison. After a while, the demonic female goo master was slowly losing. She suddenly stepped on the ground and shot back into the cave. Bai Ningbing chased closely. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Fang Yuan quickly reminded, but it was too late. Bam! A loud sound, and the ground under Bai Ningbing's feet suddenly exploded. Her whole body was blown away. Chapter 214. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose. Bai Ningbing was on the ground from the explosion, but with a flip, she stood up again. She had the sky canopy goo's protection, and was unharmed, but the sky canopy goo in her aperture was shaken and the white armor on her body dimmed. What is this? Bai Ningbing cursed, focusing her gaze. At the location of the explosion, there was a small crater with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. In the cave, the demonic female, Goo Master, laughed proudly. Good. I didn't kill you this time. Little girl, if you have the guts, come again? Humph, Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Although she was furious, she was not an impulsive person. The explosion just now was protected by the sky canopy goo. But if it were to happen a few more times, the sky canopy goo would be destroyed. What method was that just now? An explosive attack came from underground. If I leave the ground, would I be able to avoid that attack? Bai Ningbing thought in her heart. She was not stupid, although she was ignorant in other aspects. She was extremely sharp and intelligent in battle. I don't have a flying goo, and even if I jump, I will still touch the ground. No, I don't have to attack. This guy's words just now were obviously to provoke me into attacking. Hee hee. Thinking of this, Bai Ningbing laughed sinisterly. Do you think you will be safe if you hide in the cave? As long as I guard the entrance, you won't have to worry about not coming out. Ha ha ha. Then go on and guard. I have already prepared a large amount of food. The wind and rain are strong in the outer sect. Let's see who can outlast the other. The demonic female, Goo Master, immediately retorted. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. The more time passed, the more advantageous it was for her. Because this demonic female, Goo Master, was poisoned by the green python. The longer she stayed, the weaker she would get. But at this time, Fang Yuan cupped his fists towards the demonic female, Goo Master. We met in the wilderness. We were just passing by. Sigh, making things difficult for you is making things difficult for ourselves. Let's hope we never meet again. Goodbye. Saying so, he turned and left. Why are you leaving? She is only a rank 3 Goo Master. As long as we understand that explosion method, we will win. Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. You are also a 3rd rank. I am only a 1st rank. It's more important for us to hurry on with our journey. Don't get into so much trouble. It's better to be safe than sorry. Bai Ningbing was stunned for a moment before she realized that Fang Yuan was performing. Although she didn't know what Fang Yuan was planning, based on her understanding of him, Bai Ningbing still chose to cooperate with Fang Yuan. She purposely said angrily, You're always so timid. Sigh, forget it, I'll spare your life. She looked deeply at the demonic female, Goo Master, not concealing her killing intent. Soon after, she followed Fang Yuan into the forest, out of the demonic female, Goo Master's vision. After pulling away enough distance, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. That explosion of hers isn't something to worry about. She didn't use it when she fought me just now. It was not until she retreated into the cave, and I stepped on the spot that the explosion occurred. I guessed that she was a goo worm that was buried in advance, but it couldn't be moved. We can lure a group of wild beasts and use them to attack the cave, testing her methods. These words revealed Bai Ningbing's battle prowess without a doubt, but Fang Yuan laughed, asking in reply, and then Bai Ningbing was stunned. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with brilliance. According to what you said, we lure a group of wild beasts to test her methods, but so what? Force her into a desperate situation. She knows she has no chance of survival and will fight to the death, pulling someone down with her. Even if we manage to keep our lives, we will suffer losses. Moreover, even if we defeat her in the end, she will definitely have the thought of letting us get nothing and destroy all the goo worms in her hands. A Goo Master only needs a thought to destroy their own goo worms. We don't have any targeted methods. If we kill her, we won't be able to get her goo worms. So what's the point? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. Earlier, They were on guard against this demonic goo master because they were afraid of her sneak attack and to protect themselves. But when the two of them discovered this demonic goo master's true strength, their intentions naturally changed. He would kill this weak demonic goo master and obtain her goo worms to strengthen himself. There were many types of wild goo worms, but there were too few that were suitable and easy to feed. The goo worms on a goo master's body would definitely be carefully selected by their owner and would definitely consider all aspects. If they could get it, it would be much more reliable than capturing wild goo worms. But very few people could take all the goo worms after killing the enemy, other than the losses during battle. The goo master could make the goo worms self-destruct with just a thought. Many defeated people, as long as they had enough time to react, would not leave their goo worms for their enemies. It was not hard to kill this demonic goo master, but it was not easy to take all the goo worms on her body. "Don't you have a plunder goo?" Bai Ningbing suddenly asked. "A plunder goo has too little effect. It can deal with wild beasts, but against a goo master, there are harsh conditions to succeed." Fang Yuan shook his head. Bai Ningbing suddenly thought of something and said worriedly, "If we leave like this, we might end up overreaching ourselves and let her escape easily. What should we do?" Fang Yuan laughed and said with a firm tone, "In the short term, she will not escape. Righteous goo masters, no matter if it was a clan inheritance or a sect, they would go through a certain level of nurturing and have higher qualities. But demonic goo masters were often mixed in good and bad. Some were traitors of the righteous path, fugitives. These people had gone through training and had the foundation of a goo master. And some were farmers, hunters, who had opened their aperture by chance and obtained some inheritance, and could be considered to have become a goo master halfway through their training. This demonic female goo master, her accent is coarse, her battle skills are lacking, and she does not have enough survival experience. Every time she camped, she would leave behind clear traces. Even if she was injured, she would not cover such an important clue like blood. I see that her physique is rough and robust, and she has big hands and feet, but she was originally a farmer. She only obtained a small inheritance." Fang Yuan continued to analyze. That explosion just now should have been caused by a rank 2 grass goo that she buried in advance, called charred thunder potato. No matter who stepped on it, there would be an explosion. A farmer, how much knowledge can she have? She was poisoned by the python, and with no way to deal with it, her injuries became more and more serious. Her heart was filled with fear and no sense of security, so she subconsciously planted many charred thunder potato goo at the entrance of the cave. If we force her, she will do something extreme. But taking the initiative to leave can let her breathe a sigh of relief and temporarily calm her emotions. She will definitely suspect if we really left. Going out is dangerous, and she might bump into us. And those charred thunder potato goo gave her a huge sense of security. So in the short term, she will not leave. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, listening quietly. Even though she was very unwilling, she had to admit that Fang Yuan's analysis was extremely reasonable and penetrating. She could not compare. "Your analysis is correct, but she has snake venom in her body, and dragging it out is not a solution. She will eventually walk out of the cave." Bai Ningbing retorted. Fang Yuan nodded, pointing at his right ear. "So, we need to monitor her." His earth communication ear grass, although only rank 2, had a detection range comparable to many rank 3 goo worms. Bai Ningbing shook her head. "Humph, this move of yours has its drawbacks. Activating the earth communication ear grass consumes primeval essence continuously. Even if you have the heavenly essence treasure lotus and can replenish your primeval essence, a person's energy is limited. However, a person's energy was limited. They needed rest and sleep. You can't possibly keep eavesdropping, right?" Facing such a question, Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. When did you become stupid? The other party is only one person, but we have two. Goo worms could be borrowed, and the two of them could use the earth communication ear grass alternately, taking turns to rest. Bai Ning Bing's expression froze, and her eyes flashed with embarrassment. Damn it! Such a simple question. How can I not understand it myself? She gritted her teeth, blaming herself for making such a low-level mistake. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. In the end, Bai Ningbing did not want to see Fang Yuan surpass her, so she subconsciously wanted to refute Fang Yuan, but ended up losing sight of the other and losing her footing. Fang Yuan was happy to see such a retort, because every time Bai Ningbing failed in her rebuttal, he would be convinced by Bai Ningbing. This kind of submission was minuscule, and it was a subtle influence. Even Bai Ningbing herself could not feel it. By the time she came to her senses one day, she would have already been used by Fang Yuan unknowingly. To Fang Yuan, the demonic female Goo Master was only one of his targets, and Bai Ningbing was the second. Chun Chuehua was terrified. She was originally a peasant woman who accidentally fell into a hole in the ground when she was plowing the soil. In the cave, she found a corpse, and without knowing it, she obtained the inheritance and became a Goo Master. Goo Master. Chun Chuehua could never have imagined that one day she would become a high and mighty Goo Master. But after a short period of joy, she was met with misfortune. A mountain leopard as big as a cow, with a green whirlwind around it, attacked her village. The entire village died, and she was chased by the leopard, using her goo worms to escape. After wandering in the wild for half a year, the goo worms she had were getting lesser and lesser. Finally, recently, she met a green giant python. Although she killed the python, she was poisoned. Especially today, she had encountered two Goo Masters. This was already her third time meeting Goo Masters. The previous 2 times taught her a painful lesson and taught her to protect herself. But she was still a half-baked Goo Master and lacked the foundation of a Goo Master. Thinking of the battle earlier, Chun Chuehua panicked. She was not that girl's match. Luckily, she had buried many charred thunder potato goo. Luckily, that boy was cowardly and chose to leave. Chun Chuehua saw their figures disappear into the forest and heaved a sigh of relief. But she could not be sure that they had really left. Her investigative goo allowed her to see everything within 350 steps. The degree of clarity was as if it was right in front of her. But she did not have X-ray vision. Let's wait. After 3 more days, I will go out. Chun Chuehua thought to herself. Now, she had learned to be cautious and patient. Chapter 215. High up in the sky, the winds howled. Die! Master Tenchuru roared, gathering his remaining strength and turning into a white light, charging towards Jen Guyue. You want to kill me? You are too naive. Blood White opened its mouth, baring its fangs as it charged towards Jen Guyue. Bam! Amidst the loud explosion, a huge force surged over and blew the 2 of them far away. Both were heavily injured. The mountains will not change. The rivers will continue to flow. Junior brother, today's enmity will be avenged in the future. Jen Guyue laughed loudly, flapping the black bat wings on his back, about to fly away. Suddenly, a huge shadow shrouded over him. He raised his head. It was the heavily injured Iron Beak Flying Crane King. It didn't die? Damn it! Jen Guyue's expression changed. After being intercepted by the Iron Beak Flying Crane King, Master Tenchuru also rushed over to pincer it. Finally, the Flying Crane King fell to the ground, and the Blood White was destroyed. Master Tenchuru grabbed Jen Guyue's head, hovering in the air, his gaze unfocused for a while before coming back to his senses. He raised his head and laughed 3 times before his laughter turned into sobs. After venting for a while, he flew towards Qing Mao Mountain But he was suppressed by Ning Bing's self-detonation, and had no choice but to use the life-burying jade goo. When he broke out of the ice, he frantically searched, but only managed to dig out the dying Fangzheng. The scene on the wall faithfully showed the scene at that time. What happened next was not worth mentioning. It was the scenery on the way back from Master Tenchiru. Crane Gate was one of the oldest sects in Central Continent. Historically, when the sect members went out to carry out urgent missions, they would bring along a goo worm to record the process of the mission. Regardless of whether the mission was successful or not, the goo master would report back to the mountain, and the sect would conduct an assessment based on the recorded process. Although Master Tenchiru was a sect elder, he was not exempt from this rule. But he was too senior, and few goo masters in Crane Gate had the qualifications to assess him. Even the current immortal Crane sect leader didn't have it. However, at this moment, the old man sitting cross-legged in front of Master Tenchiru. But it was extraordinary. He Fengyang, Supreme Elder, rank 6 goo master, known as Winged Crane Flying Immortal. He was wearing a white robe with a black belt, and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat. His face was that of a teenager, gentle as jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, reaching all the way to his waist. His deep and serene eyes stared at the image on the wall, and then he slowly withdrew his gaze. Master Tenchiru stood respectfully in front of him, not even daring to breathe loudly. As a matter of fact, Master Tenchiru had been asleep for nearly 1,000 years, and Immortal Shun was still his junior. However, the so-called qualifications were never based on age, but strength. Although Master Tenchiru was a rank 5 and was only 1 rank lower than he Fengyang, he was still a rank 5 master. But this was the difference. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. Rank 5 was a mortal, rank 6 was an immortal. Master Tenchiru. He Fengyang spoke slowly. His voice was clear and gentle like a stream. Yes. Master Tenchiru quickly responded. You killed the sect traitor this time, but did not retrieve the blood skull goo. Instead, you were toyed with and suppressed by 2 juniors. In the room, He Fengyang's voice reverberated. Master Tenchiru's head drooped even lower. He showed an ashamed expression. However, one of them had the northern dark ice soul physique. It is not strange that you were suppressed. What is gratifying is that you did something to remedy the situation. Let me ask you, is the youngster you brought back really the twin brother of the youngster in the painting? He Fengyang asked. I have already investigated. It is so. The one who escaped was the elder brother Fang Yuan. The one who was captured was the younger brother Fangzheng. What is even more amazing is that these 2 brothers are not on good terms. After I showed Fangzheng the video of his brother slaughtering his clansmen, he wants to kill his brother immediately. Master Tenchiru laughed sinisterly. He Fengyang nodded slightly. It seems that you already have a plan. But do you have enough time? Master Tenchiru's expression changed. His tone suddenly became gloomy. You are right, Grand Elder. I have already reached the limit of my lifespan. I am a dying person. I only have a few days left to live. Even if I have the life burial jade goo, it will not change this situation. In his situation, only by finding the lifespan goo could he solve the root of the problem. But the lifespan goo was hard to find. There were a few in the Crane Gate, but it was not his turn. It had always been firmly in the hands of the sect leader and the few supreme elders. So not long ago, I gave up my life savings and goo worms in exchange for a spirit incubating flea. I will bring Fangzheng into the sect and take him as my disciple. After that, I will guide him to refine the kinship bloodworm. After that, I will urge him to kill his brother and take back the blood skull goo for the Crane Gate. Master Tenchiru said. Fongyang raised his eyebrows slightly. It sounds like you are very confident in your plan. But will that Fangzhen really be manipulated by you? Although his aptitude is not bad, he is still a child. After I die, I will store my soul in the spirit incubating flea. It will accompany him as he grows and guide his cultivation. The road has already been paved for him. He can only walk on it. At this point, Master Tenchiru knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging, Elder, please give me one more chance. Fongyang was silent for a while, then said, All right, I will grant you one last chance. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Master Tenchiru was overjoyed. Go. I will wait for your good news. In less than 20 years, I will definitely succeed. Master Tenchiru's voice trembled with excitement. He could only retreat. Southern border, Wancheng Mountain, Tai Clan City. The tall and thick black stone city walls stretched for thousands of Li Tai Clan City started from the waist of the mountain, with countless stone houses and iron buildings arranged in order, stretching all the way to the peak of the mountain. Under the sunlight, the city was bustling with people and carriages. It was a scene of prosperity. The clan leader pavilion was near the peak of the mountain. It was heavily guarded, and there were few people around. The patrol teams took turns patrolling. The Gu Masters were all capable and meticulous. On the roof of the clan leader pavilion, 2 people stood. One was a middle-aged man. His expression was cold as steel, but his eyes hid some gentleness. Standing beside him was a young girl, her gaze sad but firm. It was Tai Rua Nan. You have only returned for a few days. But this is already the 19th time you are asking for my resignation. Your father's death made me extremely sad. You lost your mother when you were young, and now your father, but you must remember, you still have me as your uncle. You are my niece. I will not let you take the risk. Tai family's patriarch sighed. Tai Rua Nan's gaze was burning. She looked straight at Tai clan leader. Uncle, do you know? Although father is gone, I feel happy for him in my sorrow. Father's life was determined to eradicate evil, to punish criminals. He did it even when he was injured. He did not retreat. He persevered, walking his own path. And now, it is time for me to continue. Tai clan leader was dazed. At this moment, he saw Tai Shuelung's shadow on Tai Rua Nan. So similar, these eyes, this gaze. In a daze, Tai clan leader seemed to have returned to his youth. Tai Shuelung was standing beside him, staring at the demon suppression tower at the peak of the mountain, saying resolutely, I will kill all the criminals in the world, and let the world be filled with justice and love. I will imprison all the demonic path members in the demon suppression tower. Even if I fill the demon suppression tower to the brim. The vow of the past was still ringing in his ears. But his best friend was no longer around. The eyes in front of him merged together. Tai clan leader shook his head, dispelling the memories. He looked at the stubborn girl in front of him with a gaze that was filled with admiration and love, worry, and encouragement. The path you've chosen is the path you've chosen. It is not easy to walk on. Tai Ruanen did not reply, but turned to look at the mountain peak. At the highest point of Wancheng Mountain, there was a majestic iron tower. It had a majestic aura, as if it could hold up the sky, stepping on the tall mountains. White clouds were like fog, coiling around it, causing it to look blurry to outsiders. It added a layer of mystery to it. This tower was not only a grand sight in southern border, it was famous in the world. Even in central continent, many people had heard of it. Demon Suppression Tower. The tower was 1,000 feet tall, with close to 100 floors. The tower was simple and unadorned. It was majestic and full of vicissitudes, giving off a righteous aura. Ever since it was built, Tai clan Gu masters had imprisoned many demonic Gu masters inside. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Even Tai clan leader might not know. It was the symbol of the righteous path, the deepest pride of Tai clan Gu masters. Many demons and demonic heirs buried their ambitions here, leaving behind sorrow, regret, unwillingness, and regret. Demonic Gu masters would turn pale when talking about it, while righteous Gu masters would be exhilarated when talking about it. Tai Ruanen spoke with a firm tone, as if talking to Tai clan leader or to herself. There is a demon suppression tower at the peak of Wancheng Mountain. I also have a demon suppression tower in my heart. Father did not finish walking this path, so let me take his place and continue walking it. I can't hold on anymore. Chen Shui Hua felt dizzy, her vision blurred, and she felt nauseous from time to time, wanting to vomit. But she could not vomit. Her whole body was weak, and waves of fatigue assaulted her. Her original plan was to hold on for 3 days, but after 1 day, she knew she was too optimistic. The harm the snake venom brought to her was getting worse. She knew she was forced into a cliff and had to find a healing goo worm as soon as possible. Damn it! If not for those 2 thieves, I might have already caught wild goo worms and cured the snake venom. She was restless. Ever since she was poisoned, she had been trying to find a healing goo worm. But the vast forest was filled with danger, and she did not have any methods to catch worms, so she had no progress. Bai Ningbing raised the dagger in her hand, about to cut her right ear. Wait! Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, grabbing her arm. The sharp blade was just inches away from Bai Ningbing's right ear. To use the earth communication ear grass, she needed to cut off her right ear and replace it. It was just an ear. It was not a big deal. Compared to the huge harvest, Bai Ningbing did not feel any pity. Demonic cultivators were vicious and merciless. They were vicious to others, but even more vicious to themselves. And it was these people who could give up and give up that could accomplish great things. No need to cut it. She's out, Fang Yuan said, and started to move. He used the earth communication ear grass and followed behind Chen Shui Hua. Not long later, he heard the sounds of fighting. The 2 stayed close to the lush shrubbery, sneaking closer. They saw this demonic female Gu master fighting with a twin-headed boar. After watching for a while, the 2's eyes shone with excitement. Chen Shui Hua's condition was terrible. Her battle strength had dropped by more than half. As for this twin-headed boar, it was a solitary 100-beast king, possessing a defensive Gu. This will be a battle of attrition. We can take advantage of it. She really buried a charred thunder potato Gu. Strange. This Gu master has fought for so long, but her primeval essence has not been used up yet. Looks like she has some support Gu, like Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus Fish Bubble Gu, and so on. After watching for a while, Fang Yuan felt that the time had come and called out the Stealth Scales Gu, handing it to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded in understanding. She hid her body and quietly approached. Bam! With a loud explosion, the twin-headed boar stomped another charred thunder potato Gu. This time, it completely collapsed and could no longer get up. It fell on the ground, struggling continuously. A hole was blasted in its stomach. Its intestines slowly flowed out. Fresh blood flowed out. This damn boar, its skin is really thick. It exploded for so long before it died. Chen Shui Hua breathed roughly, leaning on the tree trunk, her vision turning black. This fierce battle had left her completely powerless, and she was overwhelmed by extreme fatigue. The fear in her heart supported her, not letting her faint. I can't. I need to hurry back to the cave. If I faint in the wild, it's too dangerous. She was about to attack. Suddenly, she heard a strong wind sound. Strange, why is there wind? This was her last question in life. Bai Ningbing patiently approached him step by step, her attacks as fast as lightning. He used the boar's death and the demonic female Gu Master's relaxed state of mind to kill her in one strike. Chun Chui Hua's head was crushed by the chainsaw golden centipede. It was smashed into pieces. The headless body fell to the ground with a thud. Got it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, walking over quickly. Bai Ningbing had already squatted down, her mind entering Chun Chui Hua's aperture, and said with some disappointment, "There are only 3 gu in the aperture." Gu worms refined by gu masters were somewhat stiff, not as agile as wild gu worms. The demonic female gu master was already dead. The aperture walls gradually darkened, but these 3 gu were still inside. But this was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Plunder gu. He willed, and easily took out these 3 gu. They were a rice bag grass gu and an iron thorn bramble gu, and a charred thunderbeam mother gu. Of course, these were not all. Fang Yuan searched for a while, and found a hairy leg gu and a jumping grass gu on the demonic female gu master's leg. Finally, he found a bookworm in her mangled brain matter. But unfortunately, this bookworm had already been killed by Bai Ningbing in one strike. This bookworm should be an inheritance item. The contents inside helped her learn many things about gu masters. There must be some secret recipes, and so on. Fang Yuan said regretfully, "Forget about the bookworm. This demonic gu master actually doesn't have a healing gu." Bai Ningbing was disappointed. Fang Yuan was silent, not saying a word. No healing gu. He had expected this result. The demonic female gu master was affected by the snake venom. If she had a healing gu, even if it was not sterilized, she would not be in such a sorry state. What he was curious about was, in the battle earlier, the demonic female gu master's performance was very strange, especially in terms of primeval essence. Her recovery speed surpassed a grade, comparable to the 10 extreme physiques. But she was not one of the 10 extreme physiques, and only had a grade aptitude. The gu she collected did not help her recover her primeval essence. So this is how the chest is wrapped. At this time, Bai Ningbing opened the demonic female gu master's chest wrapping cloth. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, seeing a silver triangular tattoo on the corpse's chest. "It's third watch gu." Fang Yuan was surprised. "Third watch gu, what is that?" Bai Ningbing raised her brows and asked, "This gu is rank 5 and can speed up time by 3 times. It can only be used once and is a consumable type gu. When it is used on a gu master, it will form this silver triangular tattoo on their chest." Soon after, Fang Yuan explained in detail. Third watch gu, when used on a gu master, can speed up this gu master's personal time by 3 times. The river of time surged and flowed at the same speed. To a normal person, 1 day was 1 day, but to a person affected by the third watch gu, 1 day was equivalent to 3 days of condensed time. Chun Chui Hua, who was affected by the third watch gu, would definitely have rapid cultivation progress. Others would spend a day nurturing their aperture, but she would spend 3 days nurturing it. The cultivation effect was obvious. There was another huge benefit, and that was the primeval essence recovery speed. On her body, the river of time flowed faster, 3 times faster than normal people. Thus, the primeval essence recovery speed was also 3 times faster. This was also why, in the battle earlier, her primeval essence recovery speed shocked Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. However, in balance, there are advantages and disadvantages. Third watch gu had such huge benefits, but it also had huge disadvantages. First, the biggest disadvantage was the loss of lifespan. When the time flowed faster by 3 times, one's lifespan would be greatly shortened, reduced to 1/3 of the original. Chun Chui Hua had received the inheritance for less than a year, but to her it was 2 to 3 years. Secondly, any injuries that needed time to heal would worsen. The green python's poison needed time to slowly permeate and the damage would gradually worsen. When others were poisoned by this poison, one day was one day's effect. But when Chun Shui Hua was poisoned, one day was 3 days of accumulated effect. This was also the main reason why she was in such a sorry state. To be affected by the third watch goo, it seems this girl's inheritance is at least a rank 5 inheritance. Unfortunately, a pearl before swine, falling into the hands of these people. Bai Ningbing snorted, looking at the headless corpse at his feet with some disdain. In the long run, the third watch goo was very harmful, forcefully reducing a goo master's lifespan to a third. But in fact, it was very useful for demonic goo masters, because demonic goo masters usually fought alone without the support of a clan or sect. They also had to defend against the righteous path, so they had to prioritize survival. Only surviving was the most important. Everything else was empty, and the higher the cultivation, the higher the chance of survival. The third watch goo condensed the goo master's lifespan, condensing the brilliance of a lifetime and blossoming like drifting cherry blossoms or fireworks, short but wonderful. But without the third watch goo, the cherry blossoms would have been eradicated before they could bloom. This is not strange. Goo masters who use the third watch goo are all brave and diligent people. But this girl's character is different. She is timid and likes to procrastinate, without the courage to move forward. It is only right for her to end up like this today. Fang Yuan glanced at the corpse on the ground before retracting his gaze. Bai Ningbing's expression was somewhat ugly. Without a healing goo, what would happen? This demonic female goo master in front of him was the best example. Would this also be the portrayal of his future? Fang Yuan smiled and patted her shoulder, consoling. The paths of this world are all created by people. But everyone has their own path, no matter how broad the path of others is. It might not suit you. You and I are walking on our own paths. What is there to worry about? Bai Ningbing heard this, and her expression was dazed before gradually rising. She nodded, saying, "You are right." Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, looking at the vast forest in front of him. After killing this demonic goo master, he obtained several goo worms, causing his strength to rise sharply. But he also knew he lacked a healing goo, and, at the same time, he did not place his hopes on his luck. Next, he might obtain a healing goo, or he might end up like this demonic female goo master, dying without any gains, waiting anxiously for a cure. Maybe at the next moment, he would be trampled to death by a beast group, his life's ambition vanishing. But what did it matter? The path was under his feet. He just had to continue. Goo Master Text. Welcome readers to log in. Chapter 2:16. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the aperture, the waves rose and fell continuously, crashing against the aperture walls. The waves were emerald green, the waves surging endlessly. This was a rank 1 initial stage, primeval essence. Rank 1 goo masters possessed green copper primeval essence. Initial stage was emerald green, middle stage was pale green, upper stage was dark green, and peak stage was dark green. The surrounding aperture walls shone brightly, and under the impact of the emerald green waves, its foundation increased bit by bit. Suddenly, the white light shone brightly before dimming. The white light condensed, forming a water-like ripple. At this moment, the aperture wall's light film deepened into a water film. Done. I've finally advanced from rank 1 initial stage to middle stage. A faint sense of joy rose in Fang Yuan's heart. Initial stage goo master's aperture walls were light films, while middle stage was water films. Once the water film was formed, it meant that Fang Yuan's cultivation had returned to rank 1 middle stage. It has been over 20 days since I killed that demonic female goo master. During this period, I cultivated day and night without stopping, not wasting a single moment. It is not strange for my cultivation to advance to middle stage. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. What a pity if I had a liquor worm, my speed would be even faster. The liquor worm could raise a rank 1 Gu Master's primeval essence by a small realm. Using the liquor worm to assist in cultivation could achieve twice the result with half the effort. After Fang Yuan's rebirth, other than the spring-autumn cicada, the first thing he obtained was the liquor worm. Afterwards, he bought another one from the caravan and refined the two into the 4-flavor liquor worm. Unfortunately, the 4-flavor liquor worm was only effective for rank 2 Gu Masters and was of no help to the current Fang Yuan. In fact, Fang Yuan had obtained 3 liquor worms on Qingmao Mountain. The third was the spoils of war he obtained from killing Guyue's Yao Lu. This liquor worm had been in Fang Yuan's hands until the Tai father and daughter came to Qingmao Mountain. To prevent being exposed and fearing Tai Shuileng's detection methods, he destroyed the liquor worm and the other spoils of war. Things had already happened. Whether his actions were right or wrong, since Fang Yuan had done it, he had never regretted it. Right now, if he kept the liquor worm in his hand, it would certainly be of help to him. But at least during the entire process, the father and daughter of the Tai family didn't find out about Guyue's medicine. If I reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, I will be able to obtain a first revolution liquor worm. Unfortunately, there are many requirements for reverse refining, and I can't meet them yet. Gu Masters nurture Gu, use Gu, refine Gu. Gu refinement was divided into fusion refinement and reverse refinement. Fusion was to raise a low-rank Gu worm to a high-rank Gu worm. Reverse refinement was the exact opposite. There were many ways to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. He could use the prodigal son Gu to obtain 2 rank 1 liquor worm, or he could use the revert Gu, but this method could only get 1 liquor worm. If he used butterfly transformation Gu, he would obtain the eerie Qi butterfly. If he used unpredictable Gu, the Gu worm he obtained would be uncertain. It might even be a completely new Gu worm. To Fang Yuan, the best solution was to get the prodigal son Gu. But the prodigal son Gu was much more precious than the liquor worm. It was too difficult to obtain. The most practical solution was still the revert Gu. If he used the revert Gu, he would lose a liquor worm. But Fang Yuan would still choose to do it without hesitation, keeping the 4 flavors liquor worm, and using it after he reached rank 2 was under a stable situation. Right now, Fang Yuan was in a precarious situation, wandering from place to place. Survival was the most important thing. And the faster his cultivation, the higher his chances of survival. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Outside the cave, monkey cries could be heard, as well as footsteps. Fang Yuan's ears twitched. He was very familiar with these footsteps. Sure enough, not long after, Bai Ningbing appeared in front of Fang Yuan. His whole body was covered in a layer of thorny clothing. This special robe was completely made up of dark green vines and sharp black wooden thorns. While it gave Bai Ningbing a defensive effect, it could also be used as an attack. To those who fought barehanded, these wooden thorns that were as hard as steel would leave a deep impression on them. This layer of thorny clothing was formed from the iron thorn bramble Gu. After Bai Ningbing killed the demonic female Gu master, he had his eyes on this rank 3 grass Gu. He asked for it and refined it into his vital Gu. So troublesome. Every time I enter the cave, I have to be so careful. That charred thunder potato Gu. Can't you bury less of it? He grumbled as he stared at his feet, sometimes jumping, sometimes striding, cautiously avoiding some spots. It's better to be safe than sorry. Fang Yuan replied indifferently before looking at Bai Ningbing's waist. On his waist hung a string of monkeys. These monkeys were small. The biggest was no bigger than an arm's length. They had round heads, and their bodies were covered in fine and thick black fur, glossy and shining. what was most eye-catching was the leaves growing on their waists. These green leaves formed a circle and connected into one, covering the monkey's hips and butt. It looked exactly like a grass skirt. These monkeys were the grass skirt monkeys. The grass skirt monkeys were delicious, and these days Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan had been eating them. The captured grass skirt monkeys also realized what was going to happen next. They struggled with all their might, but it was useless. The entire cave echoed with their shrill and panicked cries. Looking at the time, it was lunchtime. Roast them, I'm a bit hungry. Bai Ningbing rubbed her stomach, throwing the strung-up grass skirt monkeys on the ground. I'll deal with them first. You can roast them. The meat you roast is much better than mine. She squatted down, about to kill the monkeys. Fang Yuan stopped her. Today, I'll teach you a new way to eat them. Immediately, he hooked his finger, and a blood light flew out of Bai Ningbing's aperture. The blood light landed on Fang Yuan's hand, turning into a blood moon mark. It was the blood moon goo. In Fang Yuan's palm, a faint red glow appeared. Although the blood moon goo was a rank 3 goo, Fang Yuan did not use it to attack, thus he could barely control it. Bai Ningbing did not know what Fang Yuan was planning, but her blue eyes stared without blinking. She saw Fang Yuan stretch out his hand, lifting up one of the grass skirt monkeys. He grabbed the neck of the monkey, causing it to be unable to move its head. Next, he placed his palm glowing with red light on the monkey's head, circling it once. Back then, he used the Moon Valley goo to open rocks. Now, he used the blood moon goo to cut the monkey's head. After circling around his palm, the primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture was completely depleted. The red light in his palm disappeared, and Fang Yuan smiled, lightly grabbing the monkey's head, lifting it up. Immediately, half of the monkey's head was ripped open. A complete white monkey brain was exposed to the air. The grass skirt monkey struggled madly, feeling heart-wrenching pain. The screams were sharp and ear-piercing, echoing endlessly in the cave. But Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars. His hands were like pincers, not moving at all. The grass skirt monkey's hands and feet were clawless and delicate. It scratched Fang Yuan's arm, but could not hurt him at all. Have a taste of this fresh monkey brain. Saying so, Fang Yuan took out a soup ladle, handing one to Bai Ningbing. Are we going to eat it raw like this? Bai Ningbing hesitated as she looked at the white monkey brain mixed with some traces of blood. Fang Yuan smiled, demonstrating first. He used the soup ladle to cut the monkey brain, digging out a piece and putting it in his mouth. His throat moved, and he swallowed it. In that instant, the grass skirt monkey's cries were raised by an octave. Its body trembled as if it was electrocuted, its limbs flailing around like it was having a seizure. Bai Ningbing tried, digging out a spoonful of monkey brain and putting it in her mouth. Immediately, a vanilla taste spread on her tongue, without the slightest smell of blood. It was as soft as tofu, and with a light bite, the whole monkey brain melted in her mouth, with a hint of sweetness and coolness, filling her mouth with saliva. Her Adam's apple moved, and she swallowed the monkey brain. Her blue eyes immediately shone brightly. Her fair and translucent face also revealed a trace of intoxication. "It's so delicious," the girl exclaimed. "Only this kind of grass skirt monkey can be so delicious. Their monkey brain is a natural delicacy," Fang Yuan said, digging out another spoonful, and put it in his mouth. It was a small happy thing that he had advanced to the intermediate level. Now that he ate the monkey brain, he felt even more satisfied. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, and her movements were twice as fast as before, swallowing a second mouthful of monkey brain. After a short period of madness, this grass skirt monkey, whose head had been cut open, was on the verge of death. Its bright eyes, like jewels, had completely dimmed. When the other grass skirt monkeys saw the state of their companion, they struggled madly, trying to escape. But under the binding of the hemp rope, their struggle was futile. In the end, they could only roll on the ground. Eating this monkey brain was similar to eating ice cream or ice cream on Earth. The two of them worked together and quickly destroyed the monkey brain. Again. Bai Ningbing licked her lips and waved the ladle as if she hadn't had enough. Fang Yuan's primeval essence had already recovered to 90%. He used the same trick and cut open another monkey brain. For a moment, the delicacies entered their mouths, and the two of them ate happily. Inside the cave, the grass-skirt monkeys' painful and shrill screams and howls reverberated. After eating the monkey brain, they roasted the monkey meat. The monkey meat of the grass-skirt monkey was delicious, especially the breast. The taste of the entire monkey meat was similar to that of grilled fish on sugarcane slices. Rice bag grass. Fang Yuan willed and shot out a green light from his aperture. The green light landed on the ground and immediately sprouted. In a few breaths' time, the green sprouts grew into green leaves, and the green leaves grew into vines. The vines moved, and after covering an area of 10 m, a few branches grew out, and large leaves grew out. These leaves were as plump as a bucket. At first, they were only the size of a finger, but they gradually grew to the size of a fist, and finally to the size of a bowl, before they were considered ripe. Bai Ningbing was familiar with the process, and plucked a piece first. She untied the top of the leaf, and there was a handful of rice inside. The rice grains were plump, white, and flawless. Bai Ningbing looked up and poured a mouthful of rice. After chewing and swallowing, she ate the monkey meat. A full stomach is a kind of happiness. She sighed. How are the grass-skirt monkeys? Fang Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing's gaze focused. It's fine if we don't go deep into the forest. But once we go deep, the 3 monkey kings will appear. The wine you want is at the center of the forest. You probably won't be able to get it. If you like this work, you're welcome to ESO. Chapter 217. In this world, humans were not the only ones who knew how to brew wine. The earliest records of wine came from Runzu's legends. Runzu dug out his left and right eyes, turning them into his eldest son, verdant great son, and his second daughter, desolate Guyue. Verdant great son and desolate Guyue were together day and night. He could not help but have feelings for his sister. But desolate Guyue rejected verdant great son's pursuit time and time again. Verdant great son was extremely frustrated because of this. He knew he needed help. Thus he asked for Wisdom Gu's help. At first, Wisdom Gu ignored him, hiding as far as it could. But verdant great son persevered. Wisdom Gu could not bear his harassment and could only tell him a method. In the east of the world, there is a group of honey peach monkeys. They have brewed wine. Go drink it first, then come find me. Verdant great son went to the east and drank wine. The honey peach monkeys brewed fruit wine. After verdant great son drank it, from then on, his face became rosy. He smacked his lips as he reminisced. So wine is sweet. Wisdom Gu laughed and said to him, in the west of the world, there is a group of psychic monkeys. They have brewed wine. You can go drink it. The wine brewed by the psychic monkeys was bitter wine. Verdant great son went to the west and drank the wine. From then on, his tongue was yellowish-brown. He came back with a bitter look on his face. So even wine can be bitter. Wisdom Gu said to him, wine is sweet and bitter. Love is the same. Life is even more so. In the north, there is a group of diamond monkeys. They also have wine. You can go and drink it. The diamond monkeys brewed strong wine. Verdant great son liked it very much. He liked strong wine and drank until he was dead drunk. He felt this wine was too much to his liking. He wanted to drink even more after he was drunk. After drinking from the bowl, he still wanted to drink from the jug. Eventually, he vomited into a mess. The alcohol hit him, making him feel like he was about to die. He felt as if there were flames burning and magma flowing inside his body. "It's too hot," he shouted. All the heat rushed to the top of his head, and his hair began to burn. From then on, he had hair that burned like fire. When Verdant Great Sun woke up, he found Wisdom Goo looking at him. "What enlightenment did you get from drinking the strong wine?" Wisdom Goo asked him. Verdant Great Sun sighed. "I finally understand, no matter how good the wine is, you will still vomit if you drink too much. Everything should be done in moderation." Wisdom Goo laughed loudly and said, "In the south of the world, there is a group of skywater monkeys. The wine they brewed was pretty good. Go have a drink and see." The sky water monkeys brewed sake, which was the polar opposite of hard liquor. Verdant Great Sun lightly tasted the wine and couldn't help but forget his worries. His eyes were hazy from intoxication, slightly tipsy, and floating. Wisdom Goo asked him about his feelings. He gently waved his hand and said, "I've already tasted the pleasure of drinking. Don't spread it to the awakened." Wisdom Goo laughed lightly and left quietly. Therefore, in this world, humans were not the first race to brew wine. Monkey, on the other hand, walked in front of the human. Normally, monkeys would know how to brew wine. According to the different groups of monkeys, there were different flavors of wine. But humans called the wine brewed by the monkeys monkey wine. Fong Yuan was resting in this cave. On one hand, he felt the signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation, so he stopped to break through. On the other hand, it was the monkey wine. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the greater the need for food, and at the same time, the feeding period would be longer. Fong Yuan had made ample preparations, but the capacity of the tusita flower was limited. After the long journey, there was already some space left, and it would be best if it wasn't enough to store some monkey wine. Wine could disinfect and also drive away the cold. If he were to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, he would need wine as a supplementary ingredient. Even if the conditions for reverse refinement were not met, it would still be good as food for the 4 flavors liquor worm. But getting the monkey wine was not easy. This grass skirt monkey group, although it was a 100-beast group, had close to 1,000 members. There were 300 beast monkey kings. Monkey groups had always been united, and once they faced an enemy, they would attack together. Although Bai Ningbing was rank 3 peak stage, he was still alone, and attacking forcefully would be courting death. Although Fong Yuan had advanced to rank 1 middle stage, the help he had in this situation was negligible. But Fong Yuan was insistent on snatching the monkey wine, and Bai Ningbing was worried about this. "So we need to outsmart them. Follow me." Fong Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder and stood up. He carefully stepped on the ground, avoiding the buried charred potatoes, and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the forest was green, and the sun shone brightly. The two walked for a while, and approached the periphery of the monkey group. Fong Yuan observed carefully, and finally chose a slope. Using the higher ground, he surveyed the area, and finally nodded in satisfaction. He stepped on the ground and said, "Let's dig." After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the two of them had dug a pit that was 30 feet deep and 50 feet wide on the slope facing the sun. Charred thunderbeam mother goo. Fong Yuan squatted at the bottom of the pit, and with a thought, he summoned a goo. This goo was shaped like a potato, and its surface was uneven and filled with small holes. Its appearance was terrible, but it was a genuine rank 3 goo. "My primeval essence is not good enough. I'll lend it to you." Fong Yuan passed the charred thunderbeam mother goo to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing held it in his hand and injected his primeval essence into it. Soon, He could see that on the surface of the bean mother goo there were green sprouts growing out of the small holes. The sprouts quickly grew, blossomed, and bore fruit. In almost a breath's time, the finger-sized dark green fruits ripened. As the branches withered, they fell into Bai Ningbing's hand. Fang Yuan took these dark green fruits and carefully selected them, eliminating the bad, dead, and empty fruits, leaving less than a third of the good ones. These fruits were the charred thunder potato goo, a rank 2 goo. Buried in the ground, it could use the fertility of the soil to grow. Once a living creature stepped nearby, it would cause a tremor. The charred thunder potato goo would self-detonate. Fang Yuan took out one of them and instantly refined it. He pinched it between his fingers and injected his green copper primeval essence into it. The charred thunder potato goo immediately let out a faint green light and slowly floated up. Next, he willed, and the charred thunder potato goo suddenly burrowed into the ground. Fang Yuan purposely buried it deep, and only stopped when the bean goo was an arm's length away from his feet. The primeval sea level in his aperture rapidly decreased, and the surrounding Earth's strength gathered on the charred thunder potato goo's body. In Fang Yuan's perception, this small grass goo in an instant grew into a fist-sized potato. This was a mature charred thunder potato goo. As long as it was shaken, it would detonate. Bai Ningbing saw this and could not help but feel strange. I saw that demonic path female goo master buried the charred thunder potato goo very shallowly, and it would easily detonate if you bury it like this. Even if I stomp on it, I probably won't be able to detonate it, right? Of course. Fang Yuan replied, and continued to bury his head. Bai Ningbing slightly pouted. Fang Yuan did not answer her directly, and the prideful her did not pursue the matter. Instead, her gaze concentrated, and she started to ponder. After interacting with Fang Yuan for so long, she knew that Fang Yuan would not do useless things. After Fang Yuan buried the bottom of the pit, he stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead, calling Bai Ningbing to bury the pit together. But after a short while, when the bottom of the pit increased by 15 meters, Fang Yuan called for them to stop and continued to bury the charred thunder potato goo. Bai Ningbing saw this and immediately understood Fang Yuan's intention. So it was like this. The charred thunder potato goo is only a rank 2 goo, and the explosion of one has limited power. You buried so many at once, and once it detonates, even 1,000 Beast King would not feel good. But how are you going to lure those 3 Monkey Kings here? Although the charred thunder potato goo was an offensive goo, it could not be moved, and its practical value was greatly reduced. How difficult is this? When the time comes, I just need to catch 2 or 3 young grass skirt monkeys and taste their brains in this pit. Their screams will definitely attract the angry monkey groups. At first, it will only be an ordinary monkey group, and all you need to do is block them and kill them. After that, it should be those 3 Monkey Kings. Fang Yuan buried the grass goo as he replied. Bai Ningbing could not help but nod. Wild beasts were wild beasts, after all, and had limited intelligence. Fang Yuan's plan was extremely crude, but it would definitely be useful. As long as I kill those 3 Monkey Kings, getting the monkey wine will be as easy as pie. Of course, if I can catch a few wild goo from the Monkey Kings, that would be even better. Bai Ningbing pondered. Next, they spent the entire afternoon in this pit. They continuously stimulated the charred thunder potato goo, and then buried it personally by Fang Yuan. Next, the 2 of them filled the pit. After 1 layer of soil, another layer of soil was added. This continued until the pit was filled. The 2 of them were sweating profusely. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, and Bai Ningbing had the strength of 1 crocodile to perfection. But on the 2nd day, Fang Yuan did not make a move, but continued to dig. Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Fang Yuan said, "One pit is not safe, We have to make preparations. Every little bit of preparation is a good thing. Thus, for the next 3 days, Bai Ningbing finally realized Fang Yuan's abnormal caution. They dug 5 pits and buried large numbers of charred thunder potato goo. Of course, the first pit was the largest. Because of the ample preparation, the plan to deal with the grass skirt monkeys went very smoothly. Only 2 pits were detonated, and the monkey group was routed. 2 of the 3 monkey kings died, and 1 was injured. The injured monkey group escaped with their group. The dead were blown to bits, and the goo worms on their bodies naturally did not survive. Fang Yuan obtained large amounts of monkey wine, so much that the tusita flower could not hold it all. It was enough to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. As for feeding the liquor worm, it would not be a problem for 2 years. If they encountered a caravan, these monkey wine could also be sold for a good price. There is one more thing before we leave. Let's clean up the battlefield and fill the 2 pits. Fang Yuan said, "Do we need to be so careful?" Bai Ningbing felt pained at the thought of the pits. Fang Yuan glanced at her, and with just one sentence made Bai Ningbing obediently work. "Did you forget how we found that demonic female goo master? It was by relying on the traces left by the demonic female goo master along the way. Dig the pit, don't end up burying yourself in it." Chapter 218. By Goo Mountain, we are finally here. On a slope, Fang Yuan gazed at the white mountain peak far away, sighing. Beside him, Bai Ningbing stood, silently. Both of them were dressed in rags, their faces full of fatigue. Just a moment ago, they had struggled to escape the pursuit of the angry steel boar family of 5. The angry steel boar was a special beast group. They were few in numbers. Usually in families, the number of members would not exceed 10. But as long as it was an adult angry steel boar, it was at least 100 beast king. In the family of 5 that chased after Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, Grandpa Boar was already 1,000 beast king, Daddy Boar, and Mommy Boar were 100 beast kings. Even the son and daughter had rank 1 goo worms. Another 5 days had passed since they obtained the monkey wine. After a difficult journey, Bai Goo Mountain was already in sight. The southern border was vast with many mountains. Ordinary hills were not worthy of being called a mountain. Only those that were at least 10,000 feet tall could be called a mountain. Bai Ningbing stood on the slope, gazing into the distance. This was the first time she had seen Bai Goo Mountain. Around Qingmao Mountain, there were many hills. But this Bai Goo Mountain was like a lonely general. The surrounding terrain was very flat. It rose from the ground, reaching into the clouds, a deathly white color. This kind of white was not the white of snow, but the white of bones. Bai Goo Mountain, as the name suggested, every rock on the mountain was made of bone. People called it bone rocks. Bai Goo Mountain was not a dead and desolate place. There were many special plants growing on the mountain. Large numbers of bone beasts lived there. And at the same time, there were many bone-type wild goo worms. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows as she read on. Any mountain or river was a place where the essence of elemental energy gathered. Bai Goo Mountain did not have any traces of humans. It was a completely wild mountain. Large numbers of wild beasts, goo worms, and deadly plants gathered on the mountain. The danger level was definitely higher. What was Fang Yuan's motive for insisting on entering this mountain? Or rather, what was it that was attracting him so strongly? Fang Yuan's imagination was running wild. Bai Goo Mountain was still a barren mountain, no signs of human habitation. But this situation, after 10 years, would completely change. A large mountain stronghold would move the entire clan over and develop here. This clan's surname was Bai Clan Village. In the future, with the White Bone Mountain as the center, it would radiate for thousands of kilometers, becoming the overlord of this place. What left the deepest impression on Fang Yuan was not the rise of the Bai clan's power, because in this world, the power of an individual could completely override the power of a group. They were a pair of siblings from the Bai clan, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. When this pair of brother and sister were 18 years old, they were competing in the back mountain of Whitebone Mountain, and they had accidentally discovered a cave. In this cave, they activated the inheritance, the complete inheritance of a righteous rank for Gu Master. This Gu Master's name was unknown, only his title was left, Flesh Bone Master. 100 lives and 100 flowers had benefited from this. After receiving the inheritance, they had grown into the righteous path's twin stars. Close to 100 years later, they both advanced to rank 5 and took over by Clan Village. The strength of 2 rank 5 Gu Masters pushed the clan's power to a new peak. The Gu worms in the complete inheritance must cover the 6 aspects of attack, healing, defense, movement, storage, and investigation. Once I obtain this inheritance, I will be able to gain a stable foothold and know when to advance or retreat. Previously, when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing escaped from Qingmao Mountain, their cultivation was not enough, and their Gu worms were not complete. It was like a boat sailing in the raging waves or walking on the edge of a cliff. If their luck was bad, they would be in danger of dying. After many twists and turns, an opportunity came, and they killed a heavily injured demonic female, Gu Master. After snatching her Gu worms with the rice bag grass Gu and jumping grass Gu, they could barely survive. But they still had their flaws, not only because they lacked a healing Gu, but also because their cultivation was too low. Even if Fang Yuan advanced to rank 1 middle stage, so what? Green copper primeval essence was still green copper primeval essence. Right now, he was relying on his great aptitude, as well as the heavenly essence treasure lotus's quick recovery of primeval essence, allowing him to barely deal with the situation. But in reality, his battle strength was negligible. If not for Bai Ningbing, he would have died tragically in the crocodile's stomach when he was stranded by the river. To be able to get here, it was all because of Bai Ningbing. But relying on others was not as good as relying on oneself. If I can obtain Bai Gu Mountain's inheritance, many problems can be solved. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. First was the Jade Bone Gu. With this Gu, he would be able to rid his body of the weakness of mortal bones, making his bones harder and more resilient. His current body could only bear the strength of 2 boars. With the Jade Bone Gu, he could add another crocodile's strength on top of this foundation. Next was the Healing Gu. Fang Yuan remembered that in this inheritance, there was a very famous rank 3 Healing Gu, Fleshbone. In his previous life, it was obtained by Bai Hua and became a famous healing Gu master. Finally, it was the Bone Flesh Unity Gu that Fang Yuan valued the most. This Gu was created by Master Bone Flesh and was the only one in the world. This Gu had extraordinary effects, and in his previous life, all the forces in the southern border were attracted by it, according to their effects. The Gu worms in the world could be divided into 7 categories. First, attack. Second, defense. Third, healing. Fourth, scouting. Fifth, storage. Sixth and seventh, cultivation. Whether it was liquor worm, 4-flavor liquor worm, man-beast life burial Gu, relic Gu, or even heavenly essence treasure lotus, they were all under the cultivation category. This Bone Flesh Unity Gu was a mystical Gu in the cultivation world. Like the yin-yang rotation Gu, it was a pair of Gu used on 2 Gu masters. It could allow these 2 Gu masters to dual cultivate, and their cultivation would advance at the same time, achieving twice the result with half the effort. If I get the Bone Flesh Unity Gu, with Bai Ningbing's help, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. After rank 3, it will rise at a terrifying speed. Especially at the early stages, the effect is much better than the liquor worm. Bone Flesh Unity Gu, I must get it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan secretly glanced at Bai Ningbing from the corner of his eyes. Bai Ningbing did not know and was still looking at Baigu Mountain. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart and was about to leave when suddenly several figures flew over. Righteous Gu masters! Be it Fang Yuan or Bai Ningbing, their hearts shook. A total of 4 Gu masters quickly approached. When they were 100 steps away, they landed on the ground and moved closer to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. The leader was an old Gu master, emitting an obvious rank 3 aura. The other 3, however, were rank 2. They wore the same clothes, moved in sync, and had a strong aura. This is the wilderness. How can we meet righteous Gu masters? Gu masters and wild beasts are 2 completely different concepts. Although I am rank 3 peak stage with the chainsaw golden centipede's blunt edge, and with Fang Yuan dragging me down, I am not these people's match. This is troublesome. The 4 Gu masters approached step by step, and Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were complaining in their hearts. Dusk. The setting sun was like blood, and the night crows cawed, flying back to their nests. Tai Ao Tian's expression was cold, walking in the middle of the group. When they set off from Qing Mao Mountain, there were 8 people with him, all experts of the clan. But now there were only 3 left. Thinking of the sacrifices along the way, Tai Ao Tian's heart started to bleed. The casualties were too great. This was far beyond his expectations. It was not that their cultivation was insufficient, but their luck was too bad. After finding Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's traces, they started to drift down the Yellow Dragon River. But the river was too fast, and it was hard to leave any traces. Even if they used Gu worms and had investigative and tracking experts, they had still gone too far in their pursuit. They had no choice but to go against the flow. And after some time, they finally found the place where Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's bamboo raft was stranded. Then trouble came. They were attacked by a large group of 6-legged crocodiles. Speaking of which, they were really unlucky. It turned out that this shoal was one of the 6-legged crocodiles' spawning grounds. After the destruction, the 6-legged crocodiles that occupied this place were also destroyed. Among the beast groups, there was a division of power. So the owner of this territory was already dead. This ownerless land naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding groups of 6-legged crocodiles. Just as they were about to spread their influence here, the Tai clan's hunting team came ashore. "What are you? How dare you barge into our territory? This territory belongs to us 6-legged crocodiles. Trying to snatch my territory. You are courting death. The territorial concept of wild beasts could not be violated." Thus, a huge battle erupted. Under the attacks of 2,000 beast groups and 300 beast groups, the Tai clan group lost 2 people and were forced to escape. Fang Yuan's method of dealing with traces was very experienced. This caused their investigation to be unable to make any progress. With the help of Gu worms, they finally found out the direction Fang Yuan was heading in. Then, a colorful nightmare descended. An Xian Yuan divine pheasant descended from the sky and targeted them, treating them as food. Right now, the entire escape process was deeply buried in Tai Ao Tian's heart. The Xian Yuan divine pheasant's figure became the culprit that woke him up from his dreams every night. The Xian Yuan divine pheasant took away the lives of 3 of their companions. Among them were their most professional investigative Gu masters, as well as rank 3 defensive Gu masters. Their losses were severe. Right now, the Gu masters in charge of investigation were all taking turns. Although he suffered such heavy losses, Tai Ao Tian did not want to give up. He was the 4th young master of Tai clan with a great aptitude. He had high hopes placed on him since he was young. He cultivated hard, inheriting the Tai clan's strong and resolute character. Supporting Tai Shuelong and his daughter was his first official mission. However, he only saved Tai Ruan Nan. Divine investigator Tai Shuelong sacrificed himself. There was a huge gap between this and his ideal result. But if he could capture the demonic remnant of the Blood Sea inheritance and take revenge for Tai Shuelong, how successful would that be? Such a contribution would turn into his capital for the clan leader's position in the future. This would allow him to gain the support of more clansmen. He was not worried about the strength of the demonic remnant. During the pursuit, they had already discovered from the clues that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's battle strength was limited. Maybe because of their injuries, they only had the strength of a rank 3 Gu Master. Although we lost many companions, I am rank 3, and so is Tai Dao Ku. With the help of the other 2 rank 2 Gu Masters, our strength surpasses the other 2. Once we capture the demonic remnant, our losses will become the proof of my tenacity and never giving up qualities. Tai Aotian's eyes shone. Fourth young master, we have found some traces ahead. It seems we are pursuing in the right direction. At this time, the Gu Master in charge of scouting returned and reported, "Oh, bring me there quickly." 15 minutes later, 2 deep pits were dug, revealing a large pile of corpses of the grass skirt monkeys. It has not even been a week since these grass skirt monkeys died. Young master, it seems we are about to catch up to those 2. Tai Dao Ku was pleasantly surprised. Tai Ao Tian breathed in deeply, his expression suddenly becoming excited. Finally, we are about to succeed. He clenched his fists, walking around excitedly. He looked at the western sky, the sunset glow shining on his young face, his eyes shining brightly. All his patience and hard work had not been in vain. He was finally going to get the result. Although the sun is about to set, I can see the future and hope from this. He sighed in his heart, suddenly having the mood to climb this hill and enjoy this beautiful moment. The Gu Masters beside him looked at him with admiration and admiration. Fourth young master, he is indeed fourth young master. Along the way, we all had the thought of giving up. Only fourth young master persisted, and now he is finally going to get the result. From fourth young master, I can see the hope of the clan and a bright future. In this life, I will follow fourth young master with unwavering determination. The Gu Masters looked at Tai Ao Tian, slowly climbing the hill, dazed for a moment. They could almost see the scene of Tai Ao Tian ascending to the position of clan leader in the future. But at the next moment, an intense explosion occurred. Boom! Chapter 219. Bai Mo Xing was already 68 this year. At this age, he should have retired long ago. But Bai clan's situation was not good these years. As the clan leader's uncle and an important official, he had been working hard and doing his best, but could not leave. At this crucial moment of the clan's survival, he accepted the order and left the mountain. While marching, he unexpectedly found 2 Gu Masters' aura. Could they be demonic Gu Masters? This mission was extremely important to Bai clan. They could not afford to fail. He immediately led his troops and rushed over. 2 youngsters, after seeing Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, he could not help but feel surprised. His gaze swept across the crowd and stopped on Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold. Her gaze was cold as she stared at Bai Mo Xing with her blue eyes, revealing her rank 3 aura. So young, but already rank 3, genius. Not only Bai Mo Xing, the other 3 all had the same thought when they saw Bai Ningbing. At once, 4 pairs of eyes gathered on Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had turned into a woman. Her appearance was elegant and beautiful, emitting a cold aura, making her look like a snow fairy. Even though she was in a sorry state, it could not hide her pearl-like radiance. It could even serve as a foil to her strong and unyielding nature, causing others to sigh in admiration and love. Compared to her, Fang Yuan, who was behind her, was much dimmer. Fang Yuan had an ordinary appearance and only rank 1 cultivation. Many people's gazes swept past him before turning back to Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. He hoped these people would pay less attention to him. But Bai Emoshing was different. Soon, he turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing protected Fang Yuan, showing a stance of not retreating no matter what. And Fang Yuan hid behind Bai Ningbing, but his gaze was calm. To be protected by this genius girl. This young man seems to be the leader of the two. What kind of person is he? Bai Emoshing was an old fox after all. His gaze was extremely shrewd. Originally, he thought they were 2 demonic Gu masters, but now his heart wavered. Looking at Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's stance, as well as their orthodox Gu master attire, they looked like young masters of large clans. If it's a demonic Gu master, we can just kill him. But if he was the young master of a big family, he had to be careful. If I provoke the revenge of the powers behind them and bring trouble to the Bai clan, then I, Bai Emoshing, will be the sinner of my clan. Fortunately, I'm strong and the enemy is weak. The situation is under my control. As Bai Emoshing was thinking, Fang Yuan took a step forward and suddenly stood out. He cupped his hands together and said, I'm Guyue Fangzheng, the young master of the Guyue clan of Qingmao Mountain. Greetings, senior. Qingmao Mountain? The young master of the Guyue clan. Everyone was astonished. Bai Ningbing was also surprised, but she slightly lowered her eyes to hide the flaw in her gaze. She knew that Fang Yuan was starting to bluff. Now that the enemy was strong and they were weak, the only way to escape was to outsmart them. She had a clear view of the situation. The tacit understanding she had developed over the past few days made her take a small step back and stand beside Fang Yuan. He was still glaring angrily, looking like a bodyguard who was unafraid of death. Young lad, you're lying. Qingmao Mountain has long been destroyed. Do you think I don't know? Bai Emoshing's expression was cold as he shouted. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and spread his hands. It is because Qingmao Mountain has been destroyed that I am here. May I ask for senior's name? Bai Emoshing was hesitating if he should say his name, but a young lad beside him already spoke. Then listen carefully. We are the elites of the Bai clan. This is our Bai clan's #1 elder, and also my clan uncle, Lord Bai Emoshing. At this moment, Bai Emoshing wanted to kick his nephew to death. The Bai clan's operation this time was done with great fanfare, but other than the upper echelons of the clan, no one knew of their true objective. These people were also kept in the dark. On the surface, they were out to hunt and train their young master's courage. But their true objective was to investigate the location of the spirit spring in Baigu Mountain and carry out the preliminary cleanup. However, I don't think they will be able to guess. Bai Emoshing looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing and quickly calmed down. As expected of the Bai clan, Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. From the appearance of these 4 Gu masters, he already had a rough guess. The Bai clan spirit spring was on the verge of drying up. Thus they needed to find a new spirit spring and relocate the clan. The matter of relocating the clan was extremely important, and there was a lot of preparation work. At the same time, it had to be kept a secret. Otherwise, if the enemy forces found out and sabotaged the work, the Bai clan would be in danger of being exterminated. It was just that Fang Yuan did not expect this Bai clan leader to have such foresight. 10 years ago, he had already started the preparations. He sent these clansmen to Baigu Mountain from time to time to investigate. There was indeed a reason for the Bai clan's future prosperity. The appearance of the Bai clan's Gu masters surprised Fang Yuan. This would no doubt have a huge impact on his following actions. But on his face, Fang Yuan showed a slight smile and cupped his fists. So it is a fellow Bai clan member. Nice to meet you. Then he turned to Bai Ningbing. Ningbing stepped down. Don't worry, the Bai clan is not a demonic Gu master. Bai Ningbing heard Fang Yuan speak to her in such a gentle tone and almost got goosebumps. She endured the annoyance in her heart and retracted her battle intent, taking a step back and remaining silent. This action made the 4 Gu masters let out a sigh of relief. After all, Bai Ningbing was a rank 3 Gu master. So her name is Ningbing. Bai Mo Xing's nephew muttered in his heart, his gaze somewhat dazed. Bai Mo Xing squinted his eyes and probed. It sounds like nephew Gu met a demonic Gu master on the way? Yes. My heart still palpitates when I think about it. Fang Yuan patted his chest, his gaze revealing a trace of fear. But fortunately, the clan leader and a few elders arrived in time and killed that rank 3 Gu master. Clan leader and elders. Bai Mo Xing's heart thumped, and he quickly asked, Don't tell me Guyue clan leader and elders are not far away? Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed, We got separated from the main group. Bai Mo Xing immediately relaxed. Then Fang Yuan's next sentence made his heart skip a beat. But I believe that not long later, we will meet up with the main group. Because our destination this time is the White Bones Mountain. Bai Mo Xing immediately tensed up. Bai Gu Mountain? What are you doing at Bai Gu Mountain? This. Fang Yuan purposely hesitated and did not say it. Bai Mo Xing snorted, a bad answer appearing in his heart. Qing Mao Mountain was already destroyed. What did Guyue clan's remnant members do first? Of course, it was to set up camp and rebuild their homes. Don't tell me they also chose Bai Gu Mountain? Damn it! In an instant, Bai Mo Xing's heart surged with intense killing intent. According to his conjecture, Qing Mao Mountain's main group was his Bai clan's enemy. But he quickly restrained his killing intent. He was already old. He was not as impulsive as youngsters. Old people always prioritize safety when dealing with matters. He calmed down and thought carefully. Even if he killed these 2 immediately, it would be useless. Killing them would not stop Qing Mao Mountain's remnant members from coming to Bai Gu Mountain. Instead, it would make the situation worse. First, it would create a group of enemies. And this group of enemies, although they did not have any foundation, they were very strong. Didn't you hear what Guyue clan's young master said? There were clan leaders and elders in the main group. What was even more frightening was that these people were even more determined to die in battle when they were in a desperate situation. Secondly, even if they attacked now, that girl called Ningbing was a genuine rank 3 Gu master, and on his side, although they were strong, there would still be casualties. Furthermore, such an important matter should not be decided by himself. The clan leader was not far away. Why not ask her for instructions? Thinking of this, Bai Mo Xing decided to stabilize Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing first. He smiled, saying passionately, This is such a coincidence, nephew. Our Bai clan's main group is nearby. We are holding our annual big hunt. Our Bai clan is like half the host. Nephew must come and be our guest. Let us do our best to be the host. This. Fang Yuan purposely hesitated. Come, our Bai clan's roasted lamb leg is top-notch. Bai Mo Xing's nephew also persuaded, but his gaze was fixed on Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan rubbed his belly, showing a difficult expression. He seemed to be somewhat apprehensive, but also somewhat eager. Bai Mo Xing's eyes shone brightly, laughing loudly. Nephew, don't hesitate. If you continue to hesitate, you are not giving me face. Fang Yuan bowed. Then I shall trouble your clan. A banquet was prepared in a spacious tent. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing each had a banquet, sitting next to each other. A few clan elders sat opposite, and the main seat was by clan leader. The top of the tent was opened, and the blue sky could be seen. In the center, a lamb was being roasted, and the fragrance had already filled the tent. Come, the lamb leg is the most tender. Guests from afar, please enjoy. By clan leader said, passionately. She was a middle-aged woman. Under her signal, the servant in charge of roasting the lamb first cut the lamb leg and offered it to Fang Yuan. Then, he cut another leg and placed it on a silver plate, placing it in front of Bai Ningbing. The lamb leg was giving off steam. Fang Yuan took a bite. It was crispy and tender. If it was dipped in some honey or cumin, it would be even more delicious. It is indeed a delicacy, not inferior to the grass skirt monkey brain. Even Bai Ningbing praised after eating. The guest likes it. That is what makes the host the happiest. Ha ha ha. Bai Mo Xing laughed. As Fang Yuan ate, tears flowed down. Everyone was shocked, and Bai clan leader hurriedly asked, Nephew Fangzheng, why are you crying? The delicacy is truly too delicious, but thinking of how Ningbing and I have been in danger these days, wandering from place to place, and thinking of how our clansmen are barely clothed and starving, I cannot help but feel heartache. I hope clan leader can forgive me. Fang Yuan stood up and cupped his fists. The few clan elders looked at each other and sighed. Bai clan leader asked, My clan deeply sympathizes with Guyue clan's disaster. Can nephew tell me what actually happened on Qingmao Mountain? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to ESO. Chapter 220. The once lively Qingmao Mountain had now become a land of ice and snow. Such a shocking change had already attracted the attention and investigation of the nearby powers. In these few months, the news of Qingmao Mountain's destruction had already spread far and wide. I don't dare to think about it. Just thinking about it makes me feel pain. Fang Yuan sat down with a sorrowful expression. Servants, bring the wine. Bai clan leader saw that Fang Yuan did not want to talk about it, so she did not pursue the matter and ordered a servant to bring 2 jars of wine. Bai Ningbing was indifferent. She never drank wine, only water. Fang Yuan directly removed the seal and gulped down a mouthful, tears falling down his face again. Bai clan leader was shocked. Nephew, why are you crying? After drinking your noble's wine, it is intoxicating. I can't help but think of my clan's green bamboo wine and the days of drinking on Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan said, as he wiped his tears. The clan elders sighed even louder, and many of them comforted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's experience resonated with them. After all, Bai clan's spirit spring was showing signs of drying up. If they could not find a new spirit spring, the miserable state of Guyue clan would be the future of Bai clan. Bai clan leader comforted Fang Yuan again before stopping his tears. Who wouldn't be sad when their home is destroyed? I can understand nephew's feelings. But as long as there are people, there is hope. Nephew, don't be sad. I believe that in a few days, you will be able to reunite with your clansmen. Bai Mo Xing probed. Fang Yuan pretended to be ignorant, wiped his tears, and casually replied, Yes, probably in a few days. Hearing this reply, Bai Mo Xing and Bai clan leader quickly looked at each other. After the banquet, Bai clan leader summoned Bai Mo Xing for a secret discussion. Clan leader, the situation is not good. Guyue village was destroyed. Why did these remnant people specially rush to Baigu Mountain? It is very likely that they want to seize this territory. Should we make the first move? Bai Mo Xing said worriedly. He. The Bai clan's matriarch laughed lightly. Bai Mo Xing was slightly stunned. Why is clan leader laughing? The matriarch narrowed her eyes and consoled, Elder Mo Xing, don't be impatient. There are pros and cons to this matter. As long as we operate it well, it will save us a lot of effort. With this reminder, Bai Mo Xing started to think. That's right. The spirit spring of the 100 clans had been used for many years and was about to dry up. He needed to find a new spirit spring as soon as possible. This time's mission in the name of hunting, was actually to find a suitable spirit spring on Whitebone Mountain. The Bai Clan's team had just arrived not too long ago, but they had not found anything yet. However, Guyue's remnant group had traveled such a long distance to come to Whitebone Mountain, so they must have obtained some information. It could be deduced that the Guyue family definitely had information regarding the Spirit Springs location. Bai Clan leader saw the change in Bai Emoshing's expression and continued, "Looks like you have also thought of it. Actually, as long as it was a famous mountain or a great river, it was a place where vitality gathered, and there would always be a spirit spring. However, it was not easy to find the exact location of the spirit spring. It requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Around our Bai clan are the Fong clan, Liao clan, and Fan clan. They are all powerful clans, and they have always kept each other in check. If the news of our Bai clan's spirit spring drying up were to spread, they would probably try to take advantage of us and hit us when we are down. Thus, we had previously discussed to secretly find the location of the spirit spring, and this time we are using the pretense of hunting. However, this way, our hands and feet will be tied, and the manpower and material resources needed to search for the spirit spring will be even greater." At this point, the 100 Clans clan leader wanted to say something, but hesitated. She was deeply worried. Bai Emoshing continued, "So, clan leader, you want to directly obtain information regarding the spirit spring's location from the Gue family?" "Exactly." Bai Emoshing nodded, her eyes glowing. "The Gue family's clan leader and elders are definitely not easy to deal with, but who asked those two youths to fall into our hands? This is a heaven-sent opportunity." Bai Emoshing frowned. "However, I don't think those two youths are stupid. It was obvious that the girl was a stubborn person with a firm will. Although the boy's cultivation was a little weak, he was calm in the face of danger and calm in the face of trouble. The first time we met, he did not panic at all when he was surrounded by us. It will not be easy to pry open their mouths." Bai Emoshing snorted. "If they do not have such determination, how can they be the young master of a clan? These two youths are very outstanding. If they are not, then I will suspect their identity." Bai Emoshing continued, "So, clan leader, you have to think thrice. If we torture them, I am afraid they may not give in. They left traces along the way, and the remnants of the Gue family will arrive very soon. These people are standard desperados who have nowhere else to go." Bai Emoshing waved his hand. "Clan elder does not need to worry about this. I already have a plan. Oh, I would like to hear the details." Bai Emoshing's murky eyes lit up as Bai Emoshing listened in detail. After Bai Emoshing finished, Bai Emoshing could not help but praise. "This plan has great potential. I have observed that Gue Fangzheng. He is indeed concerned about the clan. He shed tears twice during the banquet. He is a person of character. He is a youngster after all. Clan leader's plan is like placing honey in front of a bear cub or a carrot in front of a rabbit's nose. There is no need to worry about him not taking the bait." Fang Yuan pulled open a corner of the tent's curtains. It was already late at night, but Bai Clan's temporary camp was brightly lit. The tents were arranged in picturesque disorder, and there were torches on metal frames at intervals. From time to time, there were patrolling Gu masters. "Young Master Fangzhen, what's the matter?" Fang Yuan had just pulled open the tent's curtains when two guards walked over. Fang Yuan purposely burped. "I drank a lot during the banquet. Where can I relieve myself?" "Young master, this way, please. You are our clan's esteemed guest. The clan leader has specially arranged a place for you to relieve yourself. It is less than 30 steps away." One of the guards immediately said, "Point me in a direction. I don't like people nearby when I relieve myself." Fang Yuan waved his hand. We do not dare to disobey young master's orders. The wooden hut is over there. The guard pointed and bowed before retreating. Fang Yuan went to the wooden hut, and after taking a piss, he pretended to be drunk and purposely walked in the wrong direction. Before 20 steps, several patrolling Gu masters walked over. "Esteemed guest, you are walking in the wrong direction. Your tent is over there." "Is that so? I remember it was over there." Fang Yuan burped. "Esteemed guest, this way please." The Bai clan Gu masters showed a hypocritical smile with a hint of unyieldingness. Fang Yuan was brought back to the tent by these people. In the tent, the lights were lit. On the east and west sides, there were 2 beds. Bai Ningbing was sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating and using her primeval essence to cleanse her aperture. Hearing the sound of Fang Yuan entering, she opened her eyes and asked with her gaze. Fang Yuan glanced at her before lying down on the bed. "Ningbing, you should sleep early too. These days must have tired you out. Not long later, you will be able to reunite with your clansmen." The more he spoke, the more confused he became. Towards the end, he had already closed his eyes and was breathing as if he had fallen asleep. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk. She knew Fang Yuan was putting on an act, purposely saying this to prevent any surveillance Gu worms. He had just gone out to relieve himself, but came back so quickly. It showed that this place was heavily guarded. It was impossible to sneak away at night. Thinking of this, she could not help but worry. Although she had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, her Gu worms were not good enough, causing her battle strength to be lacking. In this camp, the Bai clan leader was a rank 4 Gu master. There were also 5 to 6 rank 3 elders and large numbers of rank 2 Gu masters. Meat on the chopping block was the current situation. Although the Bai clan was a righteous faction, humans would die for wealth and birds would die for food. Once the benefits were huge, they would definitely kill them. Bai Ningbing knew that the Gu worms in Fang Yuan's hands were all top quality, especially the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and Blood Skull Gu. Once they were exposed, it would definitely attract the greed of the Bai clan Gu masters. The reason why they did not make a move now was because Fang Yuan had used a tiger's skin using the non-existent Guyue clansmen to temporarily deceive them. If they did not see the Guyue clansmen in a few days, they would definitely be suspicious. By then, Fang and Bai would have no way out, and the situation would be very dangerous. How do I get out of this? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already laid down with his back, facing her. Listening to his breathing, it was calm and even as if he was really asleep. "You sure can keep your composure." Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, feeling slightly annoyed and helpless. The next day, the weather was fine and the sun was shining brightly. With 3 drum beats, Bai clan leader gathered the clansmen. Our Bai clan's annual hunting competition will last for 7 days from today onwards. It will be the time for you to display your strength. According to the rules, those who obtain a good ranking will be rewarded handsomely. Next, display your bravery to your heart's content. Bai clan leader waved her hand, and the village gate opened. The Gu masters who were already itching for a fight immediately rushed out impatiently. Not long after, they merged into the various mountain forests and disappeared without a trace. The previously crowded camp immediately became spacious and empty. "Nephew Fangjung, did you sleep well last night?" Bai clan leader turned around and smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and bowed. "Many thanks to clan leader for your hospitality. I fell asleep the moment I laid down last night, and when I woke up, it was already morning." "Ha ha ha." Bai clan leader laughed, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder with an amiable attitude. "Nephew, do you want to participate in our clan's hunting competition? Let us see the heroic bearing of a Guyue man." Fang Yuan showed an awkward expression, declining I am ashamed. I was heavily injured not long ago, and my cultivation fell from rank 3. Fortunately, the clan healed me and saved my life, but now I am only rank 1 middle stage. Actually, even without Fang Yuan's words, his rank 1 aura was already obvious. Nephew doesn't need to worry about this. As our clan's esteemed guest, you will naturally receive preferential treatment. How about this? As long as nephew can hunt an adult black bear, this green copper relic goo will be your reward. My clan leader lightly clapped her hands, and a goo master beside her opened his palm like he was presenting a treasure, and a finger-sized spherical goo appeared in his palm. Fang Yuan looked at this goo and sneered in his heart, but his eyes revealed a fervent expression. Then Junior will respectfully accept. If you like this work, you are welcome to ESO. Chapter 221. Roar. In the forest, a fat black bear was 2 meters tall when it stood up like a human. It roared at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, but the two were indifferent. The black bear was enraged and ran towards the 2 youngsters on all 4s. Don't be fooled by the bear's clumsy appearance. Its running speed was extremely fast, usually twice that of a human. The black bear was only 50 steps away from him, but Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile of success. Bam! An explosion resounded, and soil flew everywhere. The black bear let out a miserable howl, as if it was hit in the head, and its charge was immediately halted. It was infuriated by the sudden attack. It quickly adjusted its direction and charged towards Fang Yuan again. But just 10 steps later, another explosion occurred on the ground. Roar! The black bear's chest was covered in blood, and its eyes were bloodshot as it furiously pounced again. Wild beasts will always be wild beasts lacking intelligence. Fang Yuan sighed and turned around to retreat. The black bear chased relentlessly from behind, but every few steps it took, it would detonate an explosion. After dozens of steps, the black bear's body was covered in injuries, and none of its fur was intact. Its 4 limbs were crippled, and it was limping, no longer as ferocious as before. Its anger subsided, and its survival instincts took over. Even though Fang Yuan was not more than 20 steps away from it, but it chose to retreat. But Fang Yuan had already predicted its retreat direction and dug a deep hole along the way, burying at least 5 charred thunder potato goo. Bam! A loud sound, and the battle ended. At the same time, a wisp of smoke floated in the tent. Within the smoke, images flickered, showing the entire process of Fang Yuan's battle. Elder Mo Xing, what do you think? Seeing the battle end, Bai clan leader asked. In the entire tent, there were only her, and Bai Mo Xing, if I am not wrong, this Guyue clan young master should be using a charred thunder potato goo, right? This goo is a one-time consumable, buried in the ground, and growing by absorbing the earth's energy, then exploding after being shaken. It is quite powerful among rank 2 goo worms. However, this goo would be greatly weakened in Baigoo Mountain. There was no soil on the Whitebone Mountain. Even the mountain rocks were bones. The charred thunder potato goo cannot be planted at all. Bai Mo Xing pondered. The 100 Clans clan leader shook her head. Your analysis is correct, but that's not what I'm focusing on. Did you notice from the time he buried the charred thunder potato goo to the end of the battle, it was all done by Fang Zheng alone? He clearly had a rank 3 guard beside him, and it was very taxing for him to use the rank 2 charred thunder potato goo. Every time he buried a stone, he would have to use a Yuan stone to recover his Zhenyuan, but he insisted on doing it himself. What does this mean? Bai Mo Xing's eyes lit up. I understand. This Fang Zheng was a man of integrity and was not the kind of person who would resort to trickery. He agreed to participate in the hunt. Even if it would be troublesome and tiring, He doesn't want to use external forces to cheat. Crafty and deceitful people usually don't have strong wills. A righteous man is always steadfast. If we want to find the location of the spirit spring from these two, the best way is to beat them with our wits. I am even more confident in last night's plan. By clan leader laughed. I did not disappoint you. 15 minutes later, Fong Yuan handed a tattered bear skin to Bai clan leader. In such a short amount of time, you managed to kill an adult black bear, as expected of the Guyu clan's young master. The Bai clan leader's face revealed an appropriate amount of surprise, which quickly turned into a smile. Nephew, you can go back and rest. The green copper relic Gu will be delivered soon. Thank you, clan leader. Junior will take his leave. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing left the central tent and returned to their residence last night. A moment later, a Gu master delivered the green copper relic Gu. Fong Yuan took it and immediately used it in the tent, advancing his cultivation to upper stage from middle stage. A Gu master's small realm was easy to break through. It was a matter of painstaking effort. But large realms needed the support of aptitude. Relic Gu, stone aperture Gu, many Gu worms could allow a Gu master to forego painstaking effort and raise their cultivation in a short period of time. However, rank 1 upper stage was still rank 1. Such a small increase could not change the current situation. At night, Bai clan leader set up a banquet in the tent and invited Fong and Bai. Bai clan had a tradition. During the hunting competition, there would be a bonfire banquet every day. The super large bonfire banquet would be held outdoors in the camp. As for the small banquet in the central tent, only the top few of the competition would be invited. Fong and Bai, because of their different statuses, were still guests. Come, let me introduce our tribes, Hope Star to Nephew. You youngsters should get to know each other. During the banquet, Bai Mo Xing started the conversation. In the central tent, there were 4 youngsters. 2 males and 2 females without exception were all rank 3. One of the males was Bai Mo Xing's nephew, called Bai Mo Ting. He had a thin body and was 3rd place on the first day of hunting. Of the 2 females, one was called Bai Chao Shui. She had a sloppy appearance but was 4th. The other was called Bai Lian. She had a beautiful appearance with white skin and thick and dense eyelashes. She had a fresh and natural aura and was the publicly recognized beauty of the Bai clan. The 2 girls sat next to each other, forming a sharp contrast. Bai Zhanlai greets the 2 esteemed guests. The last young male Gu master took the initiative to speak, taking over Bai Mo Xing's words. He had a tall and sturdy body filled with arrogance and surging battle intent. His gaze swept past Fong and Bai, pausing on Fong Yuan for a moment, revealing a disdainful smile. However, his gaze was fixated on Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was like an ice fairy, with silver hair and blue eyes. Her beauty surpassed Bai Lian by a head. More importantly, she had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, attracting Bai Zhanlai's interest. He snorted, "It seems in your Guyue tribe there are more Yin and less Yang?" Bai Ningbing's expression was like ice, not changing at all. Fong Yuan's expression turned cold and ugly. Bai clan leader laughed. "This is the number 1 expert of the younger generation in our tribe. Nephew, don't blame me. I have always spoken like this." "I don't dare." Fong Yuan's lips curled as he faced Bai clan leader. "Brother Zhanlai is indeed a dragon among men. Fong Zheng admires you." His tone was complex, but he displayed it perfectly. There was the patience of living under someone else's roof, the helplessness of having weak cultivation, and the unresigned arrogance of a young man. Even Bai Ningbing could not help but raise her eyebrows. Bai Zhanlai snorted coldly. Fong Yuan sneered in his heart. He knew of Bai clan's difficult situation, but Bai clan did not know his true background. although the situation was disadvantageous to him. Fang Yuan firmly held the advantage in information. How to use this advantage is the key to escaping. Green copper relic Gu is a good sign. This shows that Bai Clan is wary of the non-existent Guyue troop. They don't want to use force, and want to use schemes to deceive. Is this Bai Zhan Lai, the next chess piece of Bai Clan? Thinking about it carefully, his words seemed too forceful. If he really is the next chess piece of Bai Clan, it will be somewhat troublesome. Why don't I personally give my weakness to the other party and reveal my weakness? If Bai Clan casually set up traps like this, Fang Yuan would no doubt become more and more passive. Thus, he might as well give the other party a weakness and purposely expose some fake weaknesses, and fight for some initiative in disguise. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the tent and immediately came up with a plan. He looked at Bai Lian opposite him. After staring for a while, Bai Lian seemed to sense Fang Yuan's gaze, and Fang Yuan turned his gaze away, looking elsewhere. As the banquet continued, Fang Yuan stole glances at Bai Lian from time to time, but avoided eye contact with Bai Lian. During the latter half of the banquet, Fang Yuan kept peeking at her, and the frequency increased. This scene was witnessed by the 100 Families clan leader and some of the elders. The clan elders revealed smiles in their eyes. It was normal for a young man to be in love. Bai Lian was the clan flower of Bai Clan. It was natural for her to attract the attention of Guyue clan's young master. After the banquet ended, Bai Mo Xing excitedly requested to see the clan leader. Clan leader, did you see the scene during the banquet? Bai Clan leader nodded with a smile. Let me make some more plans. The night was silent. On the second day of the hunt, Bai Clan leader summoned Fang Yuan again, and asked Fang Yuan to hunt an earthhorn rhinoceros. Fang Yuan used the same trick, using charred thunder potato goo to blast the earthhorn rhinoceros, and brought back the rhinoceros horn. After Bai Clan leader praised him, she rewarded him with a clearing heat goo. Clearing heat goo was like a beetle fossil with a translucent jade-like texture. Holding it in his hand, he could feel a cool air. This goo was specialized in detoxification and was a rank 2 healing goo. After obtaining this goo, Fang Yuan finally made up for his greatest weakness. At the day of the bonfire banquet, "This is my son, and this is my daughter. Bai Sheng, Bai Hua, stand up and offer a toast to this brother." Bai Clan leader said. A pair of twins stood up and raised their wine cups like adults, saying together, "Bai Sheng offers a toast to young Master Guyue." They slightly bowed with a solemn expression, showing that they had good upbringing without the slightest bit of mischievousness of children. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned and could not help but size up this pair of siblings. According to his previous life's memories, these two children would become the twin stars of the righteous path, and for a period of time, they would be unparalleled. Eventually, both of them would reach rank 5 and push Bai Clan's power to an unprecedented height in history. At the same time, they were the inheritors of Bai Gu Mountain's inheritance. Among them, Bai Sheng was the future clan leader of Bai Clan. In a clan, the position of clan leader was usually inherited by the clan leader's own children. But like Guyue village, where the clan leader did not have any children, they would select the best among the pure-blooded clansmen. Humans had to go through a process of growth. This pair of twins, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, could become heroes in the future. But these two were still too young and could not even be considered students. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and turned his attention back to Bai Lian. The banquet continued. During this time, Fang Yuan kept sneaking glances at Bai Lian. Bai Zhan Lai was finding fault, and his tone was getting more and more impolite. Bai Mo Xing's nephew, Bai Mo Ting, was sneaking glances at Bai Ningbing. Chapter 222. On the third day, Bai Clan leader summoned Fang Yuan. In the name of hunting, She gave him a lot of yuan stone. During the banquet, besides sneaking glances at Bai Lian, Fang Yuan also toasted Bai clan leader with a sincere and grateful expression. Bai clan leader did not say it, but she was very satisfied in her heart. That night, Bai Lian visited Fang Yuan, saying that a friend of hers was poisoned and only clearing heat goo could cure it. But clearing heat goo was rare. Thus she borrowed it from Fang Yuan. You can't endure it anymore. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart and lent clearing heat goo to her without saying anything else. After this, Bai Lian was very grateful. Fang Yuan took the initiative to talk to her passionately, and the two got closer as their relationship heated up. On the 5th day, during the banquet, Bai clan leader suddenly asked, "Nephew, does your Guyue tribe want to set up camp on Baigu Mountain?" Fang Yuan quickly stood up, his expression calm, but he could not conceal the panic in his eyes. Baigu Mountain is adjacent to Bai clan village. It can be said to be your tribe's territory. Junior would not dare to offend you. Bai clan leader laughed in her heart and was even more certain that Guyue tribe's destination was Baigu Mountain. She said hypocritically, "Nephew might not know, but the situation here is very complicated. My Bai clan is under a lot of pressure. If Guyue tribe can stay on Baigu Mountain and become my tribe's ally, that would be for the best." Fang Yuan quickly denied it. Bai Mo Xing also tried to persuade, but Fang Yuan seemed to be moved, but he did not say anything. After the banquet ended, Bai Lian also came to ask. Fang Yuan had a complicated expression, but still did not admit it. "Humph, this kid's mouth is really tight." After the banquet, Bai Mo Xing gritted his teeth and sighed. This is how a young master of a tribe should behave. I am not surprised. It is time to add fuel to the fire. Bai clan leader's gaze was deep. Thus, the next morning, before Fang Yuan could get out of bed, he was woken up by the quarreling outside the tent. He walked out of the tent and saw Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian pulling at each other. "100 Zhanlai, how many times have I told you to stop bothering me? Feelings can't be forced." Bai Lian shook off Bai Zhanlai's hand and said coldly, "I still have things to do. You can leave first. Today's hunting competition is about to begin. What else do you want?" He went to find that pretty boy from Guyue's family again, right? Bai Zhanlai roared angrily. "What are you talking about?" Young Master Fangzhen was a kind person, lending the clearing heat goo without hesitation. If it weren't for his help, would Parks and View have recovered so quickly? "Lian, can you not be so naive? Clearing heat goo, hee, I think he wants to be intimate with you. Didn't you notice the way he looked at you?" Bai Zhanlai said anxiously. Bai Lian glared at him. "Bai Zhanlai, stop before you go too far." "Ah, young Master Fangzhen." The two quarreling discovered Fang Yuan standing outside the tent. Fang Yuan's expression was somewhat awkward, and his gaze was somewhat worried. He said to Bai Lian, "So, it's Miss Bai Lian. If you have anything to say, come into the tent." "You brat." Bai Zhanlai flew into a rage and wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan, but was stopped by Bai Lian halfway. "Bai Zhanlai, what are you trying to do? Are you crazy? This is our clan's esteemed guest." "What esteemed guest? He's just a stray dog." Bai Zhanlai spat and pointed at Fang Yuan's nose. "Brat, if you have the guts, let's have a real contest. Whoever loses can no longer bother Lian. Humph, I am rank 1 and you are rank 3. You still have the nerve to say such words. Is there no fairness in the Grand Bai clan?" Fang Yuan's expression turned ugly. "In this world, there has never been fairness, only the strong and the weak. If you don't dare to compete, then you are a coward. So Guyue clan is full of cowards. Ah!" Bai Zhanlai raised his head and laughed, his voice attracting the attention of many people. "What's going on?" Bai Mo Xing hurried over. After Bai Lian explained, Bai Mo Xing immediately reprimanded Bai Zhanlai. You are really reckless. You dare to be rude to an esteemed guest. Bai Zhanlai raised his head. He doesn't even dare to accept the challenge. He is not a brave warrior. Since he is not a brave warrior, why treat him with respect? You, Bai Mo Xing glared. Bai Lian said, only a fool would agree to such a challenge of yours. Young Master Fangjing's cultivation has declined because of his injuries. If he was at his peak, you might not be his match. A young girl speaking to Fang Yuan like this, if Fangjing was here, he would probably be extremely grateful. But Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, what a good show! I will represent young Master Fangjing and compete with you. Bai Lian continued. Bai Zhanlai was so angry that he was breathing heavily. Why are you standing up for him? Also, what right do you have to represent him? He is just a pretty boy, a good-for-nothing. I can beat 10 of him. I won't compete with you. Brat, stand up if you have the guts. Are you still a man if you don't say a word? If you want to compete, then compete. Who's afraid of who? Fang Yuan looked like he couldn't take the provocation and said with an impulsive tone, Sir Elder, did you hear that? He agreed. Bai Zhanlai immediately shouted happily. Bai Mo Xing frowned. Life should be brave enough to accept challenges. Nephew Fangjing, your courage is obvious to all. But you are an esteemed guest of my clan. If anything happens to you, it will be hard for us to answer to Gu Yue's clan. Also, both parties have different cultivation levels. It is unfair to challenge. Sir Elder is right. This junior didn't think it through. Fang Yuan purposely hesitated. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to retreat, Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian quickly exchanged glances. Bai Zhanlai continued to speak, provoking Fang Yuan's anger and provoking him. Bai Lian clenched her teeth and walked in front of Fang Yuan. She opened her big, watery eyes and said with a gentle voice, Young Master Fangjing, this one has a presumptuous request. Oh, what do you want? I sincerely request young Master to accept this challenge and help me get rid of Bai Zhanlai. I really can't stand his harassment anymore. As she spoke, Bai Lian was about to cry. A young girl was begging a boy for help, asking him to chase away a very hateful pursuer. Especially this boy. He also had a good impression of the young girl. Tell me, how could this boy not agree? Thus, Fang Yuan immediately patted his chest and agreed. Miss Bai Lian, please don't worry. Your problem is my problem. I will definitely do my best to help. After a pause, Fang Yuan's tone became hesitant, but my cultivation is currently weaker than his. If I lose, don't worry. Young Master, I already have a plan. Bai Lian smiled like a blooming daffodil. She turned around and said to Bai Moxing, Lord Family Elder, although young Master Fangjing has agreed to the duel, if we were to really have a duel, it would probably harm the harmony between us. I have a suggestion. Why don't we use this hunting competition as an opportunity to split into 5-people teams and compete based on the results of this hunt? A good suggestion. Bai Mo Xing stroked his beard and nodded, then you can choose your people. But to be fair, the 5 people must have similar cultivation. Bai Zhanlai snorted in displeasure. Yes. Bai Lian hurriedly bowed in excitement. An hour later, the 2 groups set off. On Fang Yuan's side, there were rank 3 Bai Ningbing, Bai Lian, as well as 2 other female Gu masters. Their ages were similar to Bai Lian, and they had rank 2 cultivation. One of them was called Bai Shengjing, and was very grateful to Fang Yuan. Earlier, she was poisoned and was saved by Fang Yuan's clearing heat Gu. The group was very harmonious, and although Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation, he was the center of attention. Young Master, don't worry. We have already obtained detailed information and know where there are more precious prey. Just follow us. Bai Shengjing had a lively personality and was in charge of scouting. Everyone followed her, and sure enough, They killed many unique prey. Fang Yuan did not put in much effort, and the whole process was more like a field trip. Young Master Fangzheng, I heard that your Guyue tribe is moving to Baigu Mountain. Is it like this? On the way back, Bai Sheng seemed to ask casually. These are all groundless rumors. Fang Yuan laughed. Young master, you are cultured and refined, a gentleman, much better than that by Zhan Lai. Sigh, if we can settle down on Baigu Mountain, we will be able to see each other often. Bai Sheng continued. Fang Yuan chuckled, sneaking a glance at Bai Lian, who was walking beside him. Bai Lian had a worried expression. Settling down and establishing a village is not a simple matter. The first condition is to find a spirit spring. However, around the spirit spring, the primeval energy is dense, and there will definitely be beast groups or strong wild goo worms. When the predecessors establish a village, they must go through intense battles to kill the beast groups or wild goo worms. This process will definitely be accompanied by blood and sacrifice. Saying so, she looked at Fang Yuan. Actually, there are large numbers of bone beasts living on Baigu Mountain. These bone beasts have tough bodies and are hard to deal with. There is no soil on Baigu Mountain, only pure white bone stones. It is not impossible to establish a village on this mountain, but the price to pay will be very high. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan's smile showed a trace of reluctance, his gaze revealing a trace of deep worry. However, he pretended to ask casually, I am rather interested in Baigu Mountain. Bai Lian, you are half the owner. Tell me, how many dangers are there on this mountain? Bai Lian laughed. If young master wants to hear, I will tell you. She exaggerated, while secretly activating the accumulating anxiety goo in her aperture. This goo's effect was like the spring breeze and drizzle, silently affecting the surroundings within 10 steps of the user. It could make one's mind heavier and their worries deeper. Fang Yuan's smile gradually faded, the worry in his eyes showing clearly. Young Master Fangzheng doesn't need to worry. This time we will definitely win against Bai Zhan Lai. Bai Sheng purposely comforted. Fang Yuan nodded and answered a few sentences, but he seemed to be absent-minded. Following that, he asked even more questions. They were all related to Baigu Mountain, especially a certain part of the back mountain. Bai Lian patiently answered all of them. This scene was playing out in the tent at the same time. The little fish has taken the bait. Bai clan leader laughed complacently. Back mountain, she started to compare the map on the table. Chapter 223. After a while, Bai clan leader retracted her gaze from the map. She gave up helplessly. Baigu Mountain was huge. Although the range had been reduced to the back mountain, it was still far from the accurate location. Guyue clan's lad is wary of my Bai clan. He will definitely not ask for the location directly. It seems I need to work harder to find the Spirit Springs location. Bai clan leader gritted her teeth, thinking, once they know the location of the Spirit Spring, Bai clan will carry out a detailed investigation. If there are not many beast groups around the Spirit Spring, and the price of killing them is not high, then I will make a move directly. Strike first to gain the upper hand. But if there are too many ferocious beasts and goo worms, then I will provide logistics to support Guyue clan. I will let them be the vanguard, and when the time is right, I will reap the rewards. If I do it, well, I might even be able to swallow up the remnants of Guyue clan. He. Thinking of this, Bai clan leader could not help but chuckle. She still did not know that the so-called remnant of Guyue clan was just a fabrication. On the contrary, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of valuable information from Bai Lian. The righteous path inheritance was at the back mountain of Baigu Mountain. Fang Yuan did not hide this. However, there were many bone beasts and many goo at the back mountain, occupying an area. It was difficult and dangerous. He knew that Bai Lian's words were exaggerated. With his 500 years of experience, he got rid of the exaggerated content, and Fang Yuan obtained a fact. If he and Bai Ningbing were to reach the inheritance location, they would need at least half a year. The situation on Baigu Mountain was different from the forest. There were large-scale beast groups, and at the same time, ferocious beasts and dangerous goo worms. Many places needed to be avoided, and some places needed to be avoided. After returning to the village, it was as Bai Shungjing said, their battle results surpassed Bai Zhanlai's. After a day of rumors, this competition was widely known. The 5 of them walked in the camp, receiving much attention. Senior Bai Lian won today. That is because Lord Bai Zhanlai's luck was not good. You have to know, hunting also depends on luck. If we don't encounter any rare prey, it won't work even if we have the strength. Are the 2 people over there from Guyue's family? Who is that woman? So beautiful. Her beauty is actually not inferior to Balian's. I heard that the young master of the Guyue clan is interested in Lady Balian. Humph, a toad lusting after swan meat. In my opinion, this person's character is unshakable. You already have one by your side, yet you still want another. No wonder Lord Bai Zhanlai is angry. Everyone can see Lord Bai Zhanlai's feelings for Senior 100 Lotus. I heard that they were childhood sweethearts. Sigh, it's a pity that the falling flowers yearn for love, but the heartless water is heartless. Many whispered and bowed their heads in discussion. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, seemed to have a heavy heart. Although he had won, he did not look happy. In the evening, there was another bonfire banquet in the central tent. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, this pair of siblings, after toasting Fang Yuan, were led away. There were a few new faces in the tent. Bai Lian and Bai Zhanlai's competition caused them to be separated from the normal hunting competition. Therefore, the positions that were originally occupied became empty, attracting the appearance of 2 young talents of the Bai clan. These 2 men were obviously close to Bai Zhanlai. During the banquet, one glared at Fang Yuan, while the other ignored him. Nephew, it has already been a few days. Why haven't we seen your clansmen? During the banquet, the Bai clan leader asked. Fang Yuan showed a trace of worry. According to my calculations, it should be in the last few days. Sigh, maybe they encountered some unforeseen events. But I think that with their strength, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. The Bai clan leader nodded. Her main concern was still on Fang Yuan. She had spent a lot of effort to build such a stage. Seeing that progress was fast and success was in sight, she did not want the appearance of Guyue's remnants to ruin this great situation. What the Bai clan leader did not know was that her worry was completely unnecessary. In this world, only the 2 brothers, Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, were left in the Guyue tribe. Nephew, don't worry. I have already sent people to investigate. I believe there will be news of your clansmen soon. On the other hand, the Bai clan leader consoled Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly thanked her, while Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. It was still fine now. They could use excuses to dodge the situation. After all, encountering some unexpected troubles in the wilderness was a normal thing. But once the situation drags on, Bai clan would become suspicious. They might even be able to see through their own side. But these days, Bai Ningbing did not dare to act rashly while hunting in the wilderness. She knew that there were definitely Bai clan Gu masters monitoring the surroundings, hiding at the side. They lacked a powerful movement Gu, and the complicated situation in the forest greatly restricted their speed. From Bai Ningbing's point of view, the situation was worsening day by day. They were like sinking into a swamp, sinking deeper and deeper. If left alone, they would sink and rot sooner or later. Then what are your plans? Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan, who was sitting beside her. She understood Fang Yuan and knew he was not a person who would sit and wait for death. But because of her limited life experience, she could not think of a good way to break out of this situation. In this environment, she could not directly discuss with Fang Yuan. The pressure in Bai Ningbing's heart was getting heavier. Another day passed like this. Fang Yuan's team's battle achievements were close to surpassing Bai Zhanlai's. After the banquet, Bai clan leader summoned Bai Mo Xing to discuss a secret plan. The female clan leader tapped the table with her finger. We cannot continue like this. Bai Lian kept talking about the dangers of Bai Gu Mountain during today's hunt. I can already feel Fang Zheng wavering. But time waits for no man once Guyue tribe's main force appears. Fang Zheng will have found his backbone, and our efforts will be wasted. Time waits for no man. Bai clan leader heaved a long sigh, unable to conceal the worry on her face. She did not know that Bai Ningbing was actually more worried than her. Time was even more precious to Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan. Bai Mo Xing pondered for a while. Clan leader, in my opinion, it is not realistic to make Fang Zheng trust us and tell us the location of the spirit spring in a short period of time. I have an idea, but we still need to beat around the bush, but we need to add some fuel to the fire. Oh, tell me about it. Bai Mo Xing mumbled in a low voice. Bai clan leader nodded. You are right. That Fang Zheng is very worried. He must be worried that the tribe will suffer great losses in order to attack the spirit spring. Doesn't he want to know the location of the spirit spring? He must be thinking about it, but he is worried about us. Moreover, their cultivations were too weak. Your idea sounds good. Faintly, the female clan leader felt that there was something wrong with this idea. But there were no other good ideas now. They could only give it a try. Thus, on the third day of the battle, Bai Zhanlai accidentally caught a wild swimming dragon butterfly during his hunt, causing a commotion in the camp. Bai Lian's expression was heavy. The situation is not good. Swimming dragon butterfly goo is a rank 3 goo. It is extremely rare. Bai Zhanlai is already far ahead. We can only take a risk to have any hope of victory. I know the situation of the surrounding forest. We can only go to Bai Gu Mountain to hunt and kill bone beasts, or subdue wild bone goo. Bai Ningbing's heart jumped when she heard this. Bai Gu Mountain, isn't this the best time to break the deadlock? Ha! To think such a good opportunity would come knocking on our door. Although Bai Gu Mountain is dangerous, it is the best way to get rid of Bai clan. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. This is too dangerous. Lady Bai Lian, our strength is limited. Let's forget about it. Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, wishing she could strangle Fang Yuan. Bai Lian smiled. Young master, don't worry, I have a plan. I have a close relationship with Bai Sheng and Bai Hua young masters. We can coax them to join the hunt tomorrow. They do not have any cultivation, so we can't secretly bring them in. But they will definitely have hidden goo masters protecting them. Now that we're on the White Bones Mountain, if we encounter any danger, will these guards not intervene? We will not steal the corpses of the beasts they kill. We will hunt our own. There will always be the old, the weak, and the young in the beast group. The wild beasts on Bai Gu Mountain are much more valuable. Fang Yuan was stunned. To think that Bai clan would do this in order to not arouse my suspicions. Although he thought so, he said, "This is a great plan. Lady Bai Lian, you are so intelligent. I have a whole new level of respect for you." Not at all. Young master is too kind. Bai Lian smiled shyly, her eyes concealing a hint of pride. The next day, in the dark central tent, Bai clan leader stared at the colorful smoke in the air. Within the smoke, a scene appeared. In the scene, there was a group of 7 people. Other than Fang Yuan, Bai Lian, and the others, there were 2 children. They were the two young masters of Bai Clan. It seems Bai Gu Mountain is very peaceful. We have been walking for so long, but we have not met any trouble. In the scene, Bai Shengjing spoke. Bai Clan leader immediately snorted in anger. To protect them and open the path, she sent large numbers of Gu masters. Even the clan elders around her followed them secretly. Fang Yuan's group moved without any obstruction, and the scattered wild beasts they met were purposely left out by Clan's Gu masters. In these 6 hours of trekking, Bai Clan had already sacrificed tens of outstanding Gu masters. Even 3 clan elders were injured. Among them, 2 were already unconscious and were on the way back to camp. But this was only the foot of Bai Gu Mountain. The further they went up the mountain, the more dangerous it became. Fang Yuan's group might look relaxed, but it was actually because the Gu masters ahead had used their blood and lives to exchange for it. Especially Bai Gu Mountain, there were no signs of human habitation. It was the territory of ferocious beasts and wild Gu. To explore the path, one had to pay a huge and high price. Fang Yuan's group continued to climb, and under Bai Lian's intentional guidance, they unknowingly arrived at Bai Gu Mountain. Our information is limited. I don't know where to go next. It is getting late. Maybe we should return. Bai Lian purposely said, since we are already here, we might as well take a look. Fang Yuan said. He looked around, trying to discern, as if he was looking for something. He started to lead the way, and according to his memories, he knew the inheritance location was not far away. Hey, can't you at least act more realistic? At the side, Bai Ningbing saw this and felt anxious. Fang Yuan's actions were too blatant. Bai Ningbing worriedly looked at the people around her. But what made her feel strange was, be it Bai Lian or Bai Shengjing, none of them seemed to have sensed it, and silently allowed Fang Yuan to move. Good, that's it. It seems this place is extremely close to the spirit spring. In the tent, the clan leader's excitement was clearly shown. Hee. Fang Zheng, you are still too inexperienced. They entered the cave. Is the spirit spring inside the cave? The scene flashed, showing the scene inside the cave. Just as Bai clan leader was feeling puzzled, someone outside the tent reporting to clan leader, an investigative Gu master has returned and captured a Thai clan Gu master. Furthermore, I have important intelligence to report. Chapter 2:24. Important information? Bai clan leader frowned slightly. But what kind of important information could be more important than the spirit spring? Since it is not urgent information, let them wait outside the tent. The clan leader instructed before focusing her gaze on the smoke image. The image flashed and showed the situation inside the cave. Fang Yuan and the other 6 went deep into the cave and soon reached the bottom. This cave was not big. Bai clan leader was soon disappointed. She did not see the spirit spring, and it could not be in such a place. It seems we still need time to find the spirit spring. Bai clan leader muttered and lightly waved her sleeves, keeping the smoke into her sleeves, and said, call them in. The tent flap was opened, and a valiant investigative Gu master walked in and bowed. Subordinate greets Lord Clan leader. I have important information to report. His tone revealed a sense of anxiousness. You captured a Thai clan Gu master? Bai clan leader frowned slightly. Thai clan was a huge force. Even 10 Bai clan villages were not their match. If it was not handled properly, it would be very troublesome. Bai clan leader was reprimanding this subordinate inwardly. This Thai clan Gu master was like a hot potato. He should just kill them secretly in the wild. But if they were brought back to the clan, it would be a source of gossip. Subordinate received a mission to investigate the movements of Guyue's remnant forces and unexpectedly found a heavily injured Gu master. Subordinate originally suspected that this person was a Guyue clansman, but after treatment, He claimed to be a Thai clan gu master. And from his mouth, subordinate learned a shocking piece of news. Qing Mao Mountain's 3 clans were completely annihilated, but there was a mysterious demonic gu master who escaped from the disaster. Thai clan sent out gu masters to pursue these demonic gu masters. The investigative gu master reported, "What did you say?" Bai clan leader was shocked. Her heart thumped, and she frowned. At this moment, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's appearance and actions flashed past her mind like flickering shadows. These 2 youngsters were demonic gu masters. They did not look like it, especially when Bai clan leader recalled the scene of Fang Yuan crying at the banquet. How could such a person be a demonic gu master? How can you be sure this person is a Thai clan gu master? Bai clan leader asked. This is the Thai clan's token we found on him. Moreover, this person's gu has the characteristics of the Thai clan. The investigative gu master said as he presented an iron token. The 100 Clans clan head took the token and held it in her hand, feeling the coldness of the token. It was indeed the token of the Thai family, but this is also possible. This person killed Thai clan's gu masters and obtained the spoils of war from them. Maybe this person, a thief crying thief, is the demonic gu master that Thai clan is chasing. Bai clan leader thought of a possibility. In order to survive, demonic gu masters had to disguise their identities. The 100 Families clan leader's first impression was too deep, but no matter what, she had to confirm it herself. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Bring the captive here. Let's go." Soon, the tent's curtain was opened and a gu master was brought in. Tai Dao Ku's hair was disheveled and his face was pale as he appeared in front of Bai clan leader with light steps. "Kneel." The gu master behind kicked him, and this man groaned as he knelt on the ground. But he struggled with all his might, wanting to stand up immediately. "Be obedient." The 2 gu masters behind each held an arm, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Tai Dao Ku struggled to no avail and screamed, Tai Dao Ku, kneel to heaven and earth, kneel to my parents, and kneel to the clan leader. Don't humiliate me, just die." "Oh my, your acting is quite good." Bai clan leader raised her brows and sneered. Soon after, he shouted, "Speak, you demonic gu master. How did you kill Tai clan's gu master and obtain this token?" Tai Dao Ku was stunned and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Puffed. I am an upright man. Tai clan's Tai Dao Ku. I will never change my name. After falling into your hands, you can kill me or torture me as you wish, but now you are still trying to frame me. Don't you seem hypocritical?" The blood did not land on Bai clan leader's body. As if it hit an invisible wall in the air, it fell to the ground. Bai clan leader's expression was somewhat ugly. Tai Dao Ku sneered, "My Thai clan specializes in investigation. Bai clan, you captured me and humiliated me like this. Hee, you better chop me into pieces and pray that no one finds out. Once you are found out, your Bai clan will suffer my Thai clan's thunderous revenge." Bai clan leader sneered, "You keep saying you are a Thai clan gu master, but I have seen many Thai clan gu masters. Rank 5 and below always move in large groups, and they are all capable and imposing, with a steel-like concealment. Not mentioning that you are alone, look at your current appearance. If you want to act as a Thai clan gu master, you better act properly." Tai Dao Ku's sneer froze. Bai clan leader's words evoked the most painful part in his heart. Thinking of the time when they set off from Qing Mao Mountain, the group of 9 were in high spirits. But now he was the only one left, and he was even a prisoner. So bitter, especially when Tai Dao Ku thought of Tai Aotian's death. The huge regret and pity made him feel even more pain. He was Tai clan's 4th young master, with outstanding aptitude and a persevering nature. He had been placed high hopes on since young. He was a strong competitor for Tai clan leader, and the hope of Tai Clan's future. Ever since he was young, he had displayed extraordinary intelligence and aptitude. From him, Tai Dao Ku saw hope for the future. But when the earth-shattering explosion rang out, everything was over. The explosion was too sudden. Tai Ao Tian, who was at the center of the explosion, did not even have time to activate his defensive goo worms before he was blasted into smithereens. A generation's pride, a future star, died just like that. Not only Tai Ao Tian, but the others also suffered. Several of them were killed in the explosion, and countless goo worms were destroyed. The remaining two were heavily injured. Tai Dao Ku was one of them. At that time, he was at the back of the group, and because his skin was modified into copper skin by a goo worm, he was able to survive. There was also a heavily injured person. Half of his body was blown up, and after 5 minutes, he fainted. Rescue efforts failed, and he died. Tai Dao Ku shed tears as he buried his clansmen's corpses into the ground. He had wanted to bury them separately, but most of the corpses were blasted into pieces. Tai Ao Tian's situation was even worse. Only palm-sized pieces were left. He built a grave with an extremely sorrowful heart. He cut off a huge rock and moved it here as a marker. Afterwards, he investigated the explosion site. With his rich experience, he determined that this was charred thunder potato goo. More than 100 charred thunder potatoes were buried in the ground. No doubt, this was a huge, sinister, and vicious trap. Who did such a wicked thing? Who set this trap? Tai Dao Ku thought about it, and felt that Fong and Bai were the most suspicious. Of course, he did not know Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing's names and other information, but he understood this was very likely the work of the demonic goo master they were chasing. Too despicable, too vicious. Tai Dao Ku was furious. His hatred was as deep as the sea. Revenge, he had to take revenge, and bring this demonic goo master to justice. To Tai Dao Ku, he could no longer return to Tai Clan. Tai Clan's fourth young master was dead. This responsibility had to be pursued. Moreover, if Tai Dao Ku returned like this, it would be a huge humiliation to him. He decided to continue chasing. Tai Ao Tian was dead. His life had turned from colorful to gray. He wanted to kill Qing, Mao Mountain's demonic goo master, to vent the hatred in his heart. Even if he could not kill them, he would use all his strength. Revenge! Revenge! He shouted towards the sky, vowing not to rest until he killed Fong and Bai. However, reality was cruel. His injuries could not be treated effectively, and in the next few days, he had a high fever and felt dizzy. He was also attacked by beast groups and only managed to escape by water. But under the situation of lacking supplies, he still fainted. When he woke up, he found that he had been saved and had become Bai Clan's captive. He could not bear to recall the past and felt pain just thinking about it. Tai Dao Ku knelt in the tent and could not help but shed tears. Bai Clan leader was secretly surprised and continued to ask questions. But Tai Dao Ku did not speak, as if he was ready to die a martyr. This was not the demonic goo master who disguised his identity and wanted to survive. What if this person is really a Tai Clan goo master? Bai Clan leader felt something was wrong, and the bad feeling in her heart was growing. She wanted to find out more information, but Tai Dao Ku did not speak, and even closed his eyes, not cooperating at all. Bai Clan leader's eyes turned, and suddenly said, "Not long ago, our Bai Clan hosted 2 Guyue clansmen. They were 2 youngsters, and one claimed to be the young master of Guyue clan." Before Bai Clan leader finished speaking, Tai Dao Ku suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with brilliance. Hatred, anger, joy, all sorts of complex emotions were revealed at once. He was so excited that he wanted to stand up, but was pressed down by the 2 goo masters behind him. He shouted, "It's them, it must be them. To think I would meet them here, and 2 youngsters at that. Humph, they must be demonic goo masters who escaped from Qingmao Mountain. Tai Dao Ku naturally did not know about Bai Clan. The investigative goo master was only interrogating him. It would be strange if he told him this. Bai Clan leader saw that he finally spoke and immediately asked, "If you are a Tai Clan goo master, where are your companions?" Tai Dao Ku's attitude completely changed at this moment. For the sake of revenge, he replied in a deep voice, "They're all dead. Where did they die? Where are their corpses?" Tai Dao Ku's expression changed. "I cannot tell you this. The dead are buried. Even if you suspect me, I will not allow you to dig up their graves." Bai Clan leader heard this, and her heart sank. This was not something a demonic goo master would say. "Don't tell me." Bai Clan leader felt a strong sense of foreboding. She finally waved her sleeves, and a colorful smoke flew out, spiraling in the air and showing a scene. "Your clan's young masters are in our hands. Get out now." In the scene, Fang Yuan had already shed all pretense of cordiality. He grabbed Bai Sheng and Bai Hua's throats, one in each hand, and shouted coldly. Bai Clan leader was stunned. After a few breaths of time, she flew into a rage and slammed the table in front of her into smithereens. She roared in anger. "So, you are demonic scoundrels." Chapter 225. Bai Clan leader's expression was extremely terrible. Everything was clear now. She was hesitant at first, but after seeing the scene in the colorful smoke, only an idiot would not be able to tell. Bai Clan leader was not an idiot. In fact, she was wiser than ordinary people. In Fang Yuan's previous life, she led Bai Clan to complete the migration and laid a solid foundation for the next generation. Damn it! How can this be? These 2 scoundrels are actually demonic goo masters. They are too good at acting. "Young master, the 2 young masters are in their hands. What should we do?" In the tent, the other goo masters saw this and panicked, their minds in chaos. The situation was terrible. Fang Yuan was holding the 2 young masters hostage, causing everyone to be wary of taking action. Bai Clan leader forced herself to calm down. She was Bai Hua and Bai Sheng's mother. Her anxiety and worry could not be matched by others. But as a leader, she had to have her own strengths. Other than her identity as a mother, she was also a clan leader. She first ordered her subordinates to release Tai Dao Ku. "I have misunderstood Tai Clan's hero. I apologize to you here." She stood up and bowed with a sincere expression. Tai Dao Ku snorted. Although he was extremely unhappy, he admired Bai Clan leader's ability to let go. Right now, he was only a prisoner. His life and death was at the mercy of Bai Clan leader. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Because his body was extremely weak, even this action was very difficult for him. "Come, help Tai Clan's guests to their seats." Bai Clan leader ordered. Tai Dao Ku sat down, his gaze fixed on the scene in the colorful smoke. He looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing with a burning gaze, making it hard for others to look at him directly. The demonic goo masters who escaped from Qingmao Mountain, are they the 2 of them? That explosive trap was set up by them? Young Master Tai Ao Tian's death, my current predicament, were caused by these 2 youngsters? Tai Dao Ku imprinted Fang and Bai's appearance and physique deeply in his mind. No, it might not be them. Maybe this is a misunderstanding. Tai Dao Ku quickly thought of another possibility. He was an upright person and never killed the innocent. But no matter what, I have to confirm it personally. If not, I will go after the real culprit. If that's the case, then I'm going to cripple their apertures and chop them into pieces. Thinking of this, he said, 100 Clans leader, the most important thing now is to capture these 2 thieves and save the 2 young masters of your clan. Tai Clan hero, what do you have to teach me? Bai Clan leader wanted to get some useful information from Tai Dao Ku's mouth. But she was destined to be disappointed. Tai Dao Ku shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. The atmosphere in the cave was tense. Back off. Do you want me to repeat myself? Fang Yuan sneered and threatened. Fang Zheng, what are you doing? What's going on? Why did you kidnap the two young masters? Bai Lian, Bai Shengjing, and the others were all dumbfounded. They had originally thought that they would be able to find the spirit spring. However, everything had happened too quickly. No one had expected that Fang Yuan would suddenly launch an attack and kidnap the two young masters who were so close to him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, 3 figures appeared. Fang Zheng, you dare to kidnap our clan's young masters. Your audacity is unforgivable. Let go of the young masters, and we will spare your life. Fang Zheng, let go of the young masters now, and come back with us. We will send you off. The 3 elders spoke one after another, their expressions extremely ugly. They had strong cultivation and had been following and protecting this group. Now that they sensed the commotion, they rushed here first. You finally couldn't hold back and jumped out. Very good. Fang Yuan sneered. In his hands, the twins Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were struggling crazily. Evil thief, let go of us. If you kill me, you will die too. The 2 children shouted with difficulty. Their faces were flushed red. They were choked by Fang Yuan and could not breathe properly, gradually feeling suffocated. These 2 children would become rank 5 Gu masters in the future, the leaders of Bai clan, the twin stars of the righteous path. Unfortunately, right now, they had no strength to even truss a chicken and were being strangled by Fang Yuan. In just a moment, their eyes started to roll back and their auras weakened. Fang Zheng, don't make a mistake. Let go of the 2 young masters. We have given you the chance. As long as you let go of the young masters, our Bai clan will let you leave and will not stop you. What do you want, Yuan stone or Gu worms? The 3 elders were anxious, their eyes shining with ominous light as they were ready to make a move. Humph, wasn't my words clear enough? Get out of here, otherwise— Fang Yuan laughed malevolently and signaled Bai Ningbing with his gaze. Bai Ningbing understood and took out the chainsaw golden centipede. She injected her primeval essence into it, and the silver saw started to move crazily, making buzzing noises as it slowly moved towards Bai Hua's delicate arm. Let go of my sister. Let go, let go. Bai Sheng stared angrily as he shouted and struggled with all his might, but Fang Yuan used a bit of strength, and his words were stuck in his throat. Don't be rash. Stop, stop. At this time, other Gu masters rushed over. Seeing this scene, everyone shouted and panicked. Fang Yuan laughed. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave this cave, your young master's arm will be gone. Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes spewing fire, wishing they could chop Fang Yuan into pieces. Still not leaving? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and raised his arm. Bai Hua and the chainsaw golden centipede got closer. Ah! Everyone screamed in shock. Oh my God! A young female Gu master covered her eyes. Leave the cave. The clan elders shouted. They were afraid to take action and did not dare to gamble. The crowd slowly retreated, but before they left, they all glared at Fang and Bai. If looks could kill, then Fang Yuan would have been killed countless times already. If anger was like water, then Fang and Bai would have been swallowed by a tsunami. Everyone left the cave, and Fang Yuan handed Bai Hua and Bai Sheng to Bai Ningbing, then looked around. The entire Baigu mountain had no rocks or soil. It was made of white bones. This cave was the same, a field of snow white. Around the cave walls, there were sharp bone spikes. These bone spikes looked no different from other caves. But in fact, if one observed carefully, they would find that these bone spikes were like spiral spears. They were different. This was the Spiral Bone Cave. It was also the entrance to Gray Bone Scholar's inheritance. Although there were many caves in Baigu Mountain, only this cave had such dense spiral bone spikes. Feng Yuan had never been to this inheritance before, but in his previous life, he had heard many rumors, and even Bai Sheng and Bai Hua had personally confirmed it. I first entered the spiral bone cave. Then I unexpectedly found a bone spike that could be twisted. This is the mechanism to open the entrance. Feng Yuan thought for a while before starting to search for that special bone spike. There were thousands of bone spikes in this cave, but in Feng Yuan's previous life, Bai Hua had once revealed some details during a banquet. At that time, she was playing with her brother at the back of the mountain and saw a bone spike in the cave. It was extremely sturdy and had dense spiral patterns. She casually touched it and unexpectedly twisted it, opening the cave entrance. Feng Zheng, you are already surrounded. You can't escape even if you have wings. Come out. In all fairness, our Bai clan has treated you well, but you are repaying our kindness with enmity. Feng Zheng, let me give you a piece of advice. Leave some leeway for others. If anything happens to the two young masters, our Bai clan will do our best to take revenge. The cave was not deep, and many Gu master shouts could be heard from outside. Bai Hua started to sob softly. Bai Sheng said, Feng Zheng, stop. Let us go. I can guarantee with my identity as a young master that you will leave safely. He was so young and in such a dangerous situation. He was even calmer than an adult. From his body, the light of a future star was already shining. Feng Yuan turned a deaf ear, but his eyes suddenly brightened. He took a step forward and stretched out his hand, placing it on a protruding and thick bone spike. Next, he lightly twisted it. Creak, with a loud sound, the bone spikes all shrunk, and the secret door opened from the side, revealing a cave entrance that was right in front of Feng Zheng. Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened. Bai Hua stopped crying and stared blankly at this change. Ah, there is actually a cave here. Bai Sheng shouted. Humph, shut up. Bai Ningbing struck the back of Bai Sheng's head with his hand, knocking him unconscious. He was purposely shouting to leave a clue for the people outside the cave. Sure enough, there was a commotion outside the cave. Cave entrance? Not good. They are trying to escape. Quickly chase. Feng Yuan growled. Whoever dares to enter the cave, I will kill Bai Sheng first. This voice immediately stopped the Bai clan Gu masters. Feng Yuan quickly walked into the cave, and Bai Ningbing knocked Bai Hua unconscious, carrying one in each hand and following closely behind. Stepping into this secret tunnel, it was bright inside, shining with a gentle white light. But in this cave, there were still bone spikes growing, like sharp spears, their roots piercing into the cave walls. These bone spears were densely packed, completely sealing the tunnel, leaving only some gaps, allowing Feng Yuan to vaguely see a large hall at the end of the tunnel. It seems this is the reason you came to Baigu Mountain. I will open the path. Bai Ningbing walked forward, wanting to use the chainsaw golden centipede, but was stopped by Feng Yuan. These bone spears are extremely hard. Don't be anxious. Feng Yuan searched around, and according to what Bai Hua had told him in his previous life, he found the shortest spiral bone spike and pulled it out. Crack, with the sound of a mechanism, the tunnel behind the two closed up, and at the same time, the densely packed bone spears in the tunnel shrunk back into the cave walls. All of a sudden, the road ahead became smooth and flat. Feng Yuan laughed and turned to Bai Ningbing. Welcome to Baigu Mountain. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered, and she subconsciously turned around to look. The tunnel behind her was already completely closed. If the Bai clan Gu masters wanted to chase them, they would at least have to open up this tunnel, and that would take some time. Bai Ningbing's lips curled up, showing an excited smile. Everything had become exciting. This was the kind of life that he had been pursuing. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Isu. Chapter 226. The secret passage was not long. Fong and Bai walked for a while and arrived at a large hall. The pure white hall was made of bones. In the center of the hall, there was a huge vat. The vat was filled with a white liquid that seemed to be milk, emitting a fragrant smell. Fong Yuan walked closer to the vat, and related memories surfaced in his mind. According to Bai Hua's description in his previous life, this vat should be connected to a spring. This spring was a milk spring. The spring water was like milk, tasting sweet and delicious. Not only was it a good drink, it was also nutritious. Children could grow up after drinking it, and the elderly could grow stronger after drinking it. Milk spring was a specialty of Baigu Mountain. In Fong Yuan's previous life, after Bai clan moved here, they developed 5 milk springs. This made the milk spring a specialty of Bai clan, not only supplying themselves, but also being traded as a commodity, attracting many caravans to trade every year. There is a gu in this vat, Fong Yuan said, gesturing to Bai Ningbing with his gaze. According to his memories, there was no danger here. But Fong Yuan was a cautious person. After all, this was not his own experience. The information was all from hearsay. It was better to let someone else do the risky things. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, activating her defense and stretching out her hand like a vat. There are so many gu inside. Soon, her brows raised, showing a shocked expression. When she retracted her hand, Bai Ningbing's hand was already full of gu. These gu were the size of a person's index finger, completely white. One end was smooth, while the other was sharp like a miniature spear. This was the bone spear gu. Although this gu is rank 1, there are too many of them. This vat is almost filled to the brim with them. Bai Ningbing said, excitedly. Bone spear gu, similar to Gyue Village's moonblade gu. It was the foundational item of this Bai gu inheritance. In his previous life, after Bai clan found this inheritance, most of the clan's gu masters were equipped with this gu. The bone spear gu became a specialty of Bai clan's gu masters. Look around again. There should be rank 2 gu in this vat. Fong Yuan stood at the side, his expression calm. Bai Ningbing searched a few times, finally finding rank 2 gu. This gu was similar to the bone spear gu, but the surface of the bone spear had spiral markings, spiral bone spear gu. This gu was the evolution of the bone spear gu. When it was shot, its attack power was higher and had more penetrative force than the bone spear gu. In the vat, the bone spear gu occupied the majority, only a small portion was the spiral bone spear. This way, I finally have a regular and stable attacking method. Fong Yuan held a spiral bone spear gu, as he thought. The charred thunder potato gu was very unstable and needed to be planted on the ground. If others did not step on it, it would be a white seed. If it was a gu master with a terrible memory, forgetting the location where they planted the charred thunder potato gu would bring disaster upon themselves. Moreover, the charred thunder potato gu's usage was restricted. It must be used in the soil. The more fertile the soil, the better. As for a special place like Baigu Mountain, the charred thunder potato gu could not be used. Otherwise, Fong Yuan wouldn't mind laying 1 or 2 more traps. A pity there is no rank 3 gu. Bai Ningbing was rather regretful. She chose a spiral bone spear gu and placed it in her pocket, planning to refine it later. But this kind of rank 2 gu, to her, was a novelty. In a real battle, it would not be able to display the strength of a rank 3 gu master. Seeing that there was no danger in the vat, Fong Yuan started to move. He fished out the gu worms by the handful, and relying on the spring autumn cicada's aura, he spat out his primeval essence and instantly refined them. You are. Bai Ningbing was tongue-tied. In just a short period of time, Fong Yuan had already refined tens of gu worms, and he was still continuing. Because of the spring autumn cicada, he could instantly refine them. and because of his aptitude and heavenly essence treasure lotus. His primeval essence recovery speed was faster than the refining speed, causing him to move nonstop. This was like a crazy performance. In Fang Yuan's aperture, there were 200 bone spear goo and over 20 spiral bone spear goo. Refining goo had always been a difficult task for goo masters. Although Bai Ningbing had seen Fang Yuan instantly refine goo a few times, it had never been as visually impactful as this time. In Fang Yuan's hands, refining goo was like eating and drinking. No, it was as easy as winking his hand. It was simply too easy. What kind of trump card does he have? Bai Ningbing was extremely bewildered. At this moment, Fang Yuan's image in her heart became even more profound and unfathomable. But on the surface, she curled her lips and said calmly, "You have so many goo at once. Can you raise them all?" Fang Yuan laughed. "Of course not. Bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo, they both fed on milk. Thus, they were raised in this milk vat. Don't look at how the milk spring water was full, but the consumption was huge. It was because the bottom of the vat was connected to a spring, thus it was like this. If Fang Yuan wanted to raise so many goo, he would have to have a milk spring of his own. Although I can't raise them all, I like to bring as many as possible. Otherwise, those Bai clan people would benefit from it." Fang Yuan laughed and pointed at the vat. "All right, you can destroy the rest of the goo." There were too many goo in the vat. Although Fang Yuan had refined a lot considering his rank 1 aperture's endurance, there were still quite a few left. A moment later, Bai Ningbing looked at the ground, full of goo corpses with a complex expression. She was extremely clear of the huge value of these goo. Destroying them was like destroying a small mountain of yuan stone. Even Bai Ningbing felt heartache. However, if they were left behind, they would be taken by Bai clan. Rather than giving resources to the enemy, it was better to destroy them. The two left this hall and followed another secret passage, entering the second bone hall. In the center of the hall, there were 3 white bone pillars. At the top of the pillars, there was a carving of a human hand. Only the flesh was shaved off, leaving only the bones. In the hands of the white bone men, there was a goo worm. 3 pillars. There were 3 goo worms in deep slumber. Fang and Bai walked closer. The surface of the pillars were carved with words. It was an explanation of these 3 goo worms. Rib shield goo, flying bone shield goo, arm bone wings goo. Bai Ningbing's gaze swept across as she mumbled. Soon, her gaze focused on a line of words. Choose one of the 3, satisfied. By Goo Mountain Inheritance, left for future generations. The meaning was clear. They could only choose 1 goo worm. This opportunity would be given to the fated person in the future. Rib Shield Goo Master could grow 2 rows of ribs to protect their chest. It had outstanding defense. It was a rank 3 goo worm. Its advantage was, apart from the initial growth stage, it required large amounts of primeval essence. After that, it could be maintained without primeval essence. Similar to the heavenly essence treasure lotus, after refinement, it could be used without the need to pour primeval essence. Flying bone shield goo, after use, could form 3 spinning bone shields. The surface area was small, floating around the goo master. Arm bone wings goo, on the other hand, grew a pair of bone wings on the forearm. Flapping the bone wings could slightly increase movement speed. The most important thing was the increase in attack speed. Rib shield goo can be used with his carapace goo, forming a front and back defense. But the carapace goo is destined to be eliminated by me. With only 1 rib shield, the area of defense is too small. I have the jumping grass, and am not specialized in fighting, so the arm bone wings goo will not be of much use. Fang Yuan thought for a while, choosing the flying bone shield goo. He crushed his hand bone, refining the flying bone shield goo and keeping it in his aperture. As for the other 2 goo worms, they did not move. This was a righteous inheritance, testing the fated person's ability to control themselves. If they really could not control their greed and desire, and took the 3 goo worms, the secret passage would change. Although there would not be any sinister traps, the gains would be greatly reduced. Righteous inheritances were different from demonic inheritances. Normally speaking, they were designed with benevolence in mind. If the goo master was fated to meet them, there would be gains. The only difference was the amount of gains. Bai Ningbing saw that Fang Yuan did not move and did not dare to move, afraid of any traps. The two followed the secret passage, entering the 3rd hall. There were no other secret passages in this hall, and a human skeleton was sitting cross-legged on the wall. In front of the human skeleton, there was a large book. This book was made from bones. It was an arm's length, half an arm's width, and 8 inches thick. Fang Yuan motioned for Bai Ningbing to pick it up, and seeing that there was no danger, he took it. This book was named Grey Bone Book by the Bai clan siblings in his previous life. Inside, there were many goo refinement recipes, and at the same time, the owner of this inheritance, Grey Bone Scholar's life experiences, as well as the reason for establishing this inheritance, and so on. Fang Yuan flipped it open, and it was indeed so. This was a genuine righteous inheritance. At the end of the book, it said, "This skeleton is the Grey Bone Scholar himself. If the fated person has the heart, they can pay their respects and kowtow 3 times. After paying their respects, they can split open the skull of the skeleton and see a goo. This goo is Grey Bone Scholar's vital goo. If the person obtains it, they will benefit the world and uphold justice," and so on. Fang Yuan smiled at this and handed the Grey Bone Book to Bai Ningbing. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. This was a genuine kowtow. His forehead touched the hard ground, and 3 muffled thuds could be heard. Bai Ningbing was astonished to think that Fang Yuan had such a side. After Fang Yuan finished kowtowing, he stood up, but there was no movement in the hall. He did not mind it and smiled slightly. There were no other secret passages in this hall, but it was not the end. This place tested the person's nature. If they were pure and kind and knew gratitude, they would definitely kowtow. If he knocked his head on the ground 3 times, a new secret passage would be revealed. But this was only 1 layer. If they not only kowtowed, but also remained motionless in front of the skeleton, showing respect to the senior's corpse, a 2nd secret passage would appear. In my previous life, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua both kowtowed, but Bai Hua was afraid of pain and did not make a sound. It was this Bai Sheng who activated the 1st layer of mechanism. But Bai Sheng wanted to open the skull to take the goo, but was stopped by Bai Hua, who wanted to leave the senior alone. Thus, Bai Hua activated the 2nd layer of mechanism. Fang Yuan's imagination ran wild, and he looked at Bai Hua and Bai Sheng. They were still unconscious in Bai Ningbing's hands. Bai Ningbing also looked at these 2 and sighed. It seems that we will have to rely on these 2 to protect ourselves. But I am very curious. What is this Grey Bone Scholar's vital goo? Let's open the skull and take the goo. Fang Yuan shook his head. This is the ingenuity of this place's design. Curiosity can make people imagine the goo in the skull very beautifully, and it will be even more tempting than seeing the real thing. Don't be anxious. He had just finished speaking when a part of the bone wall shrunk and slid open, revealing a new secret passage. I see. Bai Ningbing seemed to have understood something, and was about to make a move, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Although this passage is correct, it is not the most valuable one. Let's wait a while more. The waiting time was the longest, especially Fang and Bai, who were still being chased by Bai clan. After waiting for a few minutes, Bai Ningbing gradually became anxious. Another secret door slid open, and the secret passage quietly appeared. Haha, this is it. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, and walked forward, raising his leg and stepping on Gray Bone Scholar's corpse. With the appearance of this secret passage, this corpse was useless. Fang Yuan took out a goo from the skull. It was a rank 3-bone spike goo. Chapter 227. Boom. With an explosion, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing a cave entrance. There really is a cave entrance. No wonder they disappeared. They must have entered this cave. Strange. Why is there a mechanism here? Ah, clan leader is here. When by clan leader arrived at the scene, she just happened to see everyone breaking the wall and revealing the secret tunnel. This should be an inheritance ground. Tai Dao Ku, who came along, deduced with just one glance. So it was like this. It seems these two thieves' true destination is here. By clan leader gritted her teeth, her eyes shining with a cold light. Such good acting skills. On the way here, she recalled the scenes of these days. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She was actually tricked by these two youngsters. The Grand by clan leader and her clansmen all fell in the hands of these two juniors. If this spread, it would be a huge blow to Bai Clan's reputation. Junior did not handle the matter well and did not protect the two young masters. Clan leader, please punish us. Bai Lian, Bai Shengjing, and the rest were extremely nervous as they knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Get up, all of you. You're acting on my orders. If you want to blame someone, blame those two thieves for being too cunning. By clan leader's words made by Lian, and the rest let out a sigh of relief. These days you were together with these two thieves. Did you really not see any flaws? Tai Dao Ku asked. The three young girls stood up with complex expressions on their faces. This was especially true for Bai Lian. She had initially thought that Fang and Bai were merely playthings in her hands. But to think she was tricked by them first. There were no flaws. These two are too good at pretending. Now that I think about it, they were using our Bai clan. They are really cunning and sinister. The three young girls shook their heads, answering Tai Dao Ku. On the way, Tai Dao Ku got a rough idea from Bai clan leader. Of course, the matter of the Bai clan spirit spring was not leaked. This means these two thieves' true goal is to find this place. With their strength, they are not enough to roam around Bai Gu Mountain. Thus, they borrowed your Bai clan's strength. Tai Dao Ku analyzed, as if there was no one else around. Hearing his words, the Bai clan Gu master's expressions turned unsightly. It was indeed so. In the past few days, in order to open a path in White Bones Mountain, they had sacrificed a lot and paid a huge price. But in the end, it was paving the way for Fang and Bai. Damn it! If these two thieves were to fall into my hands, I would definitely chop them into pieces. Patriarch, let us attack. I'm going to kill these two bastards to avenge this humiliation. For a moment, everyone in the cave was furious. Bai clan leader looked around and nodded. How could she not want to kill Fang and Bai? As the mother of Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, she could not wait to appear in front of her children. The morale of the army was at its peak. The 100 Clans clan leader looked at the last elder, who volunteered. Then order your men to move out. We must open up this secret passage. Yes, the elder replied in a low voice, accepting the order. Slow down. This secret passage is filled with jagged bone spikes and is completely sealed. How did those two thieves get in? There must be a trap somewhere. Let me test it out. Tai Dao Ku stood up and raised an objection. The elder who received the order stared. The situation is urgent. The two young masters are in grave danger. How long are we going to wait to find the trap? Bone spike goo. Fang Yuan held this goo and played with it. This goo was like a cactus, fist-sized, with needle-like bone spikes on its surface. Holding it in his hand, it was somewhat heavy. This goo was a rank 3 goo, typically harming the enemy by 1,000 and the user by 800. Because when a goo master uses it, the bones in their body will mutate, producing sharp and hard bone spikes. To use these bone spikes against the enemy, these bone spikes must first pierce through the Goo Master's skin and flesh. Pain was secondary, but if there was no corresponding healing goo, it would be terrible. The enemy might not die, but the user would be heavily injured after using the bone spike goo. What goo is this? Bai Ningbing looked over curiously, but after hearing Fang Yuan's introduction, she lost interest. It was not because she was afraid of pain, but because she had already used the ice muscles goo. Right now, her skin had been permanently transformed into ice muscles by the ice muscles goo. Not only did it have defensive properties, it could also stop sweat and stop bleeding. If Bai Ningbing used this bone spike goo, the bone spikes would first break the ice muscles, and it would not be worth it for her. Fang Yuan did not have much interest in this bone spike goo, but it was still a rank 3 goo. Thus, after refining it, Fang Yuan kept it in his aperture. Let's go. Fang Yuan chose the last hidden door. Bai Ningbing was still leading the way. After entering the door, there was a flight of gray bones that extended downwards. This flight of stairs was long, at least 1,000 meters. Halfway down, the surrounding light gradually dimmed, and the stairs became narrower. Almost in the darkness, Fang and Bai reached the end of the stairs. A tightly shut door appeared in front of them. On the door, there were 4 words, Flesh Sack Secret Pavilion. These bones are really fucking hard. The Bai clan elder wiped the sweat off his forehead and cursed. 15 minutes had passed, but only half of the secret passage had been opened. These uneven and densely packed bone spikes looked no different from the rocks of Baigoo Mountain, but only when one truly attacked them would one discover that these bones were shockingly hard. Bai clan leader's expression was not good either. The more time passed, the more danger her 2 children would be in. In the past quarter of an hour, the mother felt like a century of suffering. But as the clan leader, she had to remain calm. At least on the surface, she had to set an example and bring confidence to her clansmen. Crack! Suddenly, a soft sound was heard as the mechanism activated, and the remaining bone spikes suddenly retracted back into the cave wall. Everyone was stunned and looked towards the culprit. Tai Dao Ku rubbed his chin and analyzed, this mechanism is quite ingenious. Previously, to open the cave, one needed to twist the spiral bone spikes. This left a deep impression on everyone. Before coming to this secret passage, people would often twist the spiral bone spikes around them based on their previous impressions. Unfortunately, to close this mechanism, one needs to pull the spiral bone spikes. For a moment, everyone was speechless. The elder who had received the order earlier had a red face, looking embarrassed and embarrassed. After this secret passage, Bai clan's group arrived at the first hall. Many people were stupefied. They saw a ground full of dismembered corpses. These were the results of Bai Ningbing crushing the goo worms in the large vat. This should be bone spear goo, and spiral bone spear goo. Immediately, an elder recognized this goo. This is indeed an inheritance ground. This is the first time I have experienced something like this. Someone was excited. Look, there is a large vat in the center. What is inside the vat? Someone was curious. Other than milk spring water, there was nothing left in the vat. Bai clan's group was disappointed and angry. These 2 thieves are too ruthless. Nothing was left behind. Damn it, they are simply devoid of conscience. So many goo worms, and they've all been crushed. Many people cursed in pain, feeling indignant. Even the elder's eyes were filled with regret. Let's go. The earlier we catch them, the less our losses will be. Tai Dao Ku's words made everyone's eyes brighten. With this stimulation, everyone's morale rose even higher, wishing they could immediately appear in front of Fang and Bai. Everyone arrived at the second hall and saw the 3 stone pillars. There are goo worms left behind. The goo master at the front cheered in joy. Clan leader, please take a look. Soon, the arm bone wings and the rib shield appeared in front of by clan leader. By clan leader only glanced at them before instructing someone to keep them, without any joy in her heart. Compared to goo worms, she was more concerned about her children's safety. Did you see? The 2 goo worms just now were both rank 3 goo worms. This inheritance is really worth looking forward to. Fortune lies within misfortune, and misfortune lies within fortune. These words are indeed true. Everyone was either deeply moved or shocked. Don't you find it strange? Why did they leave these goo behind? Tai Dao Ku, on the other hand, had a clear view of the situation and felt something was wrong. Choose one of the 3, satisfied, by Goo Mountain inheritance, left for future generations. Soon, someone discovered the words carved on the stone pillars. It seems this is not a demonic inheritance. I'm afraid it was left behind by a righteous path figure. Satisfied, but we are not satisfied at all. Let's go, let's go. Let's save the 2 young masters, then we can go sightseeing. Everyone urged each other and arrived at the 3rd hall. A cross-legged skeleton and a giant bone book appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Gray bone scholar, so it was this senior. An elder opened the huge book and realized this was indeed a righteous inheritance. By clan leader's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. This was the first good news she had heard so far. Righteous inheritances were usually gentle, unlike demonic inheritances that were sinister. Tai Dao Ku's brows, however, gradually furrowed. He felt that something was wrong. The words carved on the stone pillars made him feel indescribably worried. Everyone split open the skull of the skeleton and picked it up. It was a bone spike goo. Next, a stone wall slid open and a new secret passage appeared. Everyone entered in a line. Flesh Sack Secret Chamber. Bai Ning Bing mumbled, trying to push open the door. The door was not locked, so it was easily opened. Behind the door was a secret room. It was not big, but it was very strange. The walls of the secret room were all made of flesh. Fong and Bai walked in and felt like they had entered the stomach of a monster. The flesh walls were warm and pulsated rhythmically, as if there was a heart hidden inside. As if sensing that someone had entered, the flesh walls suddenly cracked open, revealing mouthfuls of white teeth. Bai Ningbing was shocked. The flesh walls seemed to have countless large mouths. The mouths were wide open, revealing a mouthful of even teeth, tightly clenched. The idiom grimacing in pain was the most suitable to describe it. Ha, he. These mouths let out all kinds of laughter. The laughter mixed together and reverberated in this narrow secret chamber, making people's hearts palpitate. Chapter 228. The Strange Flesh Sack Secret Chamber. The surrounding flesh walls were filled with mouths. The mouths opened one after another, revealing a row of tightly closed white teeth. Not only that, these mouths also let out a strange laughter, making people shudder. Fong Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. This is the effect of flesh smile goo, similar to earth treasury flour. It is used to store goo worms. There is no need to worry. While speaking, a mouth suddenly had all its teeth fall off, and a bright red tongue stretched out from it. The tongue was very long, over a meter long. After the tongue stretched out, the tip of the tongue opened up, revealing a book. This was also a bone book, but it was many times smaller than the previous gray bone book. It was quite pocket-sized, only half the size of an adult's palm. Fang Yuan took it and looked at it. The content of the book was, since the successor can reach here, it proves that they have a pure character and are qualified to inherit my true inheritance. I have two identities. One is called Gray Bone Scholar. The other is called Flesh Bone Master. This flesh sac secret chamber contains many goo worms. If the successor is fated, they can casually knock on the teeth. If their luck is good, they can open the teeth and take out the sleeping goo worm. This is purely a test of luck. Fang Yuan saw this and understood. Bai Hua in his previous life did not explain this checkpoint in detail. Fang Yuan could only try randomly. The first to succeed was not him, but Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing bent her index finger and lightly knocked on the teeth. These teeth were like musical instruments. Every time they were knocked, a clear and melodious sound could be heard. She knocked randomly, and the laughter of this mouth stopped abruptly. All the teeth fell off, and a bright red tongue stretched out, revealing a goo. What goo is this? Seeing this goo, Bai Ningbing's face showed a surprised expression, mixed with a strange one. This goo had a peculiar shape, like a set of fake teeth. Pure, white teeth lined up on top and bottom. Extremely neat and clean, emitting a pearl-like luster. Fang Yuan looked at it and showed a joyful expression. Not bad. This is the famous rank 3 healing goo, flesh bone. Raise the dead, flesh bone. Bai Ningbing muttered. Among the rank 4 healing goo worms, the publicly recognized number 1 was raise dead goo. Even if a goo master died, as long as it did not exceed 14 hours and their body was intact, this goo could be used to revive them. But this goo could only be found and not sought. It was too rare. Moreover, it was a one-time consumable item that had a price, but no supply. Fleshbone was a rank 3 goo worm, but it was not an expendable goo and could be used repeatedly. It was often used together with raised dead goo. If the goo master's corpse was not complete, fleshbone could be used to regrow the flesh and blood. He then used dead man goo to revive him. In history, this kind of combination was not uncommon. Many big shots benefited from this, including rank 9, immortal venerables and demon venerables. This was Fang Yuan's ideal healing goo. Fang Yuan had been searching bitterly for so many days, and he finally got his wish at this moment. You want it? You can use the yang goo to exchange for it. Bai Ningbing held the goo in her hand, smiling proudly. Fang Yuan snorted. Do you think I'm an idiot? Bai Ningbing's smile vanished, her gaze turning cold. As long as you give me the yang goo, we can cooperate. Sincerely. Fang Yuan, I have followed you for so long, you know my patience is limited. I am no longer afraid of death. At most, we will die together. Of course you are not afraid of death, but do you think I will be afraid? Fang Yuan sneered. He had already expected such a scene, thus he was not surprised. Bai Ningbing retracted her gaze, looking at the flesh bone in her hand, her lips curling. Maybe killing you is not a bad choice. Look, you are only rank 1, but you can instantly refine a goo worm and even heavenly essence treasure lotus. Other than these, if I kill you, I can at least take this inheritance for myself. Thinking about it, it really makes my heart beat faster. Bai Ningbing's words were full of threat. Take it for myself? You seem to have forgotten about the Bai clan behind us. Maybe they are already walking on the stone steps outside the secret pavilion. Without me, do you know where to go from here? This inheritance seems to be a straight line on the surface, but it is actually divided into many paths. I am indeed unable to defeat you for now, but you are too naive to want to kill me and take my treasures. Do you think I will give you the chance to take away the yang goo? If you don't believe me, you can try. Saying so, Fang Yuan turned around and started tapping his teeth. Actually, after arriving here, he did not know where to go from here. There were no other paths in this secret pavilion. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan, completely exposing his back to her, not putting up any defenses at all. It was as if she could kill him with just a slight movement. But even so, Bai Ningbing did not dare to act rashly. Every word Fang Yuan said touched her heart. Without Fang Yuan, what should she do next? Going back the way she came was definitely a dead end. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes. For a moment, she even thought, was Bai Clan's pursuit also a trap set up by Feng Yuan, creating external pressure to restrain her killing intent because of benefits? Until now, Bai Ningbing was still in a daze. She did not understand. Why was Bai Clan so cooperative, escorting Feng Yuan all the way here? In fact, ever since she was controlled by Feng Yuan, she had been worried. The Yanggu was in Feng Yuan's hands. She was afraid that Feng Yuan would use it to threaten her. Although Feng Yuan said that when his cultivation reached rank 3, he would hand the Yanggu over to her. But what kind of person was Feng Yuan? Bai Ningbing could not be clearer. To him, going back on his words was a common occurrence, as natural as eating and drinking. Rather than trusting Feng Yuan, it would be better to just knock your head against the wall and die. Since there was no need to give an example, let's give an example around us. That pitiful Bai Clan leader was a strong woman, an elite and wise woman. But after she believed Feng Yuan, what kind of outcome did she end up in? Feng Yuan was too good at acting. Bai Ningbing shuddered when she recalled the scene of Feng Yuan crying at the banquet. This was a genuine crafty old fox. There were even a few of them who purposely glanced at Bai Lian, setting up a trap for the Bai Clan to happily step into it. She still remembered Bai Lian's shocked and dazed expression when Feng Yuan made things difficult for her. What Bai Ningbing was most worried about now was that even if Feng Yuan cultivated to rank 3, he would not hand over the Yanggu to her. The possibility of this was quite high. Right now, I am rank 3, and he is still rank 1. I still have some initiative. In the future, when he cultivates to rank 3 or even higher, wouldn't I be under his control and become his chess piece? Bai Ningbing's anxiety intensified, especially after Feng Yuan used the green copper relic goo and broke through to rank 1 upper stage. Bai Ningbing was anxious, but there were many people who were even more anxious than her, even to the point of being irritable. What is going on? A group of people stood at the entrance of the inheritance passage. Looking at the scenery before them, their expressions were extremely ugly. They hurried along the way, passing through several bone halls and gaining some gains, but did not encounter Feng and Bai. Finally, they walked out of the secret passage and arrived outside the mountain. As expected, Tai Dao Ku suddenly heaved a long sigh. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Why does Brother Tai say that? Bai Clan leader immediately asked. If it was in the past, with her shrewdness, she would have already known the answer. But now that her son and daughter were kidnapped, the longer this dragged on, the more her heart was in a mess. This Bai Gu Mountain inheritance looks like a straight path, but there are actually many side paths. Like this branch in my hand. He casually broke off a branch from a bone tree beside him. For the first part of the journey, we went through it together with them. Thus we could see the traces they left behind. But after that, we went to a side path, while they went to another side path. Do you still remember the second hall? There were 3 stone pillars there, and I suspect there are traps on the stone pillars. We entered the 3rd hall and saw Gray Bone Scholar's skeleton. But clearly this skeleton was not touched by anyone. The crucial point is the secret passage after the 2nd hall. Before Tai Dao Ku finished speaking, Bai Clan leader shouted coldly, "Let's go back." Time continued to pass. Feng Yuan wished he could extend time by 50 to 60 times. He knew Bai Gu Mountain's inheritance could at most deceive them for a while. When Bai Clan's Gu masters realized the truth behind the layout, they would be in danger. But unfortunately, he did not know where to go from here. There were no other passages in the secret chamber. Going back was definitely out of the question. Even if Bai Clan's group entered the side path, they would definitely arrange people at the exit. Don't tell me this secret chamber is already the end? Bai Hua and Bai Sheng's Gu worms were all obtained from these mouths? No, in my previous life, the rumors said that after Bai Hua and Bai Sheng passed the inheritance, they finally arrived at a remote cliff in Baigu Mountain. This rumor was also publicly acknowledged by clan. Maybe the mechanism to open the secret passage is in one of these mouths. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. There was not much time left. Bai Ningbing was muddle-headed and did not know the details, only thinking that Fang Yuan had some arrangements. But Fang Yuan knew their situation was getting more and more dangerous. This door did not have any effect in blocking enemies. Maybe at the next moment, the furious Bai Clan Gu masters would break the door and enter. At that time, I can only rely on Bai Hua and Bai Sheng, these two protective talismans. But this layer of protection is not very reliable. There are too many wondrous Gu worms in this world. Many of them can cause dizziness, hypnosis, paralysis, and other control effects. Bai Clan is a grand clan. They definitely have such methods. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but look at Bai Hua and Bai Sheng. The twins were lying on the floor, still in a comatose state. Got it. Fang Yuan suddenly had an idea. He decided to wake these two children. First, time was pressing. He needed more manpower. Secondly, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were the true owners of Baigu Mountain's inheritance arranged by fate. Moreover, they were mortals. He did not need to worry about them causing any trouble. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a step forward and raised his leg, kicking towards the siblings. Chapter 229. Bam, bam, bam. With the explosions, the bone walls collapsed, and new paths appeared in front of everyone. Destruction was much easier than construction, especially this inheritance. There was no one in charge. There is news from the front. The fifth path has been explored, but no target was found. Reporting to clan leader, after entering the sixth path, I found a white bone hall. There's a skeleton inside, as well as a huge book made of bones. Reporting, the seventh path also has a hall with a similar layout. There is a seated skeleton and a bone book. Reporting, we found the eighth path. Explore again. By clan leader's expression was gloomy. In front of her, there was a stack of white bone books. There were 7 of them stacked together. This kind of design is really well thought out of people's minds. When a Gu master finds a skeleton and a bone book, they will subconsciously misunderstand. They think they have inherited the entire inheritance, but in fact, the gray bone scholar has fallen into many similar halls. The true treasure is still hidden in one of the side paths. Tai Dao Ku side. By clan leader's brows furrowed even more. The situation had become complicated. She was not worried that Fang and Bai would go back, because she had already arranged a large number of people at the entrance as insurance. What she was worried about now was that Fang and Bai would escape from one of the side paths. After all, she could only control the entrance, but not the countless exits. But at this time, a Gu master ran over with an excited expression. We found it. We found a white bone hall on the 8th path. The skeleton inside has been crushed, and the Gu worms in the skull have been taken away. This must be their path. Tai Dao Ku's spirit was roused. Lead the way. By clan leader immediately moved. A moment later, a group of people rushed to the hall. Why are there 2 secret paths? An elder was shocked. Which path did those 2 demonic scoundrels take? Forget it, we will split up. Once we catch up to them, we need to protect our clan's young master. The stone steps leading to Flesh Sack secret chamber were so different, attracting by clan leader Tai Dao Ku and most of the elders. Flesh Sack secret chamber? Soon, everyone reached the end of the stone steps. Bam! The door was smashed into pieces, and everyone swarmed in. However, the secret pavilion was empty. He, ha ha ha, he. The countless mouths on the wall let out noisy laughter. What the hell are these? laughing meat goo, specially used to store treasures. These mouths are like drawers. This mouth is so wide open. Looks like they went in. The 100 Clans clan leader swept her gaze around, then stared coldly at the only secret room in the secret pavilion. You all stay here. The rest of you, follow me. A moment ago, in the same secret pavilion. As soon as Bai Sheng woke up, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. If you don't want to die, then stand up. After that, a cold voice resounded in his ears. Bai Sheng had a deep impression of this voice. The owner of this voice had deceived the entire clan and kidnapped him. What Gyuet clan's young clan head. It was probably a lie. Liar, villain, devil. Even though he was cursing in his heart, Bai Sheng still obeyed and obediently got up from the ground. He found himself in an extremely strange place. The flesh walls were filled with mouths, and noisy laughter lingered in his ears. Flesh smile goo, he blurted out, thinking of the records in the book. Little guy, you are so young, but you have a lot of knowledge. Fang Yuan laughed. In the rumors of his previous life, it was said that the Bai siblings were talented and intelligent, especially the elder brother Bai Sheng, who had great wisdom despite his young age and almost had photographic memory. Now that he could recognize such an unorthodox flesh smile goo, it seemed the rumors were not groundless. You too. Bai Sheng gritted his teeth, staring at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing with intense hatred in his eyes. Big brother. Bai Hua was also kicked awake by Fang Yuan and ran to Bai Sheng's side crying. Bai Sheng quickly protected his sister behind him. What a deep sibling relationship. Bai Ningbing laughed lightly. You vicious woman. You are so beautiful, but your heart is as vicious as a scorpion. Bai Sheng scolded without fear. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face disappeared. Bai Sheng's words deeply hurt her. Woman, beautiful. She did not want to hear any of these words. Slap, slap, slap. She walked forward, grabbed Bai Sheng, and slapped him 3 times. She had the strength of a crocodile, and although she held back most of her strength, Bai Sheng's cheeks immediately became red and swollen after the slap. Vicious woman, evil woman, kill me if you have the guts. But Bai Sheng was still cursing. Slap, slap, slap. Bai Ningbing slapped him 3 more times. Sob, sob, sob. Let go of my brother. I beg you, let go of my brother. Bai Hua hugged Bai Ningbing's leg, crying and begging for mercy. Sister, don't beg her, Bai Sheng said with difficulty. Fang Yuan sighed and walked forward, grabbing Bai Hua's collar. The little girl was lifted by Fang Yuan, crying in fear. Bai Sheng was no longer unyielding and anxiously shouted, Evil thief, let go of my sister. Fang Yuan stretched out his other hand, tightly pinching Bai Hua's face, and said slowly, You're so noisy. Do you believe that I won't cut off your tongues if you scream one more time? I'll start with your tongue, okay? The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, and a cold light flickered in his eyes, filled with killing intent. Bai Hua was so scared that she did not dare to cry anymore, and tears welled up in her eyes. Bai Sheng opened his mouth to speak, but when he was glanced at by Fang Yuan, his heart suddenly palpitated, and he closed his mouth. That's right. Cooperate with me obediently, and maybe I'll let you live. Fang Yuan was still smiling. Bai Ningbing curled her lips, but Fang Yuan immediately added, I'm serious. I don't dare to go against your mother, and capturing you is only for our own safety. If you're obedient, we'll let you go. Of course, if you don't cooperate, I don't mind cutting off your tongues or a few fingers to play with. Then what do you want us to do? Bai Sheng took a deep breath. He was not afraid of the cold Bai Ningbing, but he was afraid of the smiling Fang Yuan. You see these mouths on the wall? Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. He introduced them and let the brother and sister knock their teeth. Just a moment later, Bai Hua let out a cry of shock. In front of her, a mouth opened and a bright red tongue stretched out, revealing a quail egg-sized bone ball. The surface of the ball was covered with black and white stripes, making Fang Yuan think of an animal on Earth, zebra. Fang Yuan took 2 steps forward and took this goo in his hand, and his brows shone with pleasant surprise. If he was not wrong, this should be a movement-type goo called footless bird. This goo could only be used once, but its body was huge, and it could carry a person and travel tens of thousands of miles in a day. This was like giving a pillow when one was sleepy. Fang Yuan was still worrying about how to escape, but to think that Bai Hua would give him a footless bird. However, the surprise was just the beginning. After a while, Bai Sheng also had some gains. He opened his teeth, and his tongue stuck out, revealing a bone. This bone was round at both ends, and long in the middle. Its whole body was green like a jade stone. Jade bone goo. Fang Yuan took it, and immediately refined it, storing it in his aperture. This time, it was Bai Ningbing's turn to be envious. Jade bone goo could modify a goo master's bones, turning them into a jade-like texture, becoming harder and more pliable. This effect was permanent, similar to black and white boar goo and crocodile strength goo. More importantly, jade bone goo and ice muscles goo were used together and had the best effect. Bai Ningbing already had ice muscles, and if she had jade bones, it would be ice muscles jade bones. The 2 effects would affect each other and have a stacking effect. But this jade bone goo was a one-time consumable goo. It also had a weakness, and that was it would bring extreme pain to the goo master. Many goo masters did not have strong willpower and would die from the pain after using the jade bone goo. You want it? You can use flesh bone to exchange for it. Fang Yuan laughed. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, but did not speak. She turned her head away and continued to knock her teeth. But this action was purely based on luck. There were 10 teeth on each side of the mouth, and she had to knock at least 5 of them in the correct order to make all the teeth fall out. Other than the first time, Bai Ningbing had no other gains. As for Fang Yuan, it was even worse. But after a while, Bai Hua and Bai Sheng, this pair of siblings, had a pleasant surprise. Bai Hua knocked her teeth out, and Fang Yuan obtained an iron bone goo. Meanwhile, the mouth that 100 lives had opened gradually expanded, forming a new secret passage. The siblings' good luck made Bai Ningbing inwardly exclaim. She did not know that this pair of siblings were the original owners of this inheritance. Fate was a mysterious and mystical power. Especially in this world, some extremely rare goo worms contain fragments of the law of fate, allowing some lucky goo masters to grasp a trace of the power of fate. Since the new secret tunnel had appeared, Fang Yuan naturally did not want to stay any longer. Bai clan goo masters could come at any time, and these goo worms were stored in the mouth and were very sturdy and hard to destroy. He could only leave them for them. Fang Yuan knocked Bai Sheng and Bai Hua unconscious again, and carried one in each hand, following Bai Ningbing into the giant mouth. Walking through this secret tunnel, the 2 arrived at a large hall. This was the widest bone hall that Fang and Bai had ever seen. Just the area alone was more than 6 mu. In the center of the hall, there was a white bone pyramid. The top of the pyramid was shaved into a platform, and there were stairs on both sides leading to the platform above. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing glanced at each other. Other than this white bone pyramid, there was nothing else in the hall. After probing for a while and confirming there was no danger, the 2 arrived at the platform at the top of the pyramid. On the platform, there was a huge sculpture of a fierce beast skull, about half the height of a human, resembling a lion or a tiger, and its fangs were tightly shut. Chapter 230. A skull sculpture shaped like a lion and tiger. Isn't this the rumored mechanism that requires 2 people to work together? A thought immediately flashed through Fang Yuan's mind. There are even words carved on the sculpture's fangs. Bai Ningbing made a new discovery. She read the words in a low voice. Gemini, with one heart, 3 spirits unite. Fated or not, don't force it. What does this mean? This is the password to activate the mechanism here. Gemini means that 2 people must work together to activate the mechanism. 3 spirits respectively refer to a person's heart, palm, and eyes. Feng Yuan recalled, the most dexterous of the 4 limbs was the palm, the most agile of the 5 senses were the eyes, and a person's thoughts were as fast as lightning. They were the most agile. Therefore, they were collectively known as the 3 spirits. Come, place your palm on the sculpture's pupil. In the eye sockets of the skull sculpture, there was a pair of sparkling and translucent rubies. The rubies were as big as bowls, reflecting Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing's figures. But when Feng and Bai placed their palms on the ruby pupil, they didn't move for a long time. What you said makes sense, but it turns out to be wrong. Bai Ningbing didn't let go of any chance to mock Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's expression darkened. In his memories from his past life, Bai Hua had emphasized on describing this mechanism. Logically speaking, this should be the way to go. But why didn't they move? Gemini, with one heart, 3 spirits unite. Feng Yuan murmured. He did the 3 spirits unite, but one heart. As he pondered, a glimmer of light slowly appeared in his eyes. Could it be that the 2 people who wanted to activate this mechanism had to be of one heart and one mind? If that was the case, although he and Bai Ningbing were working together, they were forced by the situation. In reality, they appeared to be united but were actually divided, each with their own plans. How could they be of one heart? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan couldn't help but look at Bai Sheng and Bai Hua again. Thus, this pair of siblings was kicked awake by Feng Yuan again. Evil thief, what do you want? After Bai Sheng woke up, he let out an angry roar. Bai Hua, on the other hand, stopped crying. Her large eyes stared at Feng and Bai, revealing a deep hatred. This time, Feng Yuan did not have the patience to explain. He grabbed both of their palms and placed them on the pair of ruby eyes. As expected of the destined heirs, the moment their hands touched it, the ruby suddenly lit up. Kacha. The skull slowly opened its mouth, revealing a large pile of coal and firewood. In the center of the black coal was a simple and unadorned pottery urn. A scroll rested on top of the urn. What's the meaning of this? Feng Yuan threw the 2 of them to the ground and picked up the scroll. Only then did he understand. It turned out that the owner of this legacy, the gray-boned scholar, did not have a high aptitude and had been troubled by this his entire life of cultivation. Throughout his life, he had been researching and refining a goo that could help goo masters cultivate quickly. He already had many goo worms that could assist him in cultivation. The most typical example was the liquor worm, but these goo worms were extremely rare and hard to promote. The gray-boned scholar had great ambitions and wanted to research and refine a goo worm that could be used widely. But even until the end of his lifespan, he had failed countless times without succeeding. At the final juncture of his life, maybe it was heaven's pity, but when he was setting up by Goo Mountain's inheritance, he suddenly had an extremely ingenious inspiration. Without the help of goo worms, what was the most important method for a goo master to raise their cultivation? That was to borrow the strength of their elders to carry out impartation. Back then on Qing Mao Mountain, Guyue Cheng had been receiving the impartation of his grandfather Guyue's primeval essence. But this had a huge disadvantage. That was, primeval essence was different. Relying on the superior primeval essence of the elders to cleanse the aperture walls would leave behind a different aura that would greatly restrict the goo master's future development. Unless the cleansing water goo was used to wash away the different aura. However, the cleansing water goo was also a rare goo and was difficult for ordinary goo masters to obtain. Even clan elders had to rely on luck and pay a huge price. Thus, the importation method was not widely used. Thus, this gray-bone scholar had a wondrous idea. If there was a goo that could convert other people's primeval essence into its own, then after the importation, wouldn't there be no side effect of the different aura? After a series of attempts, he eliminated many possibilities and finally left behind a plan with the highest chance of success. The name of this plan was Bone-Flesh Unity Goo. The scroll said, to refine this goo, 2 goo masters must work at the same time. And these 2 goo masters must be related by blood, parents and children, or twins. Relying on the connection of the same bloodline, the primeval essence can be converted. Of course, the gray-bone scholar did not have the time to put this idea into practice. After making most of his preparations, he helplessly stopped at the most crucial point. Although he had 2 titles, he was alone. He lacked 2 goo masters who fulfilled the requirements. The last contents of the scroll revealed the endless regret of the gray-bone scholar. He did not have time to make further preparations and could only leave this high platform behind. But if someone was fated to come here and could open this mechanism and see this scroll, it would mean that a goo master who fulfilled the requirements had appeared. There is no harm in trying to refine it. Regardless of the result, please tell me about it in front of my grave. The words in the scroll contained the obsession of the gray-bone scholar. It turned out that this high platform tower under Fang Yuan's feet was the gray-bone scholar's grave. Without even trying, Fang Yuan already knew that the idea of the bone-flesh unity goo was a success, because in his previous life, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua relied on this to dual cultivate and became the Righteous Path's twin stars, pushing Bai clan's power to its peak with rank 5 cultivation. But to Fang Yuan, it was somewhat troublesome now. He had thought that the bone-flesh unity goo was already a finished product, but the truth was that it had not been refined and could not even be considered a half-finished product. To refine the bone-flesh unity goo, he and Bai Ningbing did not fulfill the requirements, unless Guyue Fangzheng was present. But even so, the refined bone-flesh unity goo would not be very good. According to the scroll, bone-flesh unity goo was a general name for a series of goo and not a specific type of goo. The closer the relationship between the 2 goo masters refining the goo, the better the quality of the refined bone-flesh unity goo. According to Fang Yuan and Fangzheng's relationship, the refined bone-flesh unity goo would not be ideal. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this bone-flesh unity goo was definitely refined by Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. But now, it was brought forward by so many years. Although they were in harmony, they had not become goo masters and could not fulfill this requirement. The bone-flesh unity goo was Fang Yuan's most important goal. Right now, the materials and furnace had already been prepared by the gray-bone scholar. Only the final step was needed to refine it. Fang Yuan was naturally unwilling to give up, but to refine it, not only could he not fulfill the refinement requirements, there was also a group of strong enemies chasing after him. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to take a risk. He and Bai Ningbing only took up half of the quota, but the siblings Bai Sheng and Bai Hua took up the other half. If the 4 of them worked together, there might be hope of success. Come and lend me a hand. Fang Yuan started to light the dry firewood in the skull sculpture. The flame immediately rose and burned fiercely. You plan to forcefully refine it. Bai Ningbing was shocked. This is not a wise choice. Although she said so, she still made her move, placing her palm on the ruby pupil and pouring her primeval essence inside. The flame suddenly changed color, from orange to eerie blue. The clay urn was being roasted in the flame, and the sleeping goo worms inside were awakened and started to struggle crazily. The clay urn shook continuously, but did not break. The refinement process was not complicated. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing took turns pouring their primeval essence. Soon, they reached the most crucial step. This step required the fresh flesh of two gu masters to be thrown into the fire to be roasted. The scroll stated clearly that the more flesh there was, the better the effect. I just happen to have flesh bone with me. There is no harm in cutting off a few pieces of flesh. Bai Ningbing was about to make a move, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Wait, I have a better idea. Bai Ningbing followed Fang Yuan's gaze and looked at the twin siblings Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. You actually want to change the recipe at the last minute? Bai Ningbing immediately understood Fang Yuan's intention, a trace of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. What are you trying to do? Bai Sheng protected his sister behind him. For a moment, he felt the impending disaster, the anxiety and panic of the end of the world. They were meat on the chopping block. When Fang and Bai were refining the gu, they knew they could not escape, thus they obediently stayed at the side, waiting for their clansmen to rescue them. But now, Bai Sheng was extremely regretful. Feel honored. Your sacrifice will witness the birth of a brand new gu worm. Thinking about it, Senior Gray Bones will be very happy in the afterlife, right? Fang Yuan laughed malevolently, pressing towards the siblings. Sister, run! Bai Sheng shouted, not retreating but advancing instead, rushing towards Fang Yuan and hugging onto Fang Yuan's leg. Brother! Bai Hua's tears flowed out. Just as she was hesitating, Fang Yuan had already knocked Bai Sheng unconscious. Seeing Fang Yuan approaching her, a huge panic spread in the little girl's heart. She turned around and ran, but how could she match Fang Yuan's pace? She was quickly caught by Fang Yuan, her heart sinking to the bottom, struggling in vain as she cried, Mother, where are you? Fang Yuan's expression was extremely cold as he knocked her unconscious again. In no time, he stripped off the clothes of the brother and sister. Then, he picked them up with each hand and threw them into the fire. Once they entered the fire, they were immediately woken up by the heat. The intense pain caused them to run away like crazy. Two people on fire jumped out of the fire, their limbs waving wildly as they struggled. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, kicking them one by one, sending them back into the fire. The requirement in the scroll was fresh meat, but Fang Yuan did not want to kick them to death. Thus, after kicking them in, they ran out and were kicked back in again. This happened again and again, until Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were finally burned to death in the fire. Their bodies gradually melted like candles. The fire turned from eerie blue to bright red like blood. However, it could not turn into bright red or purple for a long time, according to the scroll. Only when the fire's color changed to red or purple would this crucial step be considered a success. What to do? Bai Ningbing's brows furrowed tightly. Once the gu fusion failed, the gu master would also suffer a backlash. Thoughts churned intensely in Fang Yuan's mind. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua are the destined inheritors, but they actually failed. It seems they are not gu masters yet, thus there is a difference. In that case, I can only try again. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan hesitated no longer, activating the Tusita flower and spitting out a sharp blade. He straightened his forearm and cut with the sharp blade. Fresh blood flowed, and a piece of his own flesh was thrown into the fire that was taller than a person. You do it! After doing all this, he threw the sharp blade to Bai Ningbing. Are you sure it will work? Bai Ningbing hesitated for a moment, and also used the sharp blade to cut her forearm. But because of the ice muscles, the sharp blade felt like it was cutting on solid ice. Without a choice, Bai Ningbing could only summon the chainsaw golden centipede and cut off a piece of her flesh. When her piece of flesh was thrown into the fire immediately turned purple-red. Good. Success or failure depends on this. Let's inject primeval essence together. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. The two poured primeval essence into the gem eyes of the skull at the same time, and the mechanism started to close. It was like a bone beast, opening its mouth and swallowing the raging fire. Two rows of sharp teeth were tightly clenched together, and the fire burned within, burning the skull into a crimson-red color. With a bang, it seemed like the pottery jar had exploded. The entire skull shook because of this. Hearing this explosion, Fang and Bai let go of their hands. Fang Yuan stared at the commotion while extending his hand towards Bai Ningbing. He did not speak, but Bai Ningbing already knew what Fang Yuan wanted. She snorted, and in consideration of the current situation, she could only hand Fleshbone to Fang Yuan. She did not have the ability to instantly refine goo worms, but Fang Yuan could. Under the spring-autumn cicadas aura, Fleshbone had no resistance and was instantly refined. But although Fang Yuan refined it due to his cultivation, he could not use Fleshbone. Thus, he handed it over to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing received it and immediately activated it. An orange-yellow light enveloped the wound on her forearm. Almost in the blink of an eye, the flesh grew back, and the wound was completely healed. But Bai Ningbing's peak rank 3 primeval essence was instantly consumed by 20%. The disadvantage of Fleshbone was that it required a large amount of primeval essence. If it was Fang Yuan's green copper primeval essence, even if he used it until his primeval sea dried up, he would not be able to activate it. Immediately after, Bai Ningbing treated Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face was pale. In just a short moment, he did not have ice muscles to stop the bleeding, so he lost a lot of blood. Although the wound on his forearm had healed, the pain was still intense, and his entire heart was trembling from the pain. He even felt dizzy, but both of them had iron wills. Even so, their expressions did not change, and they forcibly endured the intense pain. After a while, the skull slowly opened, and the flame inside had already dissipated. The pottery jar and Bai Sheng's and Bai Hua's corpses were all gone. 2 goo worms appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. One was green and the other red, and they were like 2 jade bracelets, intertwined. They floated in the air, quietly emitting a warm luster. This is bone-flesh unity goo. Without time to inspect it, Fang Yuan grabbed it and instantly refined it, storing it in his aperture. Let's go! He sprinted down the platform and entered the new secret tunnel at the end of the hall. In just a moment, Bai Clan's goo masters arrived at this hall. Someone refined goo here. The remnant aura in the air caused many clan elders' expressions to change. Look, there are 2 young masters' clothes here. Soon, they found the children's clothing that was torn by Fang Yuan on the platform. Seeing this, an extremely bad feeling struck Bai Clan leader's heart, almost causing her vision to turn black. She did not even dare to think about it. Chase, they're not far away. My child is definitely in their hands. The 100 Clans master roared. Her eyes were bloodshot. You're right,